looking live at the start line of the 2026 Jackpot Ultras. I'm Chris Warden, and joining us here on the Mountain Outpost call is somebody new to this side of the microphone, but definitely not new to this race or this sport. Jake Jackson. Jake, welcome to the studio.
Thanks so much, Chris. I'm happy to be here. This race has been one of the races that I've gone to quite a few times, and it's been something that kind of was part of my ultra running career so far. So I'm super excited to be here, be on the other side of the mic, and see how everything goes down today.
Yeah, I'm super excited to have you here. I'm really looking forward to having conversations with you throughout the day about your experience, not only in terms of Jackpot, but in terms of 100-mile fast distance, USATF level events. You have experience in all of these things, and I think that that's going to be crucial for our audience and for myself. I'm really looking forward to having you as a co-host today, as you're going to be an extremely invaluable resource for those that want to learn more about this event. As you can see, of course, with this being the Jackpot Ultras, we definitely lean into the vibe and the motif here. As you can see, Elvis is here performing for the runners as they're about 10 minutes away from the start. And we have several events going on this weekend. We have races ranging from 6-hour all the way up to 48-hour in the fixed time disciplines, as well as distance races. And the race that we are here to cover in particular is a distance race, and that is the 100-mile USATF championships. Jake, have you ever actually participated in that division of the Jackpot?
Yeah, so the first year I ran this, it was not a USATF Road Championship race, and then they were able to get the qualification the following year. So I've run it 3 years, and it's probably not one of the fastest, flattest races to have a road championship at, but it's definitely one of the better venues, I think. The way the course lays out, you do have a little bit of climbing, but it's a perfect, nice circle, and it's easy to get to crew access, and yeah, it just makes for a great venue to have a race like this.
One of the things about Jackpot that was interesting to me from the very start of when we started covering this, and we'll go into the history of Mountain Outpost and the Jackpot as well. As you can see, not only the Elvis is here,
got the
but the
Showgirls.
Showgirls as well. So, but when you think of a 100-mile road championship, I would tend to believe or assume, perhaps incorrectly, that it would be on a completely flat course. This is not a completely flat course.
I actually think something like Tunnel Hill
Yeah.
is actually flatter than this race. So yeah,
As you can see, that is Jordan
Camastro,
Camastro. Jordan Camastro, a very experienced 100-mile and 24-hour runner. We'll talk about him as well as the rest of our field. But yeah, you do have a little bit of undulation. As you can see, we are at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Thank you to the city of Henderson for accommodating us here for Jackpot. Of course, the Jackpot Ultras have been around since 2014, where it was originated by a guy who we're both quite fond of.
good friend.
Ken Rubley. I would say Ken has a place in ultra running history as perhaps the West Coast P.T. Barnum, and definitely a guy who has put his heart and soul into this sport for many years. A few years ago, he and Aravaipa negotiated a change in operation for the race, and now Aravaipa Running is officially in charge of Jackpot Ultras. And Ken is actually here as a participant. So
He's doing the 48-hour, right?
He is,
Yes.
yeah. So maybe we'll, and Ken is out here to really have fun.
Yeah.
And we'll probably have him in the studio.
Yeah,
for a little while.
I did speak to him earlier before the race started, and he said, be on the lookout for me to pop in during my race at some point. So
Absolutely. I know he's
Yeah.
got a charity initiative that he's looking forward to talking
That's right,
about.
yes.
So we'll be definitely covering that. As you can see, that is an overhead view of Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada. Of course, the course goes around it, which creates a nice little footnote is that it is impossible to cut this course.
It really is, yeah.
Effectively. Like, if you, and I mean, even Michael Phelps would have a hard time cutting this course effectively. So, because you would have to literally cut across the lake here. And so that's one thing that we don't have to worry about. But we do know the course is measured perfectly, as we have seen it, kind of become a thing in the past where a course has to be absolutely measured correctly to make sure that it is eligible for all world records. And we are looking at somebody who is, well, let's just come out with it.
Okay.
We have somebody who called their shot.
Yeah.
We have a competitor who has openly declared she is chasing history, and that is Ashley Paulson, going for the 100-mile world record. So that'll be at the very front of the storylines that we're covering. There's Stella Springer, and we'll be talking about her storyline as well. Stella Springer.
We have several people who are actually going after either American or world records, so it's going to be a great race.
Absolutely.
5 minutes out.
So, as somebody who has participated in races, high-profile 100-mile road races like this, Jake, do you get butterflies? Do you get, a little bit of nervous energy as you're leading into this kind of event? Where are you at mentally?
I have butterflies just sitting here waiting for them to start. So, yeah, I absolutely have butterflies. It doesn't matter how many times you've run 100 miles. Every single time it feels like the first time almost.
Yeah.
You can finish it, but you just never know how your day is going to go. So.
And I spoke with Stella. You were right there when I said, there's no such thing as an easy 100-miler.
No, absolutely not.
Some are harder than others, but that's one of the things that we'll be talking about is comparing, a 100-miler like, Hard Rock or, Angeles Crest versus, something on the road like this. So they're actually going to start over basically behind us, and after this first loop, after this departure, they are going to basically be on the same loop repeatedly. That's Shad Burkholz right there. Shad is normally a member of our Mountain Outpost broadcast team, doing a lot of filming on race courses, but this year he's running.
Third year running it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think he said 5 years. He did have 2 DNFs, I believe, what he said earlier. But, yeah, this will be his third year going after a finish. So
looking forward to seeing what he does out there. So,
yeah, people who aren't familiar, it is a 1.16 mile loop.
mm-hmm.
But they had to extend the start a little bit to get certified 100-mile loop. So they'll start out, make 2 left-hand turns, and then be on the actual course.
Yep. Of course, the current world record in the women's field is Katrina Jennings just recently set at Tunnel Hill a couple months ago, and that's pending ratification, but that's 12:37.05. And the men's world record is that's still one of the most daunting numbers in ultra running. Alexander Sorokin's record of 10:51.39.
6:31 pace for 100 miles. That's mind-blowing.
Like a sub 11 hours is really kind of hard to comprehend, and we've seen a lot at these races. We've seen, sub 12, multiple times. As you can see, Raj Panu on the left there. Raj is the men's favorite in this race, standing next to Jordan Camastro. You can see
Course record holder.
Yeah. Running a sub 12 hour last year. I see Kaylee Frederick back there. One of the young bright stars in this sport, and dare I say, one of the faces you'll be seeing as a part of the future of American ultra running.
Yeah, absolutely. 21 years old, I believe.
Yeah, and participated at Worlds this year.
That's
and
right.
Finished in the top 12. Like that's pretty amazing.
3-time Badwater finisher. She's
at
definitely
age 21.
Has a bright. Well, I think she was the youngest at age 18 when she first ran it. So very impressive.
You can see her fist bumping with Ashley Paulson, who we mentioned before. Ashley is, has declared her shot and very easily identified with the pink hair, going for the 100-mile world record. We will see how it goes. Her personal best, I believe, is about a 14:03, 14:04.
I believe so, yes.
She achieved that actually on this course a couple years ago. So she will have to give it all. I mean, it's going to be a significant improvement if she is able to pull it off. As we're a minute away from the start. Saw Rory Monahan sneak in there. Andy Glaze on the left-hand side. if Andy Glaze is in a race, then he's going to be on the front line.
Right.
He's going to insist upon that.
Boy, bringing back lots of memories.
Yeah, right? You've been in this position before.
Ray Sanchez up there in front, too, another prolific ultra runner.
30 seconds. We just got the notification from the other side. So the timer's a couple seconds off, 20 seconds, so about 3-second difference between what we've got there and 10. Two, one.
All right, here they go.
And the 2026 Jackpot is underway. It's led out by Andy Glaze, Ashley Paulson, and Raj Panu.
So they'll make a left-hand turn here and then another left onto the course. Funny story, I think it was the first year Raj ran the race. A lot of the leaders went out and didn't make the first left-hand turn.
Oh, no.
And I knew the course, so I made it, and I was actually leading the race for about 10 seconds until they all caught back up to me. Sure they won't make that mistake again. There we go.
So everybody
They
else
kept
went
going straight.
Can see in that lead pack, it looks like Ashley on the left, Raj in the center. I see Rory Monahan up there as well. Everybody's still got their cool weather layers. They'll be shedding those after about 10, 15 minutes.
It was pretty chilly this morning. A little bit breezy too, so.
So also the 48-hour started here as well as the short course 100-mile.
That was Ken Rubley right there in the hat.
Ken Rubley, the creator of the Jackpot Ultras. So the races that started this morning, I can confirm, I believe it's the 48-hour, the 100-mile USATF, the 100-mile short course, which is a non-USATF event. Those are the 3 events that are underway as of now. A little bit later on, we will have the 12-hour and 6-hour beginning at 7 p.m. Oh, that would be 6 p.m. local time tonight. And then we have a 100-miler long course, 100K, 24-hour, and 50-miler beginning tomorrow morning. So Raj is in front in the white Hoka singlet, black shorts. Rory Monahan is right behind him. Now, Rory Monahan is going to be an interesting thing.
He is,
and
yes.
people that tune in and out are going to be a little bit confused, perhaps. Rory is an extremely fast runner. He's about a 2:21 marathoner. But he has openly stated that this is a training run.
Right.
And he is going to be trying to, put down a fast run. We don't know how far he's going to go exactly, but
From what he told me, his coach told him he wants him to run with the fast people. So that's why he's out here running right now instead of choosing one of the other distances.
do we know who that was? The woman that was with that lead
Did
pack.
not see.
But I did see. Yeah, we saw Raj, Rory, and
Ashley yeah.
leading out. Was it Stella? Okay, so Stella's already. Usually Stella starts out with an extra layer at her races. At least that's been my
Right.
experience watching her.
Yeah.
But she might be going light because Stella's going for a world record as well. Oh, there's Stella right there.
Pete Kostelnik there in the front, in white shirt.
Yeah, Stella's in the black jacket
Kaylee,
still.
saw her go by.
Yep. Andy Glaze.
It'll be interesting to see if anybody links up with Andy. When I ran it in 2024, there was I forget the guy's name, but they literally ran the entire 100 miles together, side by side, the whole thing.
I gotta say that would be that would drive me insane. I can't be around like any single person for that long.
Right.
Of course, one of my favorite 100-mile finishes at a race involved you, Jake, and it was at Desert Solstice. I think it was 2023, perhaps.
That sounds, yeah.
And you and Nick Curry en route to his American record,
yeah.
24-hour run. I was filming, and I got down to the frame by frame where the two of you crossed the 100-mile threshold. And even if I frame by framed it, I still couldn't tell who won. The two of you basically running a 13:30 in perfect tandem.
Yeah, that was fun because I had caught up to Nick, or actually he probably caught up to me because he's much more of a more even split runner. He caught up to me, and I kind of just latched on, and we did a couple laps together. And I said to Nick, "Hey, how about we try to time it perfectly so we go across 100 miles at exact same time and make it hard for all you guys to figure out who actually got that time."
Yeah, even to this day, I still don't think. I think that you literally, the two of you, crossed the finish or crossed the 100-mile at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was actually, and also at a race of that magnitude, you've got stopwatches, and like you had 6 people on stopwatches for
Right.
the two of you, and just to ensure accuracy, and they were all basically like together.
Yeah, I don't even remember who got the spot on Ultra Sign Up. I think I may have taken it from him, but it was literally like they had to put I think a second in between just so it was an actual result.
Yeah, that was. Now I got to look it up.
He had the better day, though. I'll give him that.
Yes, that's true. He did. He did set the American
Yeah.
24-hour benchmark that day, over 173 miles. Pretty amazing for 24 hours. Of course, a lot of these runners are just out here for accumulating as many miles as possible in 48 hours. One of the participants in the 48 hours will, I'm sure, be talking about is, by some benchmarks, the greatest ultra runner of all time in Ann Trayson.
That's right.
Ann Trayson is in the 48 hours. She made her triumphant return to ultra running back at across the years, and is out here to just be the joy that she is and adding to the experience for the sport. And she's going to be out there. I believe I saw at across the years she did use a walker, but I saw that she had trekking poles at her setup. So not sure what she is going to be preferring to use this weekend. But yeah, Ann Trayson, I'm going to be excited to see her on camera from time to time, and following her progress is always a pleasure.
Was she trying to get another buckle? Because I know she had signed up for across the years just to do 50K, and then got inspiration to actually get that buckle. So
Yeah, she didn't sound like she was too intent on trying to get a buckle.
Okay.
I think that, I would see, I wouldn't be surprised to see her get well past the 50-mile mark, but I think 100 might be kind of a stretch.
right.
As you can see, another prolific ultra runner, Ed the Jester Eddinghausen there, easily identified by his event. Looks like we have a vision impaired runner tethered as well. We'll have to get information on that. As everything's,
Here comes Raj.
there's the lead pack. To see who the woman that is heading out quickly with them on that one. Looks like that might be Andrea Pomeransky.
Okay.
Who has some pretty quick, shorter distance results, I noticed.
Yeah,
Somebody I'm not familiar with.
2023 first at the USATF 50K Road Champ. She's got some Tunnel Hill finishes at the 50-mile. I don't think she has a 100-mile PR yet. Maybe first 100-miler for her.
Yeah, it looks like, let's see, yeah, Andrea Pomeransky is one of a handful of runners in this event who are going for their first, 100-mile distance. But looking through this field, there are some so many fast runners on both sides of this race. Like looking to see, how many going down the list. There's, I think, like 6 guys who have a sub 1,500 miler. That's
Right. Yeah.
We're going to be here through the men's and women's podiums, but might not be here all that late if a lot of them run to form.
Okay. Here comes the lead group. Let's see who can. What is our number?
The numbers
Yeah,
on
I
the
think
bibs
so.
are
They're
exceedingly
really
small this year.
There's Ashley.
Could be Janelle Stark as well.
True.
There's Pete Kostelnik, running his first race as a free agent.
That's
His
right.
Long-time association with Hoka as a runner on their team. He was a very early Hoka runner.
Yeah.
I want to say like 2014, 2015.
Be interesting to see
like
what
that.
if he's stuck with the Hokas or if he's venturing out. Kind of like
He is wearing Hokas
Oh,
today.
okay. Is he
Yeah.
okay? Like Zach Bitter. I mean, he's been experimenting with some
Yeah.
super shoes as of late.
I saw him rocking Pumas.
Okay.
I want to say at I think he was at Desert Solstice, but yeah, because Zach with his longtime association with Ultra,
Right.
And
We were hoping to see Zach out here, but I don't know why he had to pull out. But unfortunately, he's not here today to give Raj a run for his money.
yeah, there were a couple of high profile runners on the race roster that did not make it to the start line today, and I mean, I guess we can just mention that Zach Bitter was one of them. The other one was Camille Herron.
Right.
Camille withdrew earlier this week. It sounds like she was working through some physical difficulties, and hopefully Zach and Camille are going to be able to join us at an event sometime soon.
Yeah. Both high-level competitors. They're not going to show up to just get a finish in. They're coming out to
Exactly.
get a win or a record.
Yeah, they're built differently than those of us that are happy to get a 100-mile finish. I mean, this is their livelihood. This is their
Right.
career.
Yes.
And it's one of the things, Jake, that I had to come around to as a fan of the sport. Like, for those of us who, like just trying to finish a 100-miler is the pinnacle of what we're doing, or whatever distance it is, 100-mile, 50-miler. There are people who I've talked to and friends of mine who, I don't want to say they look down on it, but kind of side eye it whenever you have a high level runner drop out of a race or drop out of multiple races. They don't understand that this is business for
Right.
them. This is their livelihood. Their careers are tied into high level finishes, and if like for instance, if somebody runner X is trying to run a 13-hour 100-miler, and maybe it looks like they're falling apart, and they're at 70 miles in, but it looks like they're pacing for a 17 and a half, 18-hour finish. That's still extremely respectable. It's very high level, but at the same time, that's not what they're there to do.
Right. I mean, there are quite a few, sponsored runners that, if they're not completely injured, that they will walk it in.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of, which I think is admirable for them to be able to do that. But yeah, if you're training for a specific goal and it doesn't look like you're going to hit that goal, you just got to pick up the pieces and move on to the next one.
I remember, talking about somebody we already mentioned, Zach Bitter, going to Desert Solstice, and he decided he was going to stay on the route for the entire 24 hours, and that last 6 hours was not a happy
No.
time for him.
Yeah.
Another one, Jeff Browning, when he was at Desert Solstice, and he said he was going to finish the 100-miler, and again, like those last 20, 30 miles were not fun for him either. It's admirable whenever these runners make that push, but they know their body, they know their capabilities, and sometimes it's better to live and fight another day. One person who has that perspective in this race today is Stella Springer.
Absolutely, yeah.
I love the fact that we were able to have the conversation. So Stella Springer, member of the U.S. national team at the most recent 24-hour World Championships, finished second on the team in terms of their scoring I believe 14th overall.
Right.
And Stella just turned 55 last month. And
amazing.
she is first of all, it's amazing that she's like that high level.
Yeah.
She has a PR of under 15:30 for the 100 miler, and she achieved that last year at Jackpot. And she has stated that she's going today for the age group world record, which is about 16:54.
Correct.
Now, logic would dictate that she, as long as she's healthy and she's okay, that she should have a solid chance at obtaining it, achieving it. But she also had a caveat. She said, well, I'm not sure how trained up I am. She said that she'd been working through some discomfort but she also knows that she's got 4 years to do it.
Right. Yeah, I had spoke to her a little bit, and she said her initial goal was just to shoot for 16 hours, which would obviously give her the age group world record.
Yep.
But she's the type of runner who, when she's closing in on a certain number, she pushes, and she far exceeds usually her goals, which is something you definitely need to have going after some of these records.
So we just saw Ashley Paulson going by. Ashley Paulson, as we mentioned, has made the declaration that she has one goal in mind, and that is to set the women's world record. And there we go.
There's Ann.
So that's right there with the walker. That's Ann Trayson. There you can have your discussions about, who the GOAT is in ultra running. That's my GOAT right there.
She needs to work on running those tangents.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the way she gives everybody else the angle, the birth. That's Ann right there. Ann Trayson, the one, the only, the legend. 14-time Western States winner, former course record holder at Leadville. She's still got like some course records from and that she set. I believe she still holds the American River 50, which was set in 1995.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ann Flower just broke her Leadville record, which stood
from
for
91.
Yeah, so long. It was amazing.
And
we both had the honor of running with her across the years.
Yeah.
That was my first time ever, meeting her, physically, and it's just the most happiest person being out there just amongst everybody. It was great.
Also, Ann has created an Instagram. And
did she?
oh yeah, she's on Instagram now. So if you're not following Ann Trayson on Instagram, you need to follow Ann Trayson on Instagram.
Definitely
because she is a hoot, just a genuine. The closest thing you can find to a perfect ambassador for the sport. Obviously, her days of being highly competitive are long behind her, but she has made the decision to return to the sport that she helped define.
Right.
And frankly, we're all better off for it.
So the lead runners right here, this shot is one of the shorter sections that they'll be running on the crushed gravel dirt, hard packed. The rest of it is all concrete.
Do you look forward to that?
Every single time you come off this the little peak on the other side and you're running downhill and you hit that nice soft sand. Well, it's not sand, but hard packed dirt. And it's definitely a relief.
So that was Andrea Pomeranski that is leading out with Raj and Rory. So it'll be interesting. I mean, as we mentioned, Rory Monahan has openly declared that this is not his A race. He's actually, I believe the Mad City 100K is what his next focus race is. And he's out here for a training run, which I find to be very interesting that he's doing so by entering a national championship. But then again, who was it a few years ago? There was a women runner. I have to remember who this was. You might remember this. But somebody came out here to train in the USATF 100 miler, and they ended up, I don't remember, I might have even podiumed.
Oh, really?
It was the first year that we live streamed it, so I think it would have been 2023. I'm going to pull up the results. Oh, it was Sally McRae.
Oh, okay.
Sally McRae didn't realize that it was a big USATF championship that she had.
Was that in her build for Cocodona that year?
I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. She used the 100-mile championship as a training race, no, she knew it was a USATF championship. She didn't realize that she basically just barely missed the podium, running a 17:42. That was a very fast year. Yeah, we've had some pretty amazing years out here. I think that the 2022 race was the first year we live streamed it. 2023 was the first year, I believe, that Aravipa had taken it over. But the thing about that 2022 race, the women's podium was done in 14:34.
Oh, wow.
That was Camila Herron, Nicole Monette, and Stephanie Flippin. And the men's podium was done in 14:08. We had an early night that year.
Right. That was the year I think I came out just to spectate. And it was definitely a fast year. So the short course for the 100 miler is 1.17 miles, I believe. I'm trying to look up what the distance for the 48 hours, because there's two courses going on right now. You'll probably see people run in opposite directions. I'm trying to look that up.
There we go. There's Ann Trayson. Also, one of the fascinating things about this race, as we see Ann in your view there, is that there's Stella Springer and Kaylee Frederick. And I completely lost my train of thought because I got excited seeing Ann and Kaylee and Stella. Good thing we've got time to recover and think about things that as we go throughout the day here. Jake, as somebody who has run many 100-milers, road based and track based, how hard is it to just keep yourself under control? Like I would assume you're trying to keep your heart rate at a very modest pace and trying to set the tone for what's going to be in your case, a 13-ish hour day. I mean, how hard is it to not feel too good and accelerate? I mean, do you really have to focus on your control and your breathing and getting your nutrition maybe locked in at an early point in a race like this? Or
yeah, I've always had trouble with not getting wrapped up in beginning miles with everything that's going on. You just want to make sure that you're not overreaching. If you do have a goal, finish time in mind, it's just trying to stick to the plan. Try not to worry about what everybody else is doing, and just settling in. I mean, the first marathon, you're just basically trying to get a feel for how the day's going. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of energy in the beginning. The temps are going to be a little bit cooler, so you can, I wouldn't say bank miles, but you definitely feel much better in the cooler weather. And this race has been notorious for either being very hot, very windy. It doesn't look like we're going to have any of that come into play today, which is great for the runners. But yeah, you're just settling in. If you can find somebody who's running a good pace with you, it's nice to have company out there. And yeah, you're just basically settling in and making sure you're eating. That's one of the big things that I try to focus on early on, is just getting the calories in, making sure you stay hydrated, and yeah, just enjoying being there. Because if you're 20 miles in and you're not enjoying yourself, you're just going to have a long day.
Yeah. Somebody actually mentioning something that they saw on Andy Glaze's social media, that the fact that you can't listen to music either. That is correct.
That is correct, yes. No headphones allowed for the USATF race.
Now, you can be running any of the other disciplines or distances here at the Jackpot Ultras, but if you're participating in the USATF event, you can't be wearing headphones. There's Jordan Camastro right there. I am such a fan of Jordan's. I know that he is staying with Ken Rubley this weekend. I'm sure that those two are probably a hoot to hang out with.
Oh, the question is, did Jordan show up in a fancy car like he usually does?
Yeah, Jordan Camastro.
I didn't see it, but
when he drives to races, he likes to drive something that makes him feel fast. So he'll show up in like a Porsche or a slingshot
Yeah.
or like some sort of wild, like tricked out, Fast and the Furious type car. And if he
Sometimes
just,
he's struggling to get all of his crew gear in the car because they're so small.
yeah, like if you're trying to fit all that stuff into a Lotus,
Yeah.
like, but Jordan Camastro, one of the many fast individuals here, his PR for the 100-miler, I actually had it pulled up, 15:17:49, and that was at Desert Solstice 2020. But since then, he's still run sub 16.
Actually, he has 2020 100-mile PR at 15:14.
Oh,
here.
you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
So actually, I was shorting him there. So 15:14. And he's actually concentrated less on the 100-miler and more on the 24-hour the last couple of years, and he's
Right.
gotten some big numbers.
Oh, yeah.
145, I believe, thereabouts is his 24-hour PR.
Yeah, I've known Jordan a long time. He's, lives in Arizona, obviously, but comes out to the California races quite often. And
Have you seen his Strava and some of his training runs that he just
Yeah.
does by himself on the weekends? They're
he
absurd.
he runs the same basic route. I don't know where he's going up. It's like uphill and then downhill every run almost.
He'll run the trails of Tucson, and he will do like 50 and 60-mile training runs
Yeah.
by himself on the weekends. It's wild.
He was a good person to follow during the Burrito League, which I'm sure we'll get into. Here
Oh,
shortly.
yes.
Yeah.
Burrito League will definitely be something we get into.
One of those guys throwing down 50, 60, 70-mile days.
Of course, Jake, with everything that you've accomplished, I mean, you've been on the national team multiple times. You participated in one Desert Solstice. You've won, many races throughout your career. Would you say the Burrito League 2026 was the pinnacle of everything that you've accomplished? And
It's probably one of the dumber things I've done, considering I did throw in a 100-mile race in between. Like 2 weeks into January, I had signed up for Coldwater Rumble 100-mile.
That's
and
right.
Had to decide if I was going to run it or focus on the Burrito League, and said, screw it, I'm going to do them both. So, yeah. I don't make a lot of smart choices, and my wife likes to point out to me sometimes.
So you are the Big Bear Burrito League champion. Is that correct?
It
Or is
was
it
Redlands.
Redlands. Oh, sorry.
I was not the champ. I came in third,
Oh.
but yeah.
Well, then
it
what are
was-
we even talking
I know.
about here?
It was pathetic. 1,800 laps around the city block that we were running around. It's terrible. There's Ashley moving quite well.
Ashley Paulson, in her pursuit of history here, the number she is chasing is the yet to be fully ratified women's world record, which is 12:37 and some amount of 12:37:05. That was Katrina Jennings at Tunnel Hill last November. That Tunnel Hill race was wild.
It was.
I mean, you had, not only a 100-mile women's world record set, but a 100-mile or a 50-mile women's world
50-mile.
record set as well.
Was that Ann Flower too? I
Ann
believe?
Flower,
right,
yeah. Ann Flower, who, it's not like she just started running ultras, but in the last, 9 months has basically become one of the very, very best in the sport. Her ascension, including the course record at Leadville, the world record 50-miler at Tunnel Hill, and then last weekend obtaining a golden ticket for Western States at Black Canyon. It's like, what do you do next?
Right.
I guess the goal is to and that race at Black Canyon was super close at the end.
Oh yeah.
Between the top two women, she and Tara Dower, or not Tara Dower. I feel bad now. It was Jennifer Lichter.
There you
Sorry,
go.
I
Yeah.
apologize. But yeah, less than a minute between Jennifer and Ann at the end of that 100K. But it's definitely showing early in her, her, I guess, technically pro running career that that she's any surface, any distance.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of athletes transitioning both from the flat and the mountainous stuff, which is really cool. That's
Well, you've done that. I mean, you've been you've been a participant. I mean, since I first started following your ultra running career. I mean, I believe that the first time I saw you run in person was Desert Solstice 2018, which you won. I mean, in 2018 was a hell of a year for you. I mean, you had wins at Javelina 100K, Coldwater Rumble, and Desert Solstice.
right.
Like I just figured it was a matter of time before you moved to Arizona.
Well, we had talked about it a few years ago, but the kids were still in school, and I don't know. We love coming out to Arizona. I come out for races, sometimes 5 or 6 times a year, but I don't know if we could hang with the heat for that long.
As you can see, that is the stretch leading up to the start-finish line where the full loops are tracked on all distances. This is the Jackpot Ultras presented by Mountain Outpost. We're just 30 minutes in, so we've got plenty of time to chat about whatever we feel like or whatever you feel like. Chris Warden and Jake Jackson here at the bottom of the first hour. We've got, we've like early leaderboard. You've got... I think it's still Raj Panu leading out, followed by Ashley Paulson, and I'm going to confirm we've got a little bit of a loopy tracker at the moment. Andrea Pomeranski is part of that early pack as well. Rory Monahan, Scott Munson. Scott Munson was a name that I wasn't familiar with coming in, but pretty quick dude. He didn't have a recent true 100-mile split. I think the last, most of his 100-milers are trail, but he did run Fat Ox 24-hour last year, and I looked at when he crossed the timing mat for mile 99.9, and it was like a 1441, 1442 100-mile split.
Yeah, that's stout.
Pretty fast. Scott Munson of Woodland Hills, California, somebody who we'll be following here. Yeah, those the bibs are a little bit. Those numbers are tiny.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start writing down what they're wearing and identify them that way.
There's Ashley Paulson, as we mentioned, attempting to chase down history and go for the 100-mile women's world record. Ashley's personal best at this point is a 14:04:40 that was achieved here 2 years ago at Jackpot. And, of course, I would say her most notable finish would be her Badwater women's course record where... good Lord.
It's overall record. She came in first overall that year.
Yeah.
It's
Ashley,
pretty amazing.
Under 22 hours. That's another. That's a race where a lot of those people translate to this event as well. I mean, you got Pete Kostelnik, who did have the course record for some years at Badwater. He's out here as well. And Pete's PR is about a 14:03, 14:04 as well. So, some other, notable runners. I mean, Janelle Stark, her PR is 15:14:36 in the 100-miler, and that was done on trail. So that's that makes you wonder, but it doesn't always translate.
It doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
Of course, we talked with Chad Lassiter before the race as well. Chad, member, you've known Chad for a long time and been a teammate of his on the national team. Is that correct?
Yeah, not Albie. He ran in Albie last year. Mm-hmm. Did really well, but we were roommates in 2023 in Taipei. That was the first chance that I really got to know him really well. It was him, me, and Scott Trayer all crammed into a room in Taipei. So. Yeah, it's a good time.
I bet. No, that's fantastic. Chad has always been a good dude. Running in Speedlands today.
Yes.
Is a sponsored athlete for them.
He's another one of those athletes that does it all. I mean, he's run Cocodona, just everything. Multiple Western States finisher, and loves the flat stuff too.
Yeah. You see, Ashley is there. She goes past Ed Eddinghausen. Ed, of course, has and I'm going to short him a few here, but roughly about 330, 340, 100-mile finishes.
Yeah. Give or take 50.
And he'll tell you exactly like how many he's got. And one of the cool things that Ed does is when he has his setup for his crew, he will bring all of his buckles.
Right.
All of them. And it's, if I had to guess, it's about 150 pounds worth of buckles, give or take.
Yeah. And I wonder if he's double dipping, because he likes to go into races and do 100 mile the first day, and then towards the end do another 100 miles at some point.
Yeah, he does that across the years all the time. We actually just had the leaders pass us here. We had Raj Panu, Rory Monahan, and I believe that was, we're going to have to verify, but I think it was Andrea Pomeransky. We're going to have to maybe shoot a text over to our timing gurus to make sure that we've got everybody represented properly on our tracker. Of course, our tracker is pinned to the top of the chat. Troy was asking if this is a 24-hour race. It might take some people 24 hours, but no, this is an official USATF 100-mile U.S. championship. I mean, there is a 24-hour race that will be starting tomorrow. The 48-hour started today, as well as the short course 100-mile. I don't know what the exact time limit of the race is. I believe it's 38 hours, I think, for the USATF.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I know that, and I remembered what I was going to talk about earlier, and this is one of the cool features of this event being a USATF championship. Like, there's always a knockdown, drag-out battle of octogenarians.
Right.
Like in the last few years, there have been usually 4 or 5 or 6 guys, like from the 80 to 89 age group, going out there and getting it done, and their competition level is just as intense as the runners that are trying to chase world records. I mean, it's going to be. I know that I've seen a couple of names out there that were familiar to me in the USATF. I think David Blaylock is one for sure.
We saw Ed. Ed was out there. Fast Eddie Rousseau.
Ed Rousseau, yeah. Actually, that reminds me. Fast Eddie Rousseau was out there. I kind of want to offer a tribute and condolences to a runner who used to be a part of the event that is no longer with us. It was I believe that his final 100-mile race was this race last year, or maybe it was the year before. I got out ahead of my skis here. Ian Madison. Ian Madison was an ultra runner who, had participated in the Jackpot Ultras multiple times. His last recorded race was across the years 2024,
Oh, wow.
and he passed away last year, I think shortly after Jackpot. But Ian, apparently a fascinating guy when I happened to see that he had passed. I guess a linguistics professor that took up ultra running at a quite advanced age.
Oh, wow.
But he was always somebody that we saw participating in the USATF championship. He completed it in 2024, 2023. Somebody who, again, picked up the sport quite late, at least at that level. I mean, back in the day, I guess I'm not giving him enough credit. I mean, he did run Western States in 1982, but but still, I mean, at that point, he was still in his 40s.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I had gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole on the ultra sign up listings of some of the older gentlemen running, and it was pretty impressive. I mean, some of these, the earliest of some of these finishes was Ed Rousseau. First ultra sign up result was fans 24-hour in 1990, and he's finished that specific race 33 times.
That's amazing. Like those are the results. Like where somebody keeps going back to the same
Right.
event. Like I'm that way with the Crown King Scramble. Like I've gone, and this will be my 10th running of it, and I would like to run it another 20 times.
Yeah.
We'll see if my body can hold up. Actually, that reminds me. I do want to give another shout out to a runner that I'm sure you're familiar with as well, and that's Bill Dickey. Bill Dickey, a longtime California runner who passed away as well over the past few months. Bill, there was a memorial bib for him across the years. He had attended Jackpot multiple times, but Bill was known for many years and across the years as the guy with the ironing board with the handle of cinnamon whiskey sitting on it. And, well into his 80s, he would have that thing out there for all the runners. And I do know that I talked with somebody this morning, I think it was Assistant Race Director Lee Robinson, that the fact that, he kind of missed the fact that Bill was out here. And Bill was a guy who I met at across the years and saw out here many times. And I remember going down that rabbit hole with him and I said, I can't believe, dude, I looked you up yesterday after we talked and you ran Western States in 1980. He's like, well, I ran it in 1979 too, but ultra sign up doesn't go back that far.
That's amazing.
Then, a lot of the runners at Jackpot, whether they're in the USATF or in the 48 hour, are people with decades in the sport. And, maybe they're not, able to go out and run, Hard Rock or the Bear or Howlin' 100, but this is a controlled environment where they can hit aid stations on a regular basis.
Right.
No worries about, things getting crazy out there and having to deal with the elements. I mean, you're at no point more than a mile away from your car.
Yeah. And I mean, while they may not be physically running most of these miles, I mean, just the fact that you're out here and, even when some of our races don't go as well and we're out there longer than we planned on, most times they're out there even longer, which is amazing. So, kudos to them for just coming out and getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, and I do believe, think about it, some of I think that the 80 to 84 men's 100 mile is under 30 hours, which is faster than a lot of races cutoffs.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty amazing. We're here kind of cooped up in the studio. We'll have to see what we can do about ripping down some walls here and maybe get a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, I've been noticing just from the stream that we're looking at here, the side that we're on of the lake, it's a slight breeze, but on the other side, you could really see the flags moving around. So they're probably getting a little bit of a tailwind, headwind going around, which sometimes is nice. Cools you off on one way and then blasts you in the face on the other.
Oh, thanks for the heads up, Rich. I didn't realize Tim Tweetmeyer was a CIS streaker, and he's run every single one.
Oh,
I mean, I know he had a hell of a streak at Western States, quarter century of silver buckles. And nowadays, that would be worth a lot of money.
Yeah. Here comes Raj coming through. We got the little group here,
Raj, Rory, and we established that was Andrea Pomeranski, I believe.
So some people watching the live stream might be wondering why is there a 100-mile USATF race and also a short course 100-mile race?
Mm-hmm.
I know some people, they don't want to. You do have to pay to run into the USATF course. You have to sign up and get a membership through them. I don't know. It's
Yeah, you have to have like membership
right.
and apply and everything, and also you're subjected to certain rules
The
specifically.
headphones and the shoes, and yeah, there's a list of things that you have to abide by to run the race.
Yeah, I would say like I personally would probably not participate in USATF
Yeah.
ever, simply because of those restrictions. Now maybe when I get into my 60s, 70s, and maybe have a fighting chance at some age group records by default, or not records, but like podiums
Right.
by attrition and default, like we'll see. But so we just saw Ashley Paulson. There we see Stella Springer and Kaylee Frederick coming up.
Yeah, because you could even choose to run the 100-mile on the longer course, so you're not pounding the pavement as much. I think that course was like 2.5 miles, something like that.
We just saw Jenny Arnson as well. Jenny Arnson in the USATF Championships. Somebody I'm not familiar with, but it's a lot of athletes to follow if you're a fan of this
Yeah,
sport.
look at the wind whipping them flags around.
Oh, good point, yeah. There's on the left there, that's Greggy Verrigan. He's going to be joining us on our broadcast. He's just out for his morning stroll, apparently. So Jenny Arnson, some pretty strong results. Had a 24-hour race late last year with 115 miles. Won the Viper 200 miler earlier in the year in Tennessee. Looks like finished Rocky Raccoon in 2024. This is her first attempt at Jackpot. We'll see how she does. This is the far side of the course from where we are at. Basically, about the halfway point, give or take, perhaps.
Yeah, this was the section that late at night, if you're not running those tangents, you're just adding mileage. I notice a lot of people, they do that S turn, and you really got to take those corners really tight.
Yeah, you see that diagonal. As you can see, Pete Kostelnik right there was like basically right there, yeah. As you can see, Rory, Raj. Yeah, the runners who are going for it, and Andrea Pomeranski was with them as well. The runners who are going for it are definitely going to be paying attention to little things like that. You know, and I'm sure you can testify to this, Jake. The idea of having to be mindful of that, because every step or handful of steps that you add to what you're doing is just keeping you from getting closer to your goal.
Right. I think Stella had mentioned to me that the last time she ran it, she ended up with 102 miles, I believe, and a lot of that, I mean, the watch is not going to be perfectly accurate, but some of that is weaving around people on the course and then making sure that you cut those corners as closely as possible.
That's Ed Rousseau right there, is that correct?
Yes.
Ed Rousseau, been around the sport a long time. I believe he's actually captured the age group once or twice over the last few years, those 80 pluses. We won't be on the call for the entirety of their race, but you'll be able to follow via the tracker on the Air Viper Running website pinned to the top of the chat. This is you can't really tell from this angle, but this is an uphill.
This is an uphill, yes.
It's a long uphill. It's not huge. Like, you're probably gaining about 25, 30 feet maybe at most. But from this angle, because it's shooting down, kind of foreshortens like what the runners are encountering on this stretch. It's one of the things that I saw about this course that was so daunting. It's like, if you're going to run a fast 100-miler, I assumed that you'd want something a little bit flatter, but I've also spoken to runners like and I'm sure you have your thoughts about it as well, Jake, that they prefer the undulation. So like not every step feels the same.
Right. Yeah, it is nice. I mean, once you reach the corner down at the bottom down there, you can see the finish line. If you can just mentally tell yourself to run all of this, it's a gradual uphill, so it's not too bad. But later in the race, obviously, it becomes a little bit more challenging. But you get up to where the start finish line is, and then you have your crew pit area all down that stretch down there, which is great. Gives you lots of motivation just to get to that point, and then you do make one pretty sharp 90-degree turn, which is probably the tightest turn of the course down at the other end.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do another slight climb through that S turn that we were looking at earlier. And then there's a really nice downhill section that you can really like let your legs open up a little bit more. And then you look forward to the dirt section. So yeah, you just kind of break up every lap in those key areas, and it breaks it up quite nicely.
Yeah, one of the unique features of this race is that it's a looped race, and that doesn't feature a turnaround. Like there's no reversal of direction as you might find in other events.
Right.
And I assumed it's simply because the course is gentle enough in most of its turns. It's not like you're on a track. And you're going to be constantly leaning inward.
Right. Yeah, besides that 190-degree turn, you barely feel any of the turns.
Yeah.
It's really nice. And this is an open course, so there will be people coming out later on tonight to get their nightly walks with their dogs and their kids.
Oh, yeah.
And
all the
I think
time.
that was one of the biggest reasons why they changed the USATF course to starting on Friday, because the first year I ran the race, it was on Saturday, and it was quite difficult getting around people, getting in their runs and walking their kids and their dogs.
Sure.
So it made a big difference changing it to Friday when most people are at work, and you can get a lot of those miles out of the way without much congestion out there. And that was something when Ken Rubeli was discussing possibly having it be a USATF course, that he asked all of the runners that first year if that would make a big difference, and I think it really did. I mean,
yeah. I did notice the Air Viper Racing Team kit, and I realized that is Maya Detmer of Las Vegas. I believe that she is a Burrito League champion. As you can see, Andy Glaze there, fan favorite, going by the camera shot. Yeah, Maya Detmer is doing the 48-hour. There's Amy Maurer in the pink. Amy Maurer, former American record holder of the 6-day record. I believe she is in the 100-mile short course, I believe. To double check that. She might be in the 48-hour. But Amy and I actually, we weren't there at the same time, but apparently we had the same dinner last night at Bacchanal.
yeah, she is in the short course, 100-mile.
Okay. Amy, a pretty stout runner from Seattle. Yeah, I mean, you can see the wind on the other side. I mean, this course is really exposed over there.
Yeah.
Does it bother you, Jake, as somebody who races at these levels, like when there's a crosswind like that? It's just, I mean, it doesn't look like it's a headwind at all. And the points where the race, switches direction perpendicular are lower lying, as you can see down there. Like, so I don't think you'd be facing wind down there. But like when you're up on that little exposed area on the far side, is that something you really have to be aware of, or is it just something you just kind of push through?
I think the biggest time it affected my races is the races when it's hot, because you do get cooled obviously by the wind blowing, but then when you turn the opposite direction and the wind's at your back, you're not being able to cool as effectively.
Yeah.
And so I was having trouble regulating my body temperature. I'd be
Oh.
cold going one direction and then hot the opposite direction. So
What a nightmare.
yeah, that's happened plenty of times at desert solstice. Late in the evening, sometimes the wind will pick up there, and you're trying to decide, do I put a jacket on or leave it off? And yeah, being somebody who wears contacts as well, having the wind blow in your face, you get the dust get under your contacts, and that can definitely affect some of my races too. So I'm always making sure that I have sunglasses on or some kind of protective glasses over my eyes.
See I've seen multiple runners with guides. The founder of the Jackpot Ultras, Ken Rubley, I know was definitely a big fan of trying to support adaptive athletics, and I know he's helped raise money and donated thousands of dollars to causes that help runners that are vision impaired to be able to participate in these events. I guess there is another big running event in town this weekend, but it's all the way over at the Strip. So, somebody was asking if fishing is allowed. It'd be funny to have your crew fishing while you run. You could have your crew fish in the lake and then fry the fish in the parking lot to feed the runner. So I had to go and look it up.
Right, yeah.
And I had to see, is fishing allowed in
It is
Cornerstone
not.
Park?
It
is
is not.
strictly prohibited.
Yeah, you can't even take a boat out there.
Yeah. I did not know that. Prohibited activities include fishing, kayaking, swimming, and using RC boats even.
Yeah.
The lake is not for human or pet consumption. For permitted fishing in the area, consider visiting nearby spots like Sunset Park or other Nevada Department of Wildlife designated fishing ponds.
It was a gravel pit.
Yeah, that's right. I did
Quarry.
hear that, yeah.
Yeah. I believe it was called Railroad Lake, but I think the city has changed the name, honoring somebody who had donated a bunch of money to make the park look as nice as it does.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a great park. I
Yeah.
mean, in the years that we've been here, I do know that we have, there's basketball courts just down from where we're at, and those have been completely resurfaced, and they look really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely a great park for locals to have. As you can see, somebody, hopefully a local, going the other direction.
Well, I think the 48-hour, do they go back this
Oh,
direction?
you're right.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah, the long
They crisscross.
course.
This is the only section where they crisscross.
They do that weird little turn on the other side where they stay low.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. I misspoke.
One memorable section, this part right here, there's tons of geese that come out here. And by the end of the race, that whole sidewalk right here is completely filled with droppings. So you really have to watch your step.
And the thing about geese is, have you ever tried to chase off geese? They don't like it.
Oh no. Oh no.
They are apprehensive little buggers. They're what?
Murder chickens.
I've never heard that term, Jorben.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Murder chickens. Yeah. I live close to a path that has a couple of ponds on it, and there's a pond on one side and a creek on the other, and if I get too close to, the geese, I start hearing them hiss, and
Yep.
and I'll clap and get loud at them. They don't care.
No.
They do not care.
Yeah, during the race, I'm sure there'll be several times where there'll be crossings of the geese, and you're just like, you slow down, you try to get around them.
Things that
Yeah.
ultra runners have
I
to
know.
worry about.
Miss Jackson says geese are mean.
Geese are yeah. Oh well,
my
Missy Jackson in the chat.
Gosh, she would know.
Hey Missy, thanks for letting us borrow Jake here for this weekend. We're gonna have a lot of fun here on the Jackpot Ultras broadcast presented by Mountain Outpost, and we like to be very clear. We are in Henderson, Nevada. Just about I can tell you it's a 22-minute Uber ride from here to Caesars.
Okay.
But it's so funny. I had on my ride last night, the driver pointed out. He said, "Well, once you get away from the strip, it's like clear driving. Our highways are always empty." He
Yeah.
goes, especially on the weekends, and that was counterintuitive to me. But yeah, I mean, people that are coming into town for the weekend generally stay in one very tightly congregated area.
Yeah.
So as you can see, there's Raj Panu. We haven't really checked to see what he's tracking for, simply
Same
because
group
it's
of
so
three,
darn
yeah,
early.
coming through.
Just over 11-minute first lap, 7-minute second lap.
Oof.
Well, that first lap is a longer lap, so.
Kind of gets third, but
So Raj currently averaging a 6:42 pace,
Nice.
and same with Rory Monahan. See Deneen Hundley there. She's
Just for
doing the 48
reference,
hours.
American record pace set by Zach Bitter, 6:48 pace was his. What he needed to run 11:19:13 for the American record, so he's under it.
It makes you wonder though, like, because it's so early. Like, is Raj going out too conservatively, perhaps? Because there's going to be some slowing down, at least, in almost every case. I
Right.
mean, unless they're Nick Curry, they're not negative splitting, a 100-mile race.
Well, looking at his results from last year, it seemed like he did fade a little bit, but it wasn't like a drastic fade.
Yeah, no, he was moving very, very strong all day. Of course, Raj, one of, I believe at this point, still only 2 American men to break 12 hours in the 100-mile.
Right.
The other being Zach Bitter. And we were initially expecting both of them here. Zach not here, so hope you're doing okay, Zach. There's Pete Kostelnik, another member of the national team that
Just ran, yeah. Now
just
Albie.
ran. And Pete has been around the sport so long. It's hard to forget. It's hard. Sometimes you forget he's only 38 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been a pro runner, like a pro ultra runner, since his early 20s. Of course, with his long association with Hoka, parting ways with them in this most recent, I guess, winter season. Now a free agent, but I did see he was wearing Hokas as well. That was Natu Natraj, who just went by the camera there in the bright green. Who is this right here? I saw you talking with her earlier.
My friend Christina, Ray runner on Instagram, good friend. She's run a lot of Ken's race Blue down in
Oh yeah, Beyond
Mountain
Limits.
Center, yeah, California. She was at ATY too. Set a bunch of personal records in her 48-hour race. So
Nice. Is she doing the 48-hour today? This
I
weekend?
believe she's in the 100-mile from what she said earlier.
Okay, so Andy Glaze was originally in the USATF, but now he's not showing up in the USATF. Perhaps he wanted to wear headphones.
That may be it, yeah.
I could totally see
Interesting.
Andy Glaze making that decision to shift from the USATF to the non-USATF race simply because he wanted to wear the headphones.
Okay.
And we'll still follow what he's doing. I mean, Andy, his PR for the 100-miler, I think people sleep on exactly how fast he is. Like, he's not necessarily a threat to win a national championship, but the best I could find, because he runs so many of them, was 17:23:26 from Jackpot 2022.
Okay.
So not only fast, but success here at this race.
Yeah, Andy has turned into more of a quantity over quality, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Andy, I believe his streak has got to be approaching 5 years now at this point of 100-mile weeks.
Yeah, he just celebrated his 300th week of consecutive 100-milers, which is amazing. Ran 300 miles that week to celebrate. I was hoping to run with him more at Burrito League, but he was busy doing stuff with his book and, Yeah, he was just kind of all over the place in January. I didn't get to run with him too much. I think he also, because he was the one that hosted the race, that he didn't want to win his own race, so
Yeah.
it made sense.
Who won your Redlands Burrito League?
That would be TJ Herzog. He ran.
I recognize the name.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of 24-hour races. Nanny Goat, I met him there. He's run Nanny Goat a few times. Out of Riverside, so he was driving about 30 minutes every day, sometimes 2 to 3 times a day, to get loops in, and yeah, he crushed it.
I could see a Burrito League segment being set up either on this side or on the far side, like the little loopable stretches. Not that I'm trying to give anybody any ideas. As you can see, Kaylee Frederick and Stella Springer. Kaylee Frederick, somebody who is, as you mentioned, a 3-time Badwater finisher, but still just barely able to drink.
Yeah, I went another rabbit hole down with her too. It's like started running ultras when she was 14 years old. I think was her first ultra finish, 50K.
And then I did a 50 miler that same year.
Right. Actually, no.
And that was only 2019.
Yeah, it's crazy. 4-time Badwater finisher. Excuse me on that. 4 times. Started at age 18, so ran 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Did her first 100
Wow.
miler at age 16. Has done several of them since then, and really, leveled up in the last couple of years. Originally she was maybe a 24, 25 hour 100 miler, and then and now is at the point where we're talking about her potentially being a contender to. I would not be surprised to see her go under 14 today whatsoever.
Yeah.
And of course, her amazing result at the IAU World Championship 24 hours last year. I believe it was
12th female.
Yeah.
With 147.66 miles, which, yeah, that's impressive. Especially for somebody who you would think, 21 doesn't have that much experience, but obviously she's leveling up every year that she runs an ultra. There was a bit of a controversy with, was her name Marta, that ran the 100K or 50K at Black Canyon, 12 years old, finished.
Oh, yeah.
Dropped her
She ran the
dad.
50K, yeah.
Okay, yeah. People going back and forth about, is that too young? It's
a judgment call.
Yeah.
I mean, I can speak personally to that.
Yeah, you can.
And I get a little bit testy about it, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
I mean, my son, he is actually training for his first, I call it a trail race, even though it's not. Crown King Scramble is coming up in a month, and this will be his first trail 50K. But I believe he started running fixed time ultras at the age of 9. But it was under tight controls. It would be a course not unlike this,
Right.
where he's able to stop and take breaks. And he ran his first 100-mile basically over the course of a multi-day at age 17. He did. It took him about 3.5 days the first time, and then last time it took him about 50 hours. And I rip him from the course to get him to sleep and
Right.
relax and sit and have a good dinner. But it is kind of becoming a hot button topic, and I do, like I said, I do get a little bit apprehensive at people who automatically dismiss the idea of teenagers running ultras because. Have you tried to force a teenager to do something they don't want to do?
Right, yeah.
I mean, you're a parent. You know full well that, it's hard enough to get them to clean their room. Let alone if a kid wants to do it, they're doing it because they want to do it.
Yeah.
And also, the 12-year-old in question dropped her dad on the
Right.
course. That doesn't happen if they're having a great, or they've got to
Terrible
be having
time,
a great day,
Yeah. If they enjoy doing it and they're, not getting injured every single time they go out for a run,
Exactly.
you know, I say go for it. I mean, you look at maybe some other sports, football, you know, very violent sport.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at it, and we have 5 and 6 year olds playing Pop Warner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who's to say that that's not good for a kid to do? You know, It's-
Exactly. Yeah.
if they enjoy it and they're having fun and they're not getting injured, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, you're less likely to see, trauma type injuries in a sport like this. I mean, you might see, overuse injuries, and you can kind of see those coming. You can kind of curb activity. That's
Correct.
one of the things. I never ever forced my kid to run, even if he said he was training for something. If he didn't feel like running, then he didn't run.
right.
There's Stella Springer right there. We mentioned Stella chasing history here at the Jackpot Ultras, looking to potentially make a full-blown charge at the 55 to 59 age group world record. This view is going to actually be really cool later on. You can't see it now, but that's basically looking towards the direction of the Las Vegas Strip. And once the sun goes down and you can see that string of lights in the background, you'll be able to see the sphere. You'll be able to see the outline of
Luxor with the big beam shooting out of the top
yeah.
of it.
And also like that new Hard Rock. I don't mean this in a negative term, but monstrosity. Like, it is huge. It's just ridiculous how big that place is. There's our leaders right there. You can see Rory Monahan, Raj Panu, and Andrea Pomeranski all out in the lead together. I know Ashley Paulson is right alongside them. Another runner that we, talking about runners who, a guy who has specialized in doing really hard technical type of races that is sliding into a flat, fast event today is Edher Ramirez. Edher Ramirez is one of the most pleasant people in this sport.
Yeah,
Like, always
great guy.
excited, always happy. And Edher is a Las Vegas local, and I'm really excited to see what he does with with the ability to get out of bed and come over to this race. His PR in the 100 miler is quite misleading because it is a 21:27:38, but that was at Angeles Crest.
Angeles Crest, yep.
So, I mean, if you look at his ultra sign up, and you're strictly looking at the times involved, you'll see that, his most recent 100 milers, 23:40, 21:27, 25:42. Those were at Mogollon Monster and at Angeles Crest. So, 26:21, that was at the Canyons 100 miler. Like, he does really hard races. He finished on the podium at Cocodona last year.
That's right. He finished
And-
third overall at Mammoth.
Yeah, and podium at Mammoth as well. So, talking about a runner who is stepping outside of their comfort zone, he's doing so by eliminating all of the rocks and the technicality.
He did run Jackpot last year at the 24-hour, finished 131 miles, so he definitely knows the course well.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of wondering what his 100-mile split was for that race. Obviously, much faster than his PR.
I spoke with him last weekend, and that's a good point, actually. And I can pull up those jackpot splits from last year as well. We have the technology. And yeah, good looking out on that, Jake. When I spoke with him last week at Black Canyon, he was there to crew and pace, and he said he was shooting for about 16 hours.
Okay.
So, which would put him, finishing before midnight. But yeah, I didn't realize that he ran the 24-hour last year, and he won the. Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
he won the 24-hour by 23 miles. Basically, he had a marathon on everybody else out there. So
Definitely no stranger.
yeah, So his split at mile 100.6 was 17:55.
Okay.
So at 99.3 was 17:39. So he had slowed down actually quite a bit there later on. But yeah, Eder Ramirez is somebody who, could potentially be in the podium discussion today. He's genuinely that talented, and again, also just one hell of a nice guy.
Yeah. He was out there when I had actually finished Mammoth last year and congratulated me. So he had finished probably, I don't know, 20 hours before me, and he was still sitting, congratulating people as they came in, which is really cool.
That sounds like exactly like what you would expect out of Eder.
You hear the leaders going by.
Another guy we just saw on the camera was David Blaylock. David Blaylock, one of our octogenarian competitors. David, been part of this race for the past several years.
Yeah, it was fun looking at all of David's ultra sign-up results as well. 12-time finisher at Wasatch 100. First ultra sign-up result was at Wasatch in 1991.
That's so great.
82 years old.
He is a 9-time finisher of the USATF 100-miler. I'm sure along those lines, probably multiple national championships in the age group categories. Yeah, I mean, he, look at all those Wasatch finishes.
Yeah.
91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 98, 2000, 2001, 02, 03, 07, 08. I mean, and even then, he was still running other trail 100-milers. Ran Bryce after that, Rocky Raccoon, Salt Flats. I mean, he ran Salt Flats at age 72. That's kind of a big ask of your body. You're not it's not. It might. He ran it at age 73 as well. I've never done, and age 74. I've never done it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's necessarily a highly technical race. It's just that you're kind of on your own
Right.
for some large stretches, and the elements can get to you. Despite maybe his days of doing 100-milers on the trails are over, but still putting up big numbers. Last year did 171 miles in the 6-day at 6 Days of the Dome.
Wow.
At age 82. Yeah, I'm checking to see when his last 100-mile trail finish was. It was in 2021 at the age of 78.
That's crazy.
It means we've got 30 more years, Jake.
I know.
We have no excuses. Imagine running a trail race at almost 80 years old. It's amazing.
Ray Sanchez going by, another prolific ultra runner.
Yeah, tell us about Ray Sanchez.
Well, I saw 286 ultra sign-up races, which is pretty wild.
That's jester class right
yeah,
there.
100-mile PR was the same year that I ran Ride to Walk with him in 2020, 19:20:56.
Solid.
He is a 16 times Badwater finisher and a 7-time Arrowhead 135 finisher.
That's amazing.
And he's in the 100 by 100 mile club, which is 100-mile races 100 times, which is, wow.
Somebody in the chat we were talking about geese earlier. Somebody mentioned the green belt in Scottsdale, Arizona, and mentioning the wildlife at Chaparral Lake. I can testify to that. I used to live right behind Chaparral Lake. That was my 5K morning loop when I lived over off McDonald. In central Scottsdale, and yeah, there were some mornings where I actually sprained an ankle on that on that bike path, trying to step off the bike path to avoid being too close to
Yeah.
geese. So I can testify to that being a gnarly place. Yeah, Ashley Paulson, we've seen her a few times, looking really good.
Yeah,
Like
she's
just
moving well.
very smooth. I did speak with her husband this morning, and he was a little bit concerned that it might be a tad too cold, but it warmed up so quickly. Of course, right there, the Jackpot and Blue veterans will know the man in the blue was Ken Rubley.
Ken.
Just out here for a stroll. Ken Rubley, the creator of the Jackpot Ultras, making all of this possible. Fascinating guy. Like always looking to bring smiles and creativity to ultra running. I went to a post-race gathering after Javelina one year at his house. Didn't know it was his house at the time. Didn't meet him until several years later. I was just told, hey, there's a big spread at some dude's house over by Camelback Mountain. I was like, I'm there. I went and ate tacos in his backyard, and they actually had the Tarahumara runners there burning
wow.
sage and doing a ceremony blessing the runners. It was pretty cool.
Ken's by far one of the most generous people I've ever met
Oh,
in our
yeah.
sport.
He's gone out of his way to be just that guy.
Yeah, I mean, who drives water out to a remote spot at Cocodona with frozen grapes? And the last year I ran it, he had sent out some questions to some of the runners. What kind of music do you want playing when you're coming in to that aid station? I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing out there. Well, sure enough, he had a playlist of some of our favorite songs, and I just happened to have one of my favorite songs is "Kickstart Your Heart,"
Nice.
Motley Crue. And
Yeah.
I ran through the section, and he had set up portable speakers quarter mile out from the aid station,
Oh, my
blasting
goodness.
music. So yeah, one of the nicest guys.
Yeah, Ken, of course, sets up a water drop / popsicle / frozen grapes, whatever he feels like bringing out there. He might bring a snow cone machine out there this year. You never know with Ken, but he loves being a part of the Cocodona event and helping to take care of runners. Is that Bobby Keogh right there? The white-haired gentleman?
Don't know.
Bobby Keogh. You want to talk about somebody who's been running around a long time, if that is him. Looks like him. Long-time runner out of New Mexico. It is Bobby Keogh. Bobby Keogh, a regular out at Across the Years. I don't know if I've ever seen him over here on this side of Hoover Dam, but Bobby Keogh been running ultras. He goes as far back on ultra sign up as 1981.
Wow.
He ran Leadville in 1994, Western States in 95. Yeah, I've been around a long time. Hard Rock in '98. Like he was running those races back before it was
Popular, yeah.
a decade. I mean, several Western States finishes, and Wasatch, Old Dominion. Bobby's done it all. Did the Grand Slam in 2001. And again, like one of the cool things about these events, such as Jackpot and some of these fixed time events, the course might not be the story. I think that the athletes that are here become, the story, simply because like when you're on a looped course, you learn more about the individuals. You have, when you're running the race, if you're doing so in a non-competitive nature, I can tell you from experience, you share laps with people, and you just kind of latch on to someone who might be walking at the same speed as
Right.
you.
Yeah.
You can see Raj and Rory.
Same three. Yeah, I mean, I think when you meet people, the number one consensus is the community that people are drawn to this sport.
Yep. Shout out, hey Karen. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Yeah, I think that when people think of a flatter course, and I'm going to kind of latch on to what Mrs. M is saying in the chat, talking about Jake, how much of the mental aspect of this race becomes something you have to fight with? I mean, you've done 100 milers on tough trails, you've done 100 milers on roads, you've done 100 milers on a track. I've seen it. And, at some point how early does the mental beating that you take from the repetition, how early does that hit? I mean, these runners are, in this case, probably, most of them are 10 miles or under, except for the very front. And, how early do you have to start to, get your mental game, fight the wandering focus?
Yeah. It's different for every race for me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you're just feeling great and you can feel like you can run forever. And then other times you start the race and you're 5 miles in and you're like, oh God, why am I here? It's different for everybody. I think the more you do, you gain confidence by knowing that whatever, negative thoughts you're having at any given moment, you can get through it, Carl Meltzer has the saying, 100 miles is not that far. Sometimes it feels farther than you want it to at different times during the race. So,
yeah, Carl Meltzer is someone whose feelings on the sport. Obviously I respect him as much as you can respect another person.
For sure, yeah.
But at the same time, that guy's got some hard and fast feelings about this sport, and you love him for it, But at the same time, the notion of 100 miles not being that far, I have to respectfully disagree.
I think it just comes from, experience, when things are not going well, that, you just got to keep moving and you get through those low spots.
Yeah. Now that's one of those people, kind of going off on a tangent here, talking about Speed Goat. I didn't know what to expect before I met him in person, because his online social media persona can be a little bit gruff, kind of like an old man kind of thing. But then when I met him, oh my goodness, he's the nicest guy.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, you just got to crack that outer shell of him. I got to run with him a little bit of Coldwater 100 this year. We ran probably 2 or 3 miles in the beginning, and he's
a sweetheart.
Yeah, strike up
really
a little
is.
Conversation. He opens up.
Yeah, because my first inclination was I don't know if I want to. He kind of a little bit intimidating, not only because of his stature in the sport and how great of a career he's had, but also he's got feelings and he's not afraid to share them. But when I met him in person, I was like, oh my goodness, he's the nicest, most gregarious person imaginable. Yeah. I wonder what he would do out on a course like this. Of course, he would never.
I don't think you could ever get him out here. Yeah.
Even Coldwater is kind of a flat one for him,
Well, that's always the fun thing, especially with races like Desert Solstice, where you every once in a while we'll get a mountain guy come out, and you really get to see with somebody who runs at a high level in the mountains how they feel about running on a track. There's not too many that come back ever again.
Like Jeff Browning, we talked about
definitely
earlier.
One of them, yeah.
I'm going to pose a question for you, and I'm going to steal it straight from the chat. E-Tape Partner is asking, why is there a category for the 100-mile USATF and 100-mile short course, Jake?
Well, I think it really depends on how competitive you want to be, for one.
But what is the difference between the two for those that are tuning in perhaps for the first time? In order to do the USATF, you have to have membership and participate in certain different rules.
Yeah, it's I think it's a $50 membership for the year. It's not too expensive. You have to be a U.S. resident. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
Yeah, some of the other just minor rules with running in the USATF race is you can't wear headphones, and we ran into a little bit of a trouble spot last year with Raj and his shoes. They were not certified to compete at a USATF race. You think of most track races and marathons, there's a certain stack height on the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he was not aware of it, and some of the USATF officials did not notice that he was wearing a shoe that was the stack height was too large.
Yeah.
And so he ended up having to be bumped down to the short course finish and was not granted the USATF World or Road Championship that year, unfortunately. Some of the other things that they will be doing drug testing. They're
Yep.
going to test the top male and female, which is always something that's in question with some of these things, which I think is a good thing. We definitely need more testing, but it is quite expensive.
Yeah. But I think it's
And,
necessary
yeah,
for a
definitely.
USATF event.
Yes. But other than that, I mean, some people chose the long course.
Mm-hmm.
Starts on a different day, and you get a little, more variation with the trail and the road.
Yeah, the long course also has like more turns in it too.
Correct, yeah.
Like you're turning to the left and to the right, whereas on the short course / USATF course, you're basically going in a loop that you're always going to be turning to your right with like one tiny almost exception on the far side of the course. So
Somebody that we haven't talked too much about here on the right, Tim Higham.
yeah,
he's
tell us about Tim.
he's a good buddy of mine. We trained quite a bit leading into the 2023 World Championships out in Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's Canadian. He's a dual citizenship, Canadian and American. He has run for the Canadian team the past 2 World Championships.
Okay.
And he's out here now. He's had a very solid training block, racking up several 100-mile weeks, and like I said, we had trained a bunch for the 24 World Champs out of Riverside, and we have this great park that's out there. I think it's called Ryan Bonaminio Park. It's a 1-mile loop, but it's very similar to the Jackpot loop.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been racking up many miles out there, but yeah, look out for him. He's kind of a type of runner who doesn't brag too much about his accomplishments, but he's accomplished quite a bit. So
So he's like you.
well, I guess.
No, you've always been pretty low key and modest about your results, and you've had some amazing ones. So looks like Tim's PR in the 100-miler is
Here at Jackpot, I believe.
yeah, looks like it was a 16:22 back in 2022. Yeah, that 2022 Jackpot was a wild year. I mean, looking back, you had 8 runners break 15 hours.
Yeah.
Of course, Camille Herron running a 12:41:10. Arlen Glick was there. I remember, that was Arlen's first time running like a road race. Now, he really cut his teeth on flat, like trail-ish ultras. I mean, they kind of like canal corridor type stuff back east. But yeah, I remember Camille and Arlen winning the respective national championships. When you look even like down the list on this, I mean, you're seeing Nicole Monette, Mark Hammond, Jonah Backstrom as somebody who I've loved following his career. Jonah's not here this year, and it's kind of a shame. I hope you're doing okay, Jonah. But like, so Jonah had a stretch at this race. So last year he ran. Was it last year's Jackpot? Okay, no, it was 2024's Jackpot. He ran 14:11:37. 2023's Jackpot, he ran 14:11:03. In 2022, he ran 14:10:08.
Very
Like,
consistent.
there's like a 1-minute delta between like 3 years of running the same race. Like, pretty wild to have like that kind of very narrow scope, and also doing so like in his late 40s. I mean, when he did it in 2024, he had literally just turned 50. I remember, but
Yeah, another one that's always seems that he's at Desert Solstice quite a bit.
yep,
Going
yeah.
after 50K records or 50-mile records, yeah.
And he's tall.
Yeah,
like,
he is.
I wouldn't say he's about 6'5", 6'6". His stride, I mean, contrast that with, and one of my favorite people to watch run is Jordan Camastro.
Yep.
I mean, Jordan
Short
is
and compact. Yep.
yeah. Jordan's like turnover is it's almost like a cartoon character, like when you see like a Speedy Gonzalez type character where
Right.
like the legs are like you can't quite see them because
Yeah.
they're moving so fast and they imitate a wheel.
Speaking of Jordan, here he is. Look at that stride.
Yep.
Very not much ground clearance, which is perfect for something like this. You
Yeah.
know, just really quick cadence. That's something that I've kind of always worked on since I got into these flat, 24-hour races. Just super quick cadence. It doesn't play out too well when I transition back to the trails. I'm kicking quite a few rocks. It takes me about a month to get back to running on trails, but stuff like this, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
Thanks to Zach Marion, our our broadcast director, for opening up the window here,
Yeah.
so to speak, so we
See a
can
little
actually
bit.
see the course. I might peel back one more side of the, so we can see half of the course from where we're at. Like right now, we
Stella
can.
going by.
Yep, we can see the people right in front of us. We see them about 20 seconds, 30 seconds after you see them here on this shot from where we're sitting, and then we also have a view of the far side as well. And I know that, like for instance, that last year when we had the winners approaching their finish, we would have, in the case last year, was Jamil following them on a bike
Right.
around the track. I don't know if somebody has their bike here, but we'll see. Otherwise, somebody might just have to go do work because I mean, I've seen, that last lap can get wild.
Yeah.
Like a full throwdown. Like you might see the winning men or women do like a 6:30 mile for that,
I'll believe
pace
it.
for that final loop. Do you do that, Jake? Like when you're like, approaching the end of a 100-miler, do you find that extra gear where like maybe your pace for the entire race was 9-ish, but you somehow like all of a sudden grind and find that?
It really depends on, if you're being chased for one, how close you are to hitting a certain time. I mean,
Sure.
even if some of your time goals go out the window early, later on in the race, you're like, well, if I can break an hour, like that hour goal. So
Yeah.
it's, even if it's 18:58, just to say that you're a sub 19 guy,
Sure.
Yeah.
Have you had close 100? I say this as soon as I realized. I mean, other than Nick Curry and you crossing the 100-mile threshold at the exact same moment, have you had a situation where like you were at a race and like all of a sudden it was like, oh man, I gotta drop the hammer because there's hot pursuit going on?
Yeah, I mean, the one that sticks out the most was probably when I raced out in Ohio, Burning River 100.
Okay.
And yeah, we were closing in, and gosh, I can't remember his name. We just mentioned him, ran out here, had knee replacement surgery last year, drawing a blank on his name. Anyways, he came out to pace me, and it was at night, and I had already, my A goal was out the window, but the end of the race, you have to run through a little neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And we couldn't tell if the person that was closing in on us was in the 100-mile race or not. And so we went all out that last like 2 or 3 miles. Get to the finish, the person never passed us, and then we were sitting there waiting to see who it was, and it happened to be somebody that wasn't even in the 100-mile race. So it was kind of know that I did have that extra gear at the end to get through it, push when I didn't really want to anymore. But yeah, it happens every once in a while. A lot of it comes down to just time goals. You want to hit a certain number. And
So you're actually still on the top 10 all-time list in the men's race here. Your 2020 time has held up and is currently looks like the 6th or 7th best time with a 13:33:01 in 2020 here at Jackpot.
awesome.
What do you remember about that race?
Oh boy, I remember that was the Mark Hammond when he won, right?
Yeah, Mark Hammond
Yeah.
ran a 13:04:50
It was
that
very
year.
windy that year. I remember Mark had tucked in behind me at probably about 80 miles, and we were basically running together. He ended up, I think he was ahead at that point by a couple miles, but I do remember who came in third that year.
I can pull that
I
up.
think it was John Olson maybe, or somebody was pushing though, catching me. And
Okay.
I remember I really had to dig deep to
It was
hold
John
on.
Knoll.
John Knoll, that's correct. Yeah. He was starting to close on me, and we were probably, I don't know, in the 90-mile range, and I just kept telling myself, you're not giving up second. There was no way I was going to catch up with Mark, but I was like, there's no way you're giving up second. So
That was a spicy podium on both sides that
was,
year.
yeah.
Mark Hammond, Jake Jackson, John Knoll on the men's side, and on the women's side, Marissa Lysak, Ashley Truin, and Connie Gardner.
yeah.
Wow. That would have been a fun race to cover. Yeah, and in some of these cases, some of the runners, are going to be in the, 48-hour or in the 100-mile short course, but others are going to be involved in the USATF for various age groups. As we mentioned, it's not just the Open. There's Amy Maurer right there, former American six-day women's record holder. I think she actually still holds an age group six-day. She is doing the 100K short course.
I don't know if you guys can hear the geese.
They know we don't like them.
Yeah.
You just saw Pete Kostelnik go by. Pete's had a pretty interesting career. We talked about the fact that, he's been around forever, but still only, 38 years young. And had a pretty scary automobile accident a few years ago. I believe he was up in Colorado for Leadville, but he had a shattered pelvis, and they weren't sure if he was ever going to run again.
I believe he was on the way to a race
I
when
think it
that
was Leadville.
happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he got rear-ended.
And spent several weeks on bed rest, and he came back, and since then, setting a 100-mile PR, at a race in Kansas, is one of the more inspiring stories of the last few years in this ultra running scene. Always been a fan of Pete's, always carried himself pretty well, and ever since he moved out to Arizona, gotten to know him pretty well.
Yeah.
And just genuinely one of the nice guys in the sport. Was really ahead of his time. You think about some of his results at Badwater when he was so young, but still maintaining a strong presence. I mean, always a threat to drop a 14-hour 100-miler at any race he walks into, even though he's been around for seemingly forever.
Yeah, I mean, still the Transcon record holder, which
Yeah.
has been,
Does some
10 years
crazy
now, I guess?
long time stuff.
2016, 42 days, 6 hours and 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
72-mile average, so.
Of course, he also did the Kenai to Key to Keys,
yeah.
where he ran from Kenai, Alaska to the Florida Keys. One summer, really. That was over 5,000 miles run. And famously, in order to crew himself for long stretches, was pushing a stroller,
Yeah.
which I'm sure was probably very curious to some people who might have just been driving down the road and they see this guy in probably all sorts of elements, all sorts of heat, cold, whatever, treacherous terrain. I mean, you'd have to run through the Northwest Territories and through most of Canada before even getting to the U.S. And you see a guy pushing a stroller. The visual was I saw pictures of it, but I can't imagine. It's like Stella right there, still not shedding that outer layer. She tends to run with long sleeve layers.
Yeah, she does.
So, of course, for those that aren't familiar with Stella, I mean, you and I have gotten to know her pretty well. She was the alternate on the U.S. national team this past season, but was thrust into duty to represent the Team USA at the last minute and acquitted herself very well, finishing 14th at Worlds this year, helping the American women's 24-hour team to a fourth-place finish. And, somebody who is just been a joy to follow and picked up the sport late.
Yes.
Like, she basically started running around 2020, like as far as like being a competitive level.
And seems like she's gotten faster and stronger as
Yeah.
she's gotten older, which is, yeah.
She just
usually
turned
don't see that.
55.
She won AC 100 last year.
Yep. San
Another-
Diego 100 as well, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah. Or she finished second at
Second.
San
Right,
Diego.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So she finished 14th at Worlds, won Angela's Crest, second at Harding Hustle 50K, second at San Diego 100, first at Jackpot USATF last year. I kind of undersold that. That was all in her age 54 racing season.
It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. But yeah, I mean,
Member of the Air Viper racing team as well.
that's right. Yeah, now that we've extended it into California. But I mean, her ultra running career didn't begin until 2017 at the age of 46, and she didn't run her first 100-miler until I think she told me 2020.
Kaylee Frederick coming through, looking good. Yeah, so everybody gets to set up their tables along this stretch right here. Makes it super easy to just grab a bottle and some nutrition and keep moving.
So when you run this race, Jake, is there some place that you specifically want to be on that little pit crew row, or
Yeah, I
is it just like
usually
wherever
try
you
to be
grab?
on the right-hand side because I am right-handed, so it makes it quite a bit easier to grab things. I don't. Somewhere shady, if you can find a spot, is usually pretty nice. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a straight shot. I try to typically set up away from the aid station just so it's a little less congested. But yeah,
And these are things that like a lot of people might not think about because you hit your crew station 90 plus times in a race like this.
yeah, 85 laps for this race. So yeah, you want to have a good spot that's comfortable for them if you do have a crew, but also easy access for yourself. I'll usually have a table set up with bottles setting in an ice chest already pre-filled, so I don't have to do any of that, and then just your nutrition sitting on the table, and you just grab it and keep moving.
So as things kind of settle in, I want to check to see what's to confirm this because it's showing Ashley Paulson in the lead, but I believe that based on the splits, Andrea Pomeranski has been step for step with Raj Paul Panu and Rory Monahan.
Right.
And it's showing Andrea as a lap behind, even though she's like been crossing with them every time. I don't think that would make much sense. So I think that basically at this point, Andrea Pomeranski is in the lead, Ashley Paulson in second, Janelle Stark in third. Janelle Stark, a member of the U.S. national team as well in the
Right.
2025 cycle. Qualified via an unusual, well, not unusual, but like a different way than most. She qualified by winning Fat Ox back in 2024. And so I believe this might be her first race of this distance since Worlds.
Yeah, looks like it.
On the men's side, we mentioned Raj Panu and Rory Monahan basically step for step with one another. And Scott Munson in third. Two more familiar names in fourth, fifth, sixth, or actually three. Like these are all familiar names. We'll run down the entire top 10 on both sides. On the men's, Raj Panu, Rory Monahan, Scott Munson, Eder Ramirez, Chad Lassiter, Pete Kostelnit, Tim Higgum, Anthony Witt, Jordan Camasto, and David Brownrigg. And on the women's side, Andrea Pomeranski, Ashley Paulson, Janelle Stark, Kaylee Frederick, Stella Springer, Jenny Arnson, Tricia Steidel, Amy Buckspan, Jill Hudson. Round out, I guess there's 9 women in the USATF. So, but Jill Hudson, another name, not somebody you're going to see fighting for a 14-hour finish or coming away with the win, but a long line of USATF results and ultra running podiums. Jill Hudson out of Seattle, going for perhaps an age group win as well as maybe personal bests at that for her current age. Yeah, we haven't really talked too much about Janelle Stark. This is somebody who I wasn't familiar with until she ran Fat Ox, and then I sat up and paid attention. Her PR in the 100-miler is 15:14:36. She's 38 years old, out of Washington. A lot of experience doing a lot of gritty trail stuff. Finished Cascade Crest. Runs in the Pacific Northwest, chucking out 50K. But then dropped into the Fat Ox 24-hour back in 2024. It was the USATF National Championship, and ran 137.57, which qualified her as she hit the qualifying standard, an automatic berth in the national team. And she represented Team USA. And this year it was in Albi?
Albi, yes.
Yeah, Albi, France. Seems like they've kind of rotated between France and Korea, right? Or
Well,
Thailand.
Yeah, 19 it was Albi, and then they were supposed to have it in 2021 in Romania.
Okay.
But got canceled due to COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went to Taiwan and then back to Albi. And they have not announced where they're having it for 2027 yet.
I think they should have it in Phoenix.
I want to go to Ireland.
Oh!
I would love to go. They had it in Ireland 2017, I believe, or 15. But that might be the motivation I need to qualify again if it's somewhere fancy like that.
What years did you represent the team, and where were they?
19 was in Albi,
Okay.
and 23 was in Taiwan.
Okay, so basically, due to the 2021 cancellation, you consecutive years.
Right.
Okay.
I did qualify for Romania, but yeah, they canceled it.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. Our broadcast director, Zach Marion, helping us out behind the scenes, making sure that I have power to my computer now.
Here's Ed here Ramirez going through. Looking strong. Yeah, I've been asked quite a bit if I would like to make the U.S. team again, and part of me, would like to, but it's just things are getting so much more competitive now, and I've been having a lot of fun running up in the mountains, to tell you the truth, chasing some of these 200-milers, and it's hard to dedicate a 4-month block just to running flat and fast again.
Well, I can imagine. Like, it's a completely different approach, I'm sure.
There goes Ann with her walker, getting it done.
Yeah, that right there in the walker, walking away from the camera shot is the one, the only, the GOAT, Ann Trayson. For those that aren't familiar, you're talking about a 14-time Western States winner, previously held pretty much every American and world record, as we are also encountering geese crossing.
Yeah. Literally, Ann was the original any surface, any distance.
Yeah.
I mean, she did it all. And I wish we could see, like, Courtney. She ran for the 24-hour team in Albi and used to do those kind of things. I'd love to see her come out and do something like this.
Well, we might. I mean, we saw her run CIM
That's true,
in
yeah.
December, so like she's not entirely averse to running on the roads or
No.
on flatter surfaces. It's just that I can also see the other side of the coin. Like if you're at the point where you're still, finishing, winning Hard Rock and winning UTMBs in Western states, is that you kind of want to stay on the trails.
Yeah.
But she's also still, 39 or 40 years old, still got plenty of time to, drop those flat fast numbers. I mean, that's one of the things about the road discipline is that I feel like your time in some cases is extended a little bit longer to be, able to do it at a high level.
Right.
Then again, that just might be because few people start these disciplines so young.
Right.
Like, there are very few runners. I mean, of course, we have one of the huge exceptions in Kaylee Frederick. But, you've been a part of this scene for, over a decade, Jake. Like is it getting younger, do you see, or do you think that it's still like kind of, tends to be like, well, I can't win the 50K, so I'm going to move to the 100K or 100 miler?
I think people, college athletes, are not going the marathon route as much, and we're seeing a lot of people come straight out of college.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about so many like high school runners, diving in and making a big splash, but I think as the sport grows, money's going to be involved, of course, and some of these athletes are just like marathon times. If you're not going to hit a time that's going to make you any money,
Mm-hmm.
you might as well just transition over to ultra and see what you're capable of. I mean, you take people like Dez and Molly who are transitioning maybe a little bit later. I mean, Molly is still very much in
31,
marathon, competition. She could still win races, but I'd rather see them jumping in earlier.
Same. Like, notable example on the men's side, Jim Walmsley running the Carbon X2 a few years ago and setting, American standards in the 50-mile, 100K disciplines. What could Jim do on a flat, fast 100-mile surface?
Right.
I mean, 12 hours, yeah, I could definitely see it. 11:30, I mean, could it happen? Maybe.
And I mean, me being a part of the 24-hour scene for as long as I have, I kept waiting every year for a Jim Walmsley to come out and shoot for 24-hour. But I mean, you have guys like Zach Bitter, you would think be a natural transition to do 24 hours, and he's even had trouble with it.
Yeah.
You
talk about two guys, actually, who have done it. Pat Regan and Zach Bitter.
Exactly.
I mean, I know you know Pat very well.
Yeah.
And, like, the two of them, absolute crushers at the 100-mile distance. But, like, when you get them to hour 15, they're not having fun out there.
It's a different sport.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. But, I mean, Raj was part of that Carbon X race when Jim, and look where Raj is at now.
Yeah.
It took him, a couple years to find his legs and find the speed, but he's going to be one of the fastest, if not the fastest American to ever do it. So,
yeah. I think in Raj's case, because he's still so young, I think it's a matter of time.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It could be today. I mean, we'll see what kind of, number he's able to put out here. I mean, the American standard by Zach Bitter, I believe, is still 11:19.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, which was at the Dome a few years ago.
I was DMing Raj yesterday, actually, and he's like, I have a bone to pick with this race,
Oh,
He's
yeah.
come out here and run it twice and had great success both years, but he's like, I'm going out there to prove a point. So,
Yeah. And I would love to see Raj, stick the landing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a joy to watch. He's very, his flow like extends from his hair all the way down to his feet. Like when you see him running out there, and I've also seen him on trail. Like he came out to Heavily 100 a couple of years ago, and I believe that he had a 4th place finish. And I know that was something he was dismayed with. Like he came in to win a golden ticket.
Yeah.
And he still finished in the top 5, still finishing under 13 hours. But as you see Ashley Paulson
smiling
there, Ashley Paulson moving very well.
Very well.
Actually, her looks like her pace is starting to pick up a
Yeah.
little bit. If I'm correct, I would like to see. I think she actually has taken the lead now in the women's race. She is currently pulling a 6:58 average.
Wow.
So, of course, Ashley, as we mentioned, has made the declaration. You can see on her Instagram that she wants to establish a new women's world record. As you can see, there's Raj and Rory leading out the men's race. Our F2 was also in that shot as well. Andrea Pomeransky,
Somebody asking if are we done yet?
as they run by the booth. Oh Lordy, there goes the neighborhood. Do we have another microphone that we can bring on?
Come talk. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break.
Yeah,
I
sure,
got
absolutely.
Too much coffee, so get over here.
Oh Lord. So our co-host Jake Jackson is going to step away from the table for a minute, and now we're being joined by a man that I have coined the P.T. Barnum of West Coast ultra running, and I mean that in the most endearing way possible. Ken Rubley, give me a hug, buddy.
See you, man. Nice to see you. Thanks for being out here.
Ken, the creator, the grandpappy, as it were, of the Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I have a bib on this year.
Yeah, that's different. It's got your
show.
name on it and everything.
Yeah, it's just Ken Rubley on
Usually
it. Yeah.
you've got like a crazy suit and you're riding a bicycle handing out ice cream to runners.
It's early.
That's true. The
It's
day
early.
is young.
It's not hot yet. Why would I hand out ice cream? It's just like 50-something still.
So Ken, let's step back a few years. Of course, the Jackpot Ultras were originally created in 2014. What inspired you to put a race here, and like what was the genesis of that?
I mean, it's a dream come true. We're running around in a rock quarry around in circles with nothing around. No, that was back at a time where I had fallen in love with ultra running, and we had put on our Beyond Limits Ultra. And I was living in Vegas at the time, and there wasn't really an ultra community, and I wanted a place to run with friends. So knew the mayor and knew this park was going to be opening. We actually were here 1 week after the park opened.
I didn't realize that.
1 week after it opened, and what you also probably don't realize is that little footbridge that you cross the water. For the first 8 years of this race, that was covered in water.
Oh,
So I show up the night before the race. I'd only put on one race in my life. I'm like, I'm making the little turn arrows with the plate, with the like little electrical tape, kind of thing. I show up, I'm like, the bridge is covered with water. Like they hadn't filled the reservoir yet, because this is an old rock quarry for people who don't know.
Yeah.
It's an old rock quarry. They repurposed for a park, and all of a sudden, I'm like, the night before the race, I'm like, my course is underwater. So the dirt trails you see out there, we hand cut in the middle of the night, and then asked for forgiveness afterwards. So that's kind of how it started. The idea was just President's Weekend, or this time of year, is actually the most popular time to visit Vegas, believe it or not, because people are sick and tired of winter on the
Sure.
East Coast. So we always took President's Weekend. So it'd be like, honey, I promise, we're going to go, I'm going to run this quick little ultra, then we're going to go to shows, we're going to do this and that. And we all know how that goes. You go, and then you're like, honey, I can't move now. We're not going anywhere. So the race just kind of started from there. We got a couple of the showgirls, the exact same company's been out here the whole time. We got Elvis out here, and
Elvis was going this year.
Yeah.
Like, I think that like in years past, Elvis has been there taking photos and everything. Elvis this year was on point. I mean,
he showed up, so that's number one. Try getting entertainers to show up at 7 a.m. in Vegas. Seriously, 1 year we had Elvis with the pink Cadillac, and the dude doesn't show up, and everyone's like, "Where's Elvis?" I'm like, "I wish I knew," but I got to tell you, I've just experienced for the first time. I can't stand this course. I'll just be bluntly honest. When I'm not a big fan of this kind of condition running on hard surface like this, but having just done a couple miles, I fully appreciate the coolness of the race now, because the social interaction, there's so much back and forth, and you still get the opportunity to see like a god like Raj run by, you know, every 2 seconds, you know. So to me, it was just the magic of the socialization that got me hooked into it.
When you originally created this race in 2014, did you have all of these different distances, or was it like, what was the setup? Do you remember?
Well, I don't know because I don't know how to measure a course correctly, so I'm not sure. we started out with just a 100-mile race. So I think we had a 100-mile, 24, 12, 6, and a marathon. Why in God's name I had a marathon when it's called Ultras is beyond me. And giving people like 14 hours to run it. But so no, it started 124, and then it was like, why don't we do 48? And then we went up to 72, and we only did 72 1 or 2 years. And I told Jamil when the Currys graciously took over the race, I'm like, dude, drop the 72, because all it did was cannibalize the 48. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't accretive enough to make it worth the Pearl wasn't worth the dive.
I think we've seen that, and actually I like that phrase. I'm totally stealing it now.
Yeah.
But like, I think that is something that we've seen with some of the 72-hour races, is that like, it's, and also there's a huge difference between the 48 and the 72. And I've talked with people like Bob Hearn is somebody who we both know, and Bob Hearn has talked about like in the 48 hour you can function for 48 hours, but like in the 72 you've got to have, like, that incorporates like a heavy dose of sleep strategy.
Oh, yeah.
More so than any other race. Not like sleep, like heavy dose in terms of like the amount of sleep, but you've got to do it sometime.
Yeah, and it didn't draw enough people. I mean, the stress on the team putting the race on, because my view is the PT Barnum. Thank you. That's I take that as a compliment.
Well, it's
actually.
meant as one. Like,
Yeah,
you're
thank you.
definitely a showman among showmen.
Thank you.
And to put a race in Vegas like
just
this.
wait till Cocodona and the wine in the grape station.
Oh, we'll talk about that,
We'll
too.
get to that. Well, we'll do that in another segment. But no, the socializations out here are great, and one of the main reasons we added the USATF is because I love losing money. And so that's why I added the USATF. And by the way, the prize money is put up personally, just so people understand that. That's usually big people don't. But my thought was, this is like playing basketball with Michael Jordan. I mean, if ultra running's your sport, I mean, look, Jordan Camastro, right now I'm hosting him while he's in town. I just am in the process of relocating to Vegas. But,
Yeah.
I mean, look, you could share a course with Jordan. You could share a course with Raj. I mean, the
Ashley
year,
Paulson. Yeah.
it's unbelievable. And the year, this race never stopped for COVID. That is a claim to fame that very few races got through COVID. We did 2020 and 2021, but the 21 year we ran, it was almost 100 degrees, and you had Camille out here, you had Zach, you had Pat Regan. I mean, it was just, you got Ann Trayson. I mean, it's like playing basketball with Michael Jordan. I mean, I'm in awe out there. I'm like, there's Ann, there's Ann, there's Ann,
Yeah.
and it was, it's a neat. So I appreciate what Air Viper's done, keeping the vibe alive and keeping it going. And boy, the conditions. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm betting heavy.
It warmed up a
Mr.
little bit,
Raj
thank
might-
goodness.
Yeah, but I think I know he's what he did 11:58 then 11:52. Is that
Yeah.
his last 2 years? What's the professional take from you guys so
I
far?
think that if these temperatures like don't get too warm, and we're expecting like a high around 60, I think that Raj is going to be able to. I think you're talking like 20 minutes below that. I think
No
that
kidding.
I think that honestly, I don't know what his exact paces are right now, but I think that he does make it interesting for at least the first 50 or 60 miles. To chase down Zach Bitter's American record.
Yeah.
I think that is entirely possible.
They're like Metrodomes, both of them. I ran with Zach in 6 days in the Dome back in the Joe Fijis when he created it, and they're like Metrodomes out there. So I got a question for you. If he ran this starting at 8 o'clock at night, how much faster would he be? If it's 45, if tonight the average temperature is 45 degrees, if he started 8 o'clock tonight, no wind, is he 10, 15? The elites, are they 10, 15 minutes faster?
I don't know. I think that
Come on, you're no pro.
Well, so here's the thing. I think that it would require them to prepare like for several days in advance, because sleep cycles are very hard
but
to
just
break.
Because what did I hear one time? And everyone's going to correct me on this, but like lower 40s is like the optimal temperature to run, where you don't have to cool or heat your body. Somewhere around that temperature. So I'm thinking to myself, boy, if he has the potential, and all of them too, and what's the woman's name out there again? Ashley,
yeah.
It's just unbelievable pace out there. I mean, when you see it in person coming at you, it's like you could get in a lot of trouble if you hit each other. I mean, they're running that fast. But it's the whole time I'm out there, I'm watching them, I'm thinking, man, if they could take several weeks to adjust their sleep and run at 8 o'clock at night in 45 degrees with no wind.
Yeah,
I might create a race if you guys don't do that. You guys, no, seriously, it would be such a cool concept because, and let's face it, if you've never been out here, today is beautiful. Yesterday we had snow flurries and wind.
Yesterday was not a great day out here weather-wise.
The most difficult race to put on, especially when you're small, like Stephanie and I were. Stephanie was a huge part of bringing this together. We created it together. She came up with Bet Big, Run Long, all the fancy looking colors and everything. She did a wonderful job. But I lost my train of thought because I'm 56 almost. So there you go. But no, the nighttime race. I'm literally sitting out there going, that would be. But in general, maybe that's a good. Ask the professional guy. He's back from the restroom. He's not. Is he back yet? Is Jake back? Not yet. Nope. I'm curious, but you got to be faster if you adjust your sleep. I mean, it's 45 degrees versus 60 degrees.
Probably. You're probably right about that. I mean, I just never really gave it much thought, so it's kind of. But like Jake would definitely be able to answer that. I mean, we see it at the second half of Desert Solstice. I mean, when it gets down into the 40s and runners like those that have their great performances, whether it be Nick Curry or Camille Herron or Courtney DeWalter, who have had great numbers out there. Like, the fact that they don't slow down that much at night because the weather is so favorable.
We're going to ask him too. So Jake, you're going to come over and take over in a second here. So the question's going to be, if it was 45 degrees tonight and 0 wind and you started at 8 o'clock at night and you had time to sleep adjust, I'm wondering how much faster you all could be in optimal weather, because I think that would be the coolest thing. And now you're going to sit in. We'll talk later, man.
Well,
I'm hanging out all weekend.
Oh, you're hanging out all weekend?
Yeah, but most importantly, I want to tell people I'm wearing.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm wearing Team Hoyt Las Vegas. So
can we get a shot in the studio really quick, and we'll show what Ken is wearing here?
No shot. So I am wearing right now Team Hoyt Las Vegas, complete gear. I'll stand in front of that on my way out. So everyone knows Team Hoyt. Rick and Dick, he pulled his son, pushed his son in marathons for 30 or 40 Boston marathons. But then he did triathletes with his son. He put him in a boat dinghy. So that turned into Team Hoyt Foundation on the East Coast. And now we have, in Vegas, it's a small little 501c3, Team Hoyt Las Vegas. And I'm very passionately all of a sudden involved. I met some really, really great people just recently involved. My publicist, Jen Bradley, her husband, Chris, is on the board, but it's a 5-person group of volunteers. And tomorrow, Sunday, at 4:20, they get to start the Rock and Roll Half Marathon ahead of the elites. So for 10 minutes, they have the course all to themselves.
Nice.
And I think there's 15 or 20 athlete riders, is what we typically call the folks that are getting pushed that'll be in it. And then, of course, pushers. And I'm very privileged that I get to be one of the bike leads. So I get to ride a bike next to him, and I got electric assist just in case, one of them's really fast or something. But it's the coolest thing. So whether or not you have cerebral palsy or anything, I mean, runners of any diverse ability can enjoy the event. And the reason I got passionate about it is Ryan Launder, for years and years, has come out to Jackpot, and his rider-athlete, Maria, he's pushed her in the race. So I decided that since I'm relocating back to Vegas and starting to run again, because I got to have a social life, So, and apparently I know that's where all I know people these days. So I decided to get involved. So on behalf of my family, we gave $20,000 to help buy them equipment, because those racing chairs that they push folks in, dude, they're like $7,000 a chair. I mean, I was like dumbfounded. And yeah, you can go cheaper, but God forbid there's an accident. So I'm in town. Tomorrow I'll be at a luncheon, and then Sunday, of course. But I'm around all weekend. I'm going to be doing miles at night. I got this little pop-up disco ball I'm going to put on the course so I can have fun with Miss Trayson in the middle of the night.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely looking forward to having you out here. One of the things that I have been impressed with since we became involved with Jackpot is your initiatives, your charitable initiatives with the race. I mean, seeing, I saw some adaptive athletes out there, some vision impaired runners with tethers and everything like that, and all that did was harken back to me, some of the initiatives that you've had in the past year, and I think it's been a huge part of what this event means.
Yeah, shout out Terry Rupp's out there right now. She's going to get another 100-mile buckle, but Yeah, it was 6 years ago. We met a couple runners who are blind, and that turned into, I think, some years. They're doing rock and roll this year. The Achilles
Yeah.
Las Vegas team of visually runners who are visually impaired. They're doing rock and roll, but generally, I think we have like 15 or 20 visually impaired runners who are normally out here. So I'm sure they'll be back again next year. So, but thank you for that. This is again, you get to share a course with. You got Raj, you got Ashley out there. You have Terry, who's a runner who's blind. You've got David Blaylock out there, who's
Been around forever.
forever, yeah. And then you got Fast Eddie, who's probably going to win his age group because I think David's not 85 yet. So everyone's on the same course, which is the coolest thing. But I'm going to stick around.
Well, that's one of the things about talking about the octogenarians in the USATF event. Every year there's a half dozen or so guys that just basically throw down. It's pretty impressive. I did shout out a couple of guys who are no longer with us. Ian Madison had been part of this event multiple years. Bill Dickey.
I'll tear up in a minute.
I'm sorry.
So
I love Bill Dickey.
Oh my God.
Talk about a guy who brought the party. He usually brought it in the form of a handle of cinnamon whiskey. That was such a great guy.
That's what the sport's all about, man. You have anyone from a Bill Dickey, and even you say, "Hey, good job, Raj." He'll go, "Thanks."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Don't speak." Don't waste your time with me. But later on, we'll talk about Cocodona because I got real. It's going to be an official grape theme to it with vineyards. I got a customized 10 I had made. So we're going to have two different vineyards of grapes that we'll serve this year. I'm not sure what type we'll serve.
I might
That's
need to sneak out to that aid station.
Cocodona. Dude, I'm telling you, you should delay your shift, man. It's a lot of fun. But I'm going to let Mr. Jackson back in, who's one of the coolest guys I've ever met in the running community. And I'd love some feedback on if this happened at night, could you be 10 minutes faster? Because now we're talking, So anyway.
Also,
thank you for having me on.
Oh, no problem,
dude,
Ken.
No one wants to hear me talk anymore. He's like an accomplished athlete.
Okay, well,
I'll come back. I'm not going anywhere.
We'll let you head back out there in your candy cane outfit.
I got to go change. This is the show. Hey, thanks for having me on, and thanks for being out here very much.
Ken,
Jake, thanks
always
for
a
being
pleasure.
Here, thank you
Ken
very
Rubley,
much.
the creator of the Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada, was an excellent steward to this race, helped it grow into what it has become. This year, not here as the man putting it on, but as somebody who has put on a bib this year. And I'm just, me personally, and I'm sure you're in agreement, Jake, the idea that he's out here and, being a part of the event, even after no longer being in charge of it, is just such a great thing to see.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody who's out here running is happy that Ken's out here too. It's like he started all this and he's still a part of it.
I think that he's such a modest guy. When you're talking about how everybody else was happy to see, Raj and Ann and Ed and everybody out here, they're happy to see Ken too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, pivoting to his question, what do you think? Do you think
Okay.
that if you were to start a race with ample time to switch your sleep cycles to accommodate an 8 p.m. start with, elements in the low 40s throughout, do you think that you'd be able to, run your best race optimal? Or
Well, the first thing I think of is something like 6 Days in the Dome.
uh-huh.
You take out the weather variable, the surface variable. Sometimes you need some of those variables
Uh-huh.
to keep your mind fresh, to be able to push yourself to set some of those records. I don't particularly like running at night, so that might be an issue. But some people might love it. Some people, they don't need the sights.
Yeah.
I think that's why some people who run in the mountains have trouble transitioning to these flat, boring, I'm looking at the same thing all day long kind of races, because they don't get the vert and the views and the summits.
Yeah.
It becomes more of a mental thing. So,
Well, it would be interesting because there is a 12-hour that begins at 6 p.m. tonight. That's almost like the exact kind of situation. But the thing about that, the 12-hour starting at 6 p.m. is the fact that, it's not normally, the 12-hour is not a highly sought-out discipline.
True.
I mean, it's, It would be interesting to see, though, because there are a handful of runners, not many, but a handful who could hit 100 miles in 12 hours, and to see them do like that evening start.
Yeah.
Maybe next year we need to try and, lobby somebody to give it a shot.
I come to think of it, I did do a race, Run for Kids, that's out in Corona.
Mm-hmm.
That's going on next month, I believe. But it does have an 8 p.m. start.
Well, you've done it more than once, because I was also thinking about Jackrabbit Jubilee.
True. Yeah.
You did that, and you had an 80-mile 12-hour?
Yeah.
That's,
that was
pretty solid.
the-
Although it was really hot.
The build up before the World Championships for Aldi that year. So yeah.
I remember when I would, that was the only year I wasn't at Jackrabbit Jubilee, and I saw afterwards that you had dropped the hammer for 80 miles in 12 hours, and I was like, oh my God, because it was over 100 degrees.
It was
at
very
the start of that race. So.
Yeah, there's a few of them that had those late starts that they're fun to do. Yeah.
Of course, here, this is the far side of the course here for the Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada, on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Yeah, somebody was asking, have we had a Glazed George sighting? I was like, yeah, quite a few of them.
He still has a shirt on, which is kind of surprising. It's sunny out, so usually he's topless by now.
Yeah, although it is a little bit chilly.
It is a little bit colder out there, yeah.
Of course, Andy Glaze running the 100-mile short course, pivoted, as that was Chad Lassiter that just went by there on the screen. I think that we are in agreement that we believe, we don't have any insight, but we believe that Andy Glaze switched from the USATF event to the non-USATF event so he could put headphones on, which would be the most Andy Glaze thing ever.
Yeah.
Of course, there are a few points, as you can see, like, for instance, the runners in the 100-mile short course are coming from straight away on the right-hand side of your screen, whereas the 48-hour runners are kind of bobbing and weaving a little bit, and they're coming back kind of doing a hairpin turn to approach the completion of their loops. So there's the short course, which is a little bit over a mile, and the long course, which is a little over 2.
Yeah,
so
about 2.5 miles.
24-hour night race at Jackpot starting at 11:59 p.m. I mean, there are a few midnight start races out there. I believe isn't Hellgate back east?
Yeah.
Although completely different type of race. Hellgate 100K, David Horton led race out there. Oh my goodness, I'm starting to sound like Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Where is Andy?
Andy Jones-Wilkins is probably en route to visit his granddaughter,
Okay.
who is celebrating their first birthday. So,
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, of course, we had a blast last weekend at Black Canyon.
Yeah.
That race was so much fun to cover. Thanks to everybody that tuned in for that. And for those of you that were looking for some, I love being able to do a race on a Friday, such as this, because I really feel like we have an audience that's probably knee deep in spreadsheets or other sorts of work and everything. But, thanks for tuning in as we see our women's race leader, Ashley Paulson, there in the bright pink. Her husband, also Matt Paulson, wearing a bright pink hoodie to show support and solidarity.
Yeah, I often wonder if Matt gets coaxed into some of these antics that she wants him to, if that's his idea or hers.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He's probably gently coaxed, but probably doesn't need much coaxing.
True, yeah.
There's Kaylee Frederick there, and the black that just went by, Kaylee Frederick, one of my names to watch for this race. 21 years old, already has experience running at the 24-hour World Championships, multiple Badwater finishes, as you referred to earlier, Jake. And somebody who I genuinely believe that I know all eyes are on Ashley, but I think if Kaylee sticks the landing, I could easily see her running a, sub 14, maybe even pushing 13-hour 100-miler if everything comes together. And frankly, at the age of 21, we've got plenty of years to see her chase down, even bigger numbers. I mean,
Yeah.
she's literally half the age of the world record holder at this point.
And talking about AJW, he did a really great interview with Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back and listen to it. I listened to it on Thursday, and yeah, she really dives into, some of the issues with being a younger runner and some of the people who, she'd show up to races and some of the older guys would be like, why is this kid out here running? And then she'd drop the hammer and, finish way before them. So
Yeah.
yeah, really good interview. AJ, what's his name of his podcast?
Crack a Brew.
Crack a Brew. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, it's a good one to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, Katrina Jennings is 45 years old and just recently set the world record in the 100-miler. Previous record holder Camille Herron is 41, I believe. And
Wasn't there a male runner, 21, that was supposed to be signed up for this as well? I thought I saw him somebody on the start
let me
list.
take a peek. I have
'Cause I did
Rowan
notice-
Hafner
Okay,
is
yeah.
the youngest runner in the men's race, I do believe. I saw him beforehand. Yeah, 21 years
21,
old. Good
yeah, so
catch
we have
on
two of
that.
them, yeah.
I saw him taking photos with his crew before the race. Rowan Hafner, with a very limited ultra running resume, looks like has a couple of fixed time races, a 6 hour where he did 32 miles, solid, an 8 hour in Connecticut in December where he did 27.2 miles in 8 hours, but I can't even imagine what those conditions were
Yeah.
like. And then the 2C mountain back 50 miler in Pennsylvania in October of 24 ran a 9:19. So Rowan Hafner, I wonder maybe he's one of those people with a sneaky road history or something.
Yeah.
Like we occasionally when we cover events with Mountain Outpost, we'll have somebody who quote doesn't have an ultra sign up.
Yeah.
Like there was a woman who was running some of our local races back in Phoenix and did a little bit of diving and saw that she was like a 1:21 half marathoner or something like that. I'm like, okay, this is somebody we need to pay attention to.
Those are the ones that you're like, they're going to be sneaky,
Yeah.
They,
Or when Josh Perry ran Cocodona, like if you didn't know what to look for, I mean,
Right.
you're talking about a guy who had nothing as far as trail racing, but an an FKT like heavy hitter,
Yeah.
multi-day hiker, like they can sneak up on you.
Yeah, some of the shorter 50K, 50-mile races, when I sign up, I'll be looking at the Ultra Sinus list. You scroll down to the bottom, you see those zeros, but then you check their age, and you're like, oh, I don't know. They could
Wait a minute.
come out
So
of nowhere.
I just searched Rowan Hafner. Look what comes up. The first thing that comes up. Okay, I want.
Okay.
It says Rowan Hafner world record. Oh my goodness. Rowan Hafner set a Guinness World Record on August 13, 2022 by completing 28 sprint duathlon legs in 24 hours.
Wow.
Wait
Hey,
just a
sneaky,
darn
yep.
minute. Wow. So he has the Guinness World Record for the most sprint duathlon legs completed in 24 hours, and he did so at age 18.
There you go.
Wow. So he ran 45 miles and biked 108 miles in 24 hours. So that's basically almost 2 marathons and the bike portion of, and he did so to demonstrate that epilepsy does not prevent individuals from extreme athletic goals. So apparently he also lives with epilepsy. That's, that's pretty amazing. Yeah, okay, so that's actually really amazing. Like, okay, we have a new
I'd love
storyline to follow.
I'd love to know the backstory of why this race. What brought him to this race?
I am going to have to check. I know where his pit crew is set up, and I definitely am going to want to follow what's going on with Rowan Hafner. If you're looking for storylines to follow, we
This
just
is
found
a
another one.
Great shot of the corner, the 90-degree turn we have up here. See Raj about ready to take it.
Rowan Hafner currently in 13th place in the men's race, 20th overall. But yeah, that's an amazing story right there. Your overall leaderboard, we've got Raj Panu and Rory Monahan still step for step with one another. Scott Munson in third in the men's race. Edher Ramirez in fourth. Chad Laster in fifth. That's a really solid top five right there. In the women's race, you've got Ashley Paulson, Andrea Pomeranski, Janelle Stark, Kaylee Frederick, and Stella Springer. Again, like two really fantastic fields right there. I mean, how many? And I spoke with Pete Kostelnik, who's currently in sixth place in the men's race. And one of the things he told me at Desert Solstice as he got done with his 100-miler, he said he said that a lot of the national team people were going to be making the 24-hour national team were going to be making their way to Jackpot this year. So, I mean, you've got current and former members on the team, all over this. I mean, Chad Lassiter, Pete Kostelnik. Kaylee Frederick at Worlds as an alternate, Stella Springer. So you've got four members, current or former members of the U.S. national team. That's pretty sweet. So have we reached the point in the live stream and in the race, Jake, where you're starting to get FOMO?
Oh yeah, I already have it. I mean, I didn't run yesterday. I didn't run obviously today yet.
You gonna go out on the course and get your miles in and just kind of?
Of course, yeah, at some point.
I mean, we can probably get you a bid for the 6 hour.
You know what? I was thinking about that driving out here. Like, if we get done early enough and I get enough sleep, maybe that's a possibility. I don't know. We'll
Go out
see.
and drop a nice 40 spot on
I
that.
brought nutrition for it just in case. So.
That's fantastic.
and some gear, so
Nice.
it's a possibility.
Yeah, I'll probably go out and I might go and shuffle a lap or two around the lake when we get a moment later on. As your broadcast team is basically us.
Yeah.
We'll be taking a couple breaks here and there. Love this shot right now.
That's a
On
beautiful shot.
the right, you've got Raj Panu. On the left, you've got Rory Monahan leading out the men's race. Rory has made it stated that he is running this race as a training run. So they're actually on a downhill stretch. We can see it across the way, and maybe the perspective is a little bit lost on the viewer. But yeah, this is a pretty lengthy downhill that they're on.
And Rory, he had Hagelin's surgery last year on, I believe, both of his Achilles. So it's really great to see him running fast again. I know I had spoken to him, I think, 2 years ago at Javelina after he had it. And I struggle with Hagelin's on both of my heels, too, and have been debating whether or not I should get the surgery myself. And seeing him run like this gives me hope that maybe I can get it done and come back strong.
Of course, Rory, former high school teacher. Actually, I still do believe he serves as a substitute teacher, but has spent more of his time as a running coach. I know multiple runners that he coaches in Arizona. He's based out of Flagstaff. Also has a bit of a career moonlighting as a content creator on social media, known affectionately to those of us who have known him for a long time as the Trail Gangsta. He loves to rap about running and
throws up some great memes too. It's just pretty funny.
Yeah, he's just a huge fan of the sport as much as he is an athlete. Member of the Air Viper racing team for several years. As I also mentioned, an extremely fast marathoner. I believe 2:21 was his PR. I think that was just a few years ago, and pivoting to focusing on the longer stuff now at this point. I think that he's focusing on the Mad City 100K. I mean, does that mean he's looking to take a shot at the national team? You know that.
Could be, yeah. And I believe Mad City, that's the 100K road championship or trail championship?
Road championship, yep.
Okay.
They'll be passing us here momentarily as well.
I noticed with them running next to each other like that, Raj was on the inside, and now it looks like Rory switched and on the inside. And that's definitely something, if you're running for a record, you're trying to stay on that inside course so you're not running more miles than you have to.
Yeah. Shout out, we have the incomparable aid station Fireball making his way into the chat. Of course, we were fortunate enough to have aid station Fireball on location last weekend at Black Canyon Ultras, dropping knowledge and timing splits on us. Liam is always a valued member of our Mountain Outpost coverage team. Always happy to see him join us in the American Southwest, as this is not his normal base of operations.
Has he come out to Jackpot in the past?
No.
No? Okay.
He is more of a trail buff. So
Gotcha.
you'll see him at Western States. You'll see him at Hard Rock, Black Canyon. I don't know if he's been. I think he's been to Javelina as well. But for the most part, tends to stick to the trails as far as when he's following. Oh, miss you too, buddy. So he's actually going to come out and run the Crown King Scramble next month in
Awesome.
Arizona, the 50K that is about 7,000 feet of vert. And he said something in a group chat. He said that if my son beats him, he'll retire from running. Well, I got news for you, Liam. My son has been running with his girlfriend, who is a varsity cross country and 3,200 runner on the track team for a team that regularly shows up in the going downstate in Illinois. So
Might be in trouble.
and my kid, he ran. He ran the 100 miler at across the years with like virtually no training, like just his wrestling, conditioning. But he's actually started doing some runs with his girlfriend, and he's been doing stairmaster work at the gym. So, I mean, I know I've fully resigned to the fact that my kid's going to kick my butt by at least an hour. So we'll see if. I don't know if you're cooked, Liam, but it might be interesting. You might be sharing some miles with him at some point. So, but he's working pretty hard, and I told him, if you're going to run ultras in that nature, then it's a different game. So,
Yeah. How old is your son again?
He's 18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just saw Ed Rousseau there again. A guy who's been a part of this race many times over the years. It was a fun moment to have Ken Rubley here.
Yeah.
Maybe the next time Ken decides to take a break from the course and he comes in, you can hang out with him here, and he always makes me smile.
Sounds like we got some drones getting recharged and heading back out there.
Yeah. Of course, we started broadcasting this race back in 2022, and so this is the fifth time we've been here to Jackpot. I'll be darned. I do love coming up here for this race. It's a different vibe than some of the other stuff we cover. I mean, you compare it to something like Hard Rock or Black Canyon or Javelina. I mean, it's you've got a lot more athletes to focus on. And whereas like something like this, you dive a little bit deeper. You have the opportunity to learn more about the runners in particular, like we were talking about with our brand new story that we were talking about, Rowan Hafner, and that's a story we're going to be following. So for those who are not familiar with Rowan Hafner, He's a 21-year-old living with epilepsy and has the Guinness World Record for the most sprint duathlon legs in a 24-hour period. And he did this at 18 years old to raise awareness for epileptic athletes. He's out of the Northeast, looks like, I think, Scarsdale, New York, perhaps. And he's out here running Jackpot for the first time. So, you're looking for somebody whose story you can latch onto and celebrate. Rowan Hafner, he's your guy. So there's something to keep in mind as we follow these athletes. Yeah, that drone shot is basically as you mentioned, like the two. Well, actually, it's you've got the 90-degree turn, and then the runners will actually dogleg to the left off the screen, and you can see like they actually come back. The long course comes back
Right.
and crosses the other bridge.
Yeah, this second bridge, that was not there the first couple times that I ran this race, so that's something that's newer the past several years. It's really a beautiful park.
Yeah, it is. It's as you mentioned, it's a reclaimed rock quarry,
Right.
which means that
apparently there's the water, it isn't just from rainwater. There was actually a spring that popped up as they were digging, and that's why they had to shut down taking out the gravel.
Okay.
So,
And well, I did hear, as we did discover, there is no fishing allowed here.
there are fish though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big ones.
And apparently that's like a big bone of contention. I checked Reddit also as well as like doing a simple Google search, and yeah, there are people who are like, well, there's no fishing allowed, but there's some lunker bass in there. So it sounds like that's something that people are well aware of here. But yeah, there is no fishing here at the lake in Cornerstone Park. So please don't come here and fish, even if it's dark out.
Right.
There's Ashley Paulson right there. Ashley, as we mentioned, in pursuit of the 100-mile world record, currently holding a 6:49 pace.
She's only looks like one lap behind Raj and Rory too, so she's right up there.
Yeah. Of course, the world record, as we mentioned, 12:37.05. Recently just reestablished by Katrina Jennings at Tunnel Hill last year. I mean, we might have to add Tunnel Hill to our quiver of races to cover if they're going to start dropping multiple world records on an annual basis.
That's definitely a race I have on my bucket list to get out there and do that one of these days.
Yeah, like if you're doing a flat fast race, I mean, it doesn't, like, I don't know much about it other than the fact that I know it's like a double out and back or
Right.
something like that. It might not be the most technical trail race ever. I mean, in fact, like, I guess trail extends to gravel surface from my understanding for
Right.
that race. But I mean, I've run other races. I mean, Hennepin, the trail is, there's quite a bit of pavement on the trail. It's basically broken down rail to trail.
Right.
But for some of these races, it's fun to see.
I know they've had some wild weather out there.
Yeah.
Either 2 years or 3 years ago, they had snow on the
yep.
course. Very cold.
Illinois in November, man, you
Yeah.
can get anything out there. I mean, usually, I would say it's rare to have snow that early in the year. I mean, but yeah, it's not unheard of. I mean, I remember a couple years growing up in Northern Illinois trick or treating and having to throw on snow pants, over my costume for Halloween. So. As we mentioned, there's also multiple, you've got age groupers, you've got the 48-hour race, which is, I think that the 48-hour race, I always tell people, like, if they're not familiar, so you can see Raj and Rory M1, M2. Like if you want to do 100 miles and you don't think you can do it in a day, or you can't think you can do it in 30 hours, it's like you can do it in 2 if you're focused enough. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to be fast. I mean, basically you're averaging 2 miles an hour for 2 days, and most people like off the street that are in some even you know reasonable shape can walk about 3 miles an hour. So
Yeah.
that even allows for sleep as well. That's what my son did across the years. He basically was out there for about 18 hours, got himself an 8-hour nap, and then came back out later.
Yep.
And came back and then even took another nap. Well, there's a runner that a lot of people were asking to see.
And he's by himself.
That's unusual. He's by
Usually
himself.
has a crowd around him.
He's got a shirt on. Andy Glaze. As you can. Okay, of course, you mentioned Andy celebrating 300 weeks.
300 weeks.
Of 100 miles or more. And if I just heard correctly, it sounds like he just celebrated a birthday as well.
He did, yeah. 48-year-old like me. Getting
And
old.
me.
And you.
Yeah. And yeah, Andy Glaze, a very well-recognized ambassador of the sport. He seems to be at every start line we show up at. So
It's going to be funny. He's actually going to be the least famous person running Cocodona.
yeah,
out of all the
Cocodona's going to
influencers.
be wild.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Sally
got
McRae, David Goggins. It's going to be
Courtney
wild. out
DeWalter,
there.
Rachel
Yeah.
Entrekin.
Yep.
I mean,
Oof.
like you've got your contenders who, you've got big names, Jeff Browning, like
Mike
you've
McKnight.
got Mike McKnight, several huge names, running Cocodona that are contenders, and I'm not going to say Goggins is not a contender or Sally's not a contender. I mean, they've both won and placed very highly at
Yeah.
200-mile races, but they wouldn't have been my first lock of the week or
Right.
anything like that. But who knows?
Yeah.
All I know is that we're going to have a lot of eyes focused on certain people in the field, and I know that our broadcast teams and our aerial coverage and our trail coverage is going to be pushed to the limit.
All hands on deck for that one.
Oh yeah, you bet, you bet. I mean, like just going down the list right now, you got Stringbean McConaughey, Jeff Browning, Mike Versteeg, Max Jolliffe, another one
Yeah.
who's going to bring in a huge audience. Cordis Hall.
Cordis was supposed to be here. I thought I saw his name on the entry list.
Interesting, because
Yeah.
he was also at Black Canyon last week.
Yeah, he was.
Jeff Garmeyer, Killian Korth, who basically has made the 200s his playground at this
Yep.
point. David Goggins we mentioned, Mike McKnight, Michael Greer, sleeper strong pick, Ed Hare Ramirez.
Yep.
Oh, this name makes me happy to see on the list. Hannes Gehring, are you familiar with Hannes?
No.
So Hannes is a guy who, and this is a personal story, but Hannes had been trying to get into hard rock for basically the better part of a decade, and he got in, and the week before, something like that, he had an insect bite.
Oh, wow.
That went terribly wrong.
Yikes.
And it ended up basically causing him to have to pull his race early at Hard Rock, and it's been a road back for him. I don't want to get too much into the details,
Yeah.
but it's somebody who I became more familiar with and had conversations with since then, and to hear that he's going to be running Cocodona makes me feel good, because I know that there was a stretch where he was not doing very well at all,
Yeah.
due to a freakish insect or spider bite or
Wow.
something like that. So that's somebody I'm super stoked to see towing the line. Also, Troy Croxdale,
Okay.
Burrito Leaguer.
Yep. The Punisher.
Yeah. And that's just Jeff Peltier, guy.
Is Jeff Garmeyer in there too?
Yeah, I mentioned
Oh,
Jeff
wow,
Garmeyer.
okay.
Yeah, and that's just the men's race. I mean, the women's race, I mean, are you kidding me? Courtney Dauwalter, Rachel Entricken, Lindsay Dwyer, Meg Eckert, Heather Jackson, Mika
man.
Hughes, Lauren Jones, Sally McRae, Allison Powell. I mean, you know, the Rondi Zuckerberg, another great person with a huge following, Pam Reed. You know, these are big names in our sport. So I'm super
It's gonna be a good one.
excited to see, you know, what happens there. You know, Andrea Moore, you know, somebody who we've seen become much more prominent in the scene in the last couple of years. I remember I knew her way back when. Andrea Moore finished the Black Canyon, and when she came in, you know, we decided to, you know, just on a lark interview her, and it turned out she was doing the double, so we were like taking away from her rest time. And ever since then, like that was probably like 4 years ago or so, obviously she's leveled up in terms of her fitness, and her you know, race schedule is absurd.
Yeah.
And now Andrea Moore, you know, another, like the number of names that are going to be, and they're not all going to be finishing the race in 60, 65 hours. Like it's going to be an excellent cross section of people that are going to be, you know, anywhere from, you know, like the front of the pack all the way to the back. Like there's going to be something for everybody for all 120 plus hours of that race.
Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous that I did not. I was on the wait list for Cocodona, and I went back and forth whether or not I really wanted to run it after Mammoth. You know, I had DNF last year, so I was like, oh, I need to get back into it. But I was like 80-something on the wait list, and signed up for Mammoth again for this year, and basically just decided, you know, I'm gonna take a step back this year. I ended up changing over to the 100-mile race, the Bradshaw Brute. But at least I'll have the chance to run the race and then volunteer at some of the aid stations later on to see some of these people come through and see how their race is going. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a whole week event for me anyways, even though I'm not running the 250 this year.
No, I think that, yeah, I mean, well, Bradshaw Butte is going to be a fascinating thing. I mean,
Yeah.
for those that aren't familiar with Bradshaw Butte, you want to talk about a couple of very key rules in that race, as well as why it appealed to you?
Yeah, the no crew, no pacer was the thing that struck my attention the most. And plus you get to run, you know, start an hour after the 250 starts. You run pretty much the similar course as the 250. You get a little bit more vert than what the 250 runners will get, but you know, after DNFing Cocodona last year, I kind of made it my mission, I guess you could say, to run more of these races solo. So I ended up running San Diego 100 last year solo, and then did Mammoth solo, which was an adventure. So yeah, looking forward to doing that at doing the 100.
I saw somebody mentioning Carla Kent in the race. I don't know if she's participating this year. I know she is a Nevada Vegas local. Is she running this weekend? Although I have a funny story about Carla Kent. At the inaugural Hotfoot Hamster, I had run myself up to M3, which is the first and only, and probably will only be the time where I finish on a podium where there were actually more than 3 runners in an ultra. And I got to the point where I had locked myself into I was in 4th, but I was tied with Carla, and she saw me standing at the aid station, and she's like, "How you doing?" And I could tell she wanted to move into 4th overall. And I looked at her, and I said, and there were about 2 hours to go, maybe a little bit less. And I looked at her, I was like, "It's all you." And I ended up finishing 5th overall, and Carla ended up finishing 4th overall and second female. So No, Carla's a hell of a runner and a great person too. So, yeah, all of the distances at Cocodona, somebody's saying Sonoma Canyons looks fun too, and you know, I think that for those who want the Cocodona experience but don't want to deal with that run to Crown King, because that is hard.
Yeah.
I think that Sonoma Canyons is a very approachable way to experience
Yeah, I
the
mean,
fun parts of the race.
It's like Jamil's baby, and he modeled it kind of after UTMB.
Yeah.
Where you know, you can pick those shorter distances and just work your way up every year, get experience on the course. It's a perfect intro to getting into some of these 200-mile races.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a very generous cutoff. I believe it's like 75 hours for Sedona Canyons. Even the Western States cutoff is 52.
Right.
You know, that's very approachable for most people. So, but that is a couple months down the line. We are here in Henderson, Nevada. Chris Warden and Jake Jackson here at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. Thank you to the city of Henderson, Nevada, for being so gracious and hosting us. You know, it's been a great time. You know, and this park, you know, as Ken mentioned, you know, is not all that old. It's only about 12, 13 years old, and it's a great park. I mean, you've got a beautiful lake in the middle of it. You've got views in the background. It's very clean, very well maintained. You know, it seems like it's in a pretty nice area as well. Like I've enjoyed coming out here for years, and I'll go and get a couple laps like I do every year out here.
It's well lit too. I mean, we'll see
Yes,
later on
very
tonight.
well lit.
You
Yep.
don't need to have a headlamp. They usually put some lights down at the end, where the dirt section. So, yeah, it's great. Extra lit.
Extra lit, nice.
Saw the race director peeling lights.
Yeah, there. I do remember. I think it was a couple years ago when Jamil was following somebody on a bike cam on the far side, and it got a little bit dark over there. But yeah, for the most part, I would say that, like, even in previous iterations of the race, like 90% of the course is pretty well lit. It's just like maybe on the back stretch, once you head down that descent past those condos over there, like when you go over by the viaduct where it gets kind of a little bit dark. But other than that, like, yeah, you've got great visibility. Like, we'll be able to see runners in the dark on the other side of the course.
Yeah.
So Ashley Paulson's course or current pace is about a 7:08 at this point, and she is about a quarter of the way done.
Yeah, 85 laps is what they have to complete to hit 100 miles.
Yeah, she's on lap 21 now. Raj Panu and Rory Monahan are currently on lap 22, and they've been stride for stride, step for step with one another. Like, you know, Rory is has yet to complete a 100-miler. Raj has completed this race twice, and you know, he's coming here with unfinished business. And as you can see, Raj in the white Hoka singlet, Rory in the short sleeve white Air Viper Racing Team shirt. They are your current race leaders.
And if anybody was curious, there is prize money for this race for first through third. First gets $1,200, second gets $500, and third is $300. So a little bit more incentive.
But then you have to head over to the strip and put it all on red 21.
I was always black.
What?
I always been a black.
I mean, if you're a fan of Passenger 57, yes.
Or Batman.
Or Batman. I wonder how many people in the past, Jake, have like gone and like taken their prize money literally over to the strip and then like get yourself a nice steak dinner and then go and play roulette for 20 minutes and then just go home.
I've come in second twice, and I have not done that. It's gone towards bills for other things.
More race entries.
Yeah, that's probably. More shoes.
Shout out, Missy. You are the most patient, understanding partner that Jake could hope to
Yes.
have. Also, a pretty solid runner in her own right
Yeah.
too. You know, I love the fact that like pretty much every year at Javelina, one of you is running something. So I get to see you every year.
Yeah.
Some years I get to see more of you than I had hoped.
Yeah. Well,
Of course, Jake, did you win Best Ass that year?
no.
What?
Pam Smith won it.
Oh,
I didn't see I didn't realize the rules that you have to complete an entire loop with your ass bare, and I changed like literally right on the horseshoe section. I ran into the porta potty and ran that last bit in my nice thong.
A very revealing race kit.
Yeah. Got lots of looks at that.
Y'all are built different. See, a great shot there of the final, I would say about maybe quarter mile leading up to the start finish line. That is a much bigger climb than it looks like over there, like from this view. It's a steady uphill,
Probably 2% grade, I guess.
and it gets steeper the closer
yeah.
you get to the top.
Every lap it gets a little steeper.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. Like even like just like it starts out kind of flatter, but then the last I would say 80 to 100 meters or so
Yeah.
gets another couple percent. As you can see in the background, some of the windy twists and turns that the runners go through. Tim was asking if there's a time limit. I think with it, so the runners who are doing like the non-USATF events basically have 48 hours. Like if you're doing the 100-mile short course or the, something to that effect. I believe that the USATF, I thought it was 38 hours. Because I
Let's
know
see.
we've had some 35 plus hour finishes. I guess we can verify that.
Yeah, I'm
though.
seeing 48 hours for everything that started today.
Including the USATF championship?
Yeah,
Okay.
getting in race start 48. Yeah, maybe not.
Let's take a look. Oh, it looks like it's a 32 hour
32,
for the 100 miles, so.
Yeah. 3 hours in.
And we have a few runners who we fully expect to be, like if Raj holds to recent form, we should expect him to run 12 or less. Ashley Paulson, if she is going for the world record, in order to be in that discussion, I mean the current world record is, what did we say, 12:37? Yeah.
12:37:04.
Yeah, so we expect to have multiple runners pushing for sub 13 hours, and we've got a cast of other runners as well, like other than like M1 F1, several runners who are like 14-hour range 100 milers.
Yeah.
This is a very strong field. Maybe not a ton of people like that you would necessarily challenge open records, but some age group challengers. As we mentioned, Stella Springer. Stella's going to be a story that we're going to be following as the day goes on. So Stella is a multi-time member of the U.S. National 24-hour team. Finished 14th at Worlds this year in the 24-hour championships. Has a PR, actually won this race last year with a time of 15:29:05 in the 100-miler. And Stella is 55 years old and just turned 55 last month. And the reason why that is so important, the reason why I'm stressing it, is because the current world record for the 100-mile in her 55 to 59 age group is one that I would consider to be quite approachable by her talent level. And that would be currently held by Bernadette Benson out of Canada, and that record is 16:54:18. So I think that is definitely under duress.
Yeah.
Today.
And still, it does hold already 2 age group records for the 50 to 54.
Mm-hmm.
She broke those both at Albi last year. She has the 200K and the 24-hour records, age group records. So.
And Stella also, like as she mentioned, has 4 years to go after it, but by golly, I want to see it done today.
Yeah, do it as soon as possible, I think, and then try to break your records in consecutive years.
Absolutely. And there is our women's leader, Ashley Paulson, in the blue tank and the bright pink hair.
So we're 11 o'clock. This is usually around the time when you start seeing people doing some heat mitigation with the ice bandanas, the cooling, but what is it, 51 degrees right now. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of that happen today, which is great for the runners.
But at the same time, is there a possibility that somebody kind of like maybe accidentally, does a little bit less heat mitigation than they would need to, perhaps?
Could, yeah.
Okay.
How much heat training you did prior to this? I know Tim was doing quite a bit of sauna sessions getting ready for this, and he may not have needed to do as much, but it's still, it's still going to help him out.
It looks like Ashley's doing about a low 7 pace, somewhere in the 7:05 to 7:08 range. Our tracker is going through some fits right now, but we will tell you what pace you need to do.
Yeah, I was just going to look at that. Looks like a 7:34 pace average to break the record.
And what I'll try and do, I've done it in the past, I'll see if I can remember how to do it, is I can actually create a pace calculator that'll show like what they need to do for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like basically a split calculator.
What mile was she at now?
I'm a little bit concerned with, because like I said, the timing, like it says loop 20, but I know that that's not the case. She's not that far back from Raj and Rory, who are showing on lap 23. Yeah, because her lap 20 registered at 2:48, and then Andrea Pomeranzi's loop 22 registered at 3:02. That doesn't seem like it fits, so.
Yep. Yeah, so looking at what I have here to be under the record, 3:09 for 25 miles, and we're at 3:06 now, so she should still be under that, I would imagine. Yeah, she must not be having something must be going on with her tracker, the timing a little bit. Because now it's showing Andrea as F1. Yeah, so the 4 years that I ran this race, first year was kind of an introduction to these flatter races. And then the second year that I ran it was the year I set my PR. The most fun year, I think, was probably 2 years ago. I had run the Black Canyon 100-mile double that year, and then a week later I got talked into running this race. So I wasn't out here really to run for a specific time, but more of a challenge to see if I'd actually get 200-mile races done in about 6 days. And I somehow survived it, thankfully. My wife, I came home from Black Canyon and told her about my idea, and she did one of those side-eye looks like, what are we doing now? And there's been quite a few of those over the years. Great shot of Ashley right here, moving very well. I actually brought a pair of binoculars with me so we could actually get first view across how people are looking, because you run this closer half to where your pit crew is, you tend to run a lot more, but it's once you get on that other side when you're like, oh, maybe I'll walk a little bit and take it a little bit easier. So I'm gonna keep eyes on people over on the other side. The first year I ran it, we actually made a left to where those cones are now and had to run up on that upper section. But it's much better not having to do that now. And the wind's still blowing on the other side too. Years past, those houses that are up against the trail right there, Friday nights, sometimes you get some party activity spilling out over onto the trail, and things get a little bit interesting. A lot of people come out with their kids and their dogs. This is the screaming downhill part. It's always nice to be able to open up your stride a little bit on this downhill. So Ashley has got a pretty full year this year. She is doing this race, and she's also signed up for the Monster 3000 and the Triple Crown of 200s. So she's going to get this flat stuff out of the way and have to really change things around to get her mountain legs back. It's a big year. She also shared on her Instagram that she's mostly using liquid calories, lots of e-gels. I know she's sponsored by Buzz Bombs, and she said she was going to be using those every 2 hours for the caffeine, and shooting for 90 grams of carbs an hour, and trying to get in about 50 milligrams of caffeine an hour, and then taking Ketone IQ packs, one of those every 2 hours. So she's got everything dialed in. Hopefully things go well, stomach doesn't turn at all, and she's able to crush it. Take a look at Raj's split so far. He's been averaging a 6:45 mile, which is just under record pace, American age group record pace. And all of his splits have been so consistent. I think he's running in the Hoka Rocket X, I believe, from what I saw. So there will be no discrepancy with his shoes this year. Hey. I think he ran in those shoes 2 years ago and then switched to the Skyward X last year, and those were the ones that were not legal. So him and Rory are still pacing the same lap together and looking really strong. Look like they might actually be lapping Ashley here. Let's see if she tags on with them. Really good shot of the crew stations all set up for all the runners. Makes things super easy. Like Raj is getting some nutrition from his crew, something to drink. Got Jordan and Stella just crossing in front of me. Looking strong. Raj trying to pump himself up here. One of the more difficult things about being a faster guy is you're constantly having to navigate around everybody, and it's much easier just to, oh, there's a close call. Sometimes you can say on your left or coming up behind you, but you say that a couple hundred times during a race, and it's easier just to zigzag around people, and hopefully they just stay on their course and you can get around them much easier. I'm sure Raj is probably enjoying the company with Rory. Hopefully he stays out there for a lot of the race. It'd be good to see him push it into the second half. So the short course loop is 1.19 miles for 85 laps. We do not change directions, so they'll be making all right turns. Current course record is set by Camille. It is 12:41:10, and the men's course record is 11:58:01, set by Raj in 2024. Every year I've run it, I've gotten over 2,000 feet of gain, so there is a little bit of climbing, and which is kind of nice. Get a little up and a little down. You have a little short section of dirt, compact dirt trail down at one end, but it's mostly on this concrete. It does beat you up if you're not used to it. So if you're on the live stream, they have the live results set up at the banner up at the top. You can check on your runner. I know some of them might be having a little bit of trouble tracking, but we're trying to get that figured out now. Because it's showing Andrea in F1, but I'm pretty sure Ashley's leading the female race right now. Still moving well, though. Look at that. This race is kind of notorious for being windy at times. It doesn't look like it's going to be as bad. It's saying 7 miles an hour right now with gusts of 13 miles an hour, but looks like it's going to be dying off here over the next hour or so, so should make things quite nice for all the runners. Coffee would be good. Yeah, just this one. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. So I brought a whole case of ketone IQ shots for me to take during the race. How many of you guys out there rely on those on a daily basis? I don't know, when I first started using them, I didn't really see much of a difference, but I know the caffeinated ones, when I got off work last night, I was starting to already yawn. I took one of those and it got me all the way out here with no problem, so there's definitely something to them. I try to use those every 4-5 hours during some of my races and seem to work. So how many 80-year-olds do we have in the race? Is it 3?
3 or 4.
3 or 4, yeah.
So I just went on a walkabout on pit row. Got some intel on some of the runners. Talked with Stella Springer's pit crew. She's still moving pretty well. She slowed down a little bit more than they expected at this point in the race,
Okay.
but they know that Stella is no stranger to this. Always finishes strong, so we'll be keeping an eye on Stella as she chases down an attempt at the age group world record. Spoke with Matt Paulson,
Oh, good.
and they were a little bit spooked by the timer discrepancy.
Right.
And I did speak with timing. They're working on it. They're working to get things corrected so that there's, no issues. So the issue is somewhere between the gathering of data, the tracking, and the presentation of the data. They are capturing every single split accurately. Now the question is they need to get that discrepancy cleared up and
Thank you.
straightened out, because later in the race, if there is a discrepancy between say a runner's watch and the tracker, all of a sudden what lap are you on kind of becomes a
Right.
scary proposition. But and also mentally, if you're a runner, you want to know that you're on the right lap. So
One thing with these looped races, I learned this from Nick Curry. He hits the lap button so he can physically see
Oh.
on his own watch what lap he's on. And something like this, it would be great to do. I remember when I finished in 2024,
Mm-hmm.
I had been tracking it on my watch. And when I crossed the finish line, Lee Robinson was there, the one handing out the buckles, and he said, "Jake, you have one more lap." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh no, I don't, Lee. I look at my watch; it's accurate." And so, yeah, it's good to have your own, not to rely so much on the tracking, because sometimes things
yeah,
They
absolutely.
go awry, and you just don't know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, for instance, right now it shows Andrea Pomeranski in the lead,
Yeah.
and that's
2
just not
loops
the
ahead
case.
of Ashley.
Yeah, when Ashley is much further along than that.
right.
But on the positive side, speaking with Matt Paulson about Ashley's race, he said that she is feeling good. And not only that, she's actually moving. He wants her to slow down a little bit.
Okay.
So they're exactly, where they want where they want her to be.
Yeah.
They're shooting for basically her to try and keep and hold, 7:30, average over the course of the entire 100 miles. Of course, she's going to be starting out a little bit ahead of that, but
Yeah, I noticed Rory and Raj lapped her, and I was curious to see if she was going to tag on with them, but she let them go. So she's running her own race right now.
yeah, well, and that's one of the things that I spoke with Matt about. And this is the cool thing about having the pit row right here, where you can access, the juicy gossip, is that Matt was hoping that she didn't try and latch on to them because, they thought
It's tempting. I mean, you want to run with people who are running close to your pace.
Yeah,
And, yeah.
and they're not that far apart. I mean,
No.
the thing is, Raj, if I had to venture a guess, and I don't know this, I haven't spoken with Raj or anybody in his team, but Raj has had multiple sub 12-hour 100 milers. I think he's probably not going to be content with a 12-hour sub 12-hour 100 miler
Yeah.
unless it's under 12 or 11:19.
Yeah.
And so I think Raj is probably shooting for the American record. Again, we talked about this. You don't run this race if you're Raj Panu unless you're looking to break the record.
Right.
And so with that in mind, if Ashley is shooting for a record that is 12:37, it might not seem like a lot, but you're talking an hour over the course of 100 miles. If Raj or Rory, who is currently keeping pace with Raj, just a step behind him, if they inadvertently drag Ashley because she decides she wants to try and keep up with them, it could have consequences later in the race.
In the race, yeah.
And people don't realize, I mean, you've run Desert Solstice many times where you've got people with two completely different sets of goals. You have people that are going for the fast 100, and you have people that are going for the 24-hour, like the
Right.
full complete, like national team qualifier time, you know. And those runners run at different paces, you
Yep.
know. Like when you see somebody like a David Laney running like a 12-hour pace versus somebody who is going for a 24-hour, like 155, 160 total, like those paces don't overlap.
No. And one thing that I picked up on with Kaylee, on AJW's podcast, she was mentioning that at the start of the race, she was not getting frustrated, but noticed that a lot of people were running paces faster than her. But she told herself she was going to run the pace that she set out to run, and she ended up working her way back up to 12th place.
Yeah.
So if you just have to have that confidence in yourself that you're going to stick to your plan, and it's going to pay off in the end. I mean, it's getting harder to do that these days with so many people going out hard from the beginning, and it's basically let's see who can hold on to the longest. But for some of these 100-mile and 24-hour races, it's key to run your own race.
Well, we talked about it, at Black Canyon last weekend. Like the idea, if somebody gets out too far ahead, is there only so much runway you can give yourself to try and run them down?
Right.
A
lot of times people are not coming back to you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean, I've done enough of these, the 24-hour races, flat 100-mile races where I've tried all the different strategies.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always done my best races when I've gone out probably a little bit too hard in the beginning and just held on for dear life. Those have always been my PR races. I've done the Nick Curry where you try to negative split the race, and I crashed and burned every time doing that. So it's just, you got to figure out what's a strategy that works for you and just stick to it.
I wish I could remember who it was at the elite men's panel last weekend at Black Canyon, but they mentioned, like, their rationale is that because people are so dialed into their nutrition nowadays for races that are 100 miles or shorter, that, like, the bonk ratio, the bonk percentages are so much lower amongst the elites. I mean, you just don't see it. Like that being, I mean, obviously we don't know like different strokes for different folks, but those who are able to work within like a high carb type of situation, that's what. I mean, looking at Jordan Bramblett last weekend, he was upping his carbs generally throughout the day. He started out like doing 50, 80, and then finally, like for the last, I think it was the last 15 miles, he was doing 110 grams of carbs an hour. Like he was pushing hard, but like that's kind of where we're at in the sport. Like, trying to,
Yeah,
dial
usually it
in.
goes the other way. You start out heavy and you can't take anything in at the end.
Oh, I was shocked. I was shocked, like, when I saw that. He said it was like
Yeah.
50, then 70, then 90, then 110.
Wow,
Oh,
okay.
that's a beautiful shot right
Yeah,
there.
it is.
You have
I wonder if that's fresh snow from recent storms out
I mean,
here.
it did snow yesterday.
Yeah.
So, or it rained yesterday, and I guess it did snow in the high country a little bit.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that is Las Vegas in the background. Here at the Jackpot Ultras, presented by Aero Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson. In the very early going, but it's starting to get late early as some of these runners are, past the quarter mark, the marathon mark of their race.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still not seeing much, slowdown of these runners up in the front, which is a good sign. I think once we get into that 6-7 hour range, we might see some cracks forming in some of their form, and hopefully they can just hang on through it.
Those are your current men's co-leaders right there. Rory Monahan and Raj Panu. They are on the same lap, so they're literally stride for stride at this point. It'll be interesting because Rory is going to be getting to the point where he's done 100Ks and he's done 50 milers before, but he hasn't done them this fast.
Yeah. Yeah, in the past, pacing was a big issue with some of these USATF races. You were only allowed to pace or run next to somebody if they were on the same lap as you and if they were the same gender as you. So it had to be male-male or female-female.
I didn't realize that second part. That makes sense, though.
And I guess they changed the rules with that. So now as long as you were in the same race, so basically if you were in the USATF race, you could not run next to somebody who is not just in the regular 100-mile short course for long stretches of time, which you're probably not going to see that very much during this race. But yeah, that used to be a big point, especially during some of the 24-hour races where you had to be on the same lap as your runner. So
like you and Nick at Desert Solstice.
yes, yes.
Literally on the same lap, same step. We saw Stella Springer just go by us here in person. She has shed that extra layer and now is in the Air Viper Racing singlet. One of two people on the Air Viper Racing team running this weekend. The other being Vegas local and Burrito League warrior Maya Detmer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the Burrito League lands next year.
Well, I talked with Pete Kostelnik about his Burrito League experience. He said, and I think you were right there when he was talking about it. He said that all of his he said like 90% of his miles this year in training were on Burrito League.
Yeah, that's same for me. I mean, I ran 650 miles just Burrito League loops. So yeah, I set this goal to run 5,000 miles this year.
Oh my goodness!
And I literally almost accomplished a fifth of it in 1 month. So
that's hard and you have a family, you have a full-time job, a demanding full-time job.
It was literally getting up early. I mean, I usually get up early, but I was actually getting up a little bit earlier than early and skipping my morning coffee, taking a ketone shot instead, going out to the loop, running the loop for 2.5 hours, going to work, and then trying to pile on the extra miles on the weekend.
That's wild.
It was wild.
Yeah, in talking with Pete, he did say that, in the Flagstaff Burrito League that he said, totally, it took everything he had to hold off Andrea Moore up there for number 1 overall. Yeah. So I didn't see how close the final results were, but yeah, the two of them, going, toe to toe. And I think that in Andrea's case, it's kind of cool. Like, you're talking about, somebody who is, basically going heads up against, a guy who's done like some crazy great things in this sport. Yeah. So yeah, the runner tracker is, I did speak with Ellie, who is in charge of tracking, and she's well aware of the fact that things are not looking the way they're supposed to, but they'll get that on lockdown here soon enough.
And it looked like, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but Anthony Witt has pulled into the male, 4th place male.
Okay.
He's a name that not too familiar with.
No.
Hopefully that's not a tracker error, but...
Anthony Witt out of Indiana. So he has I was trying to guesstimate what his what his 100-mile PR is. I mean, he did have a 20:38 at Keys 100 last year, but he did a 24-hour race in Indiana, St. Pat's 24-hour race last year, where he had a 24-hour total of 130.35,
Okay.
and kind of just thumbnailing what that would be as far as a completely even split was around like an 18:22 or so.
Okay. I believe Keys, that's a pretty flat course too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, like literally runs the Keys Bridge.
Right.
One of the things you might even be able to hear it in the background when she goes by, but Ashley Paulson yelling
Yeah.
encouragement to other runners. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, the year she won it, I guess that was 2024. I remember passing her after her finish, and she didn't even look like she ran.
Yeah.
She was just totally coherent and looked like she wanted to run another 100 miles. So,
That's how she looked after across the years a few years ago when she set the course record there
Yeah.
too for the 100-miler. When she's dialed in and feeling good, like she is as comfortable as anybody you'll see out there.
yeah.
There's Jordan Camastro right there, taking in a shorter day this weekend than
Than usual.
usual. I mean, he does 100-mile weekends with regularity.
Yeah.
It's just 70 one day, 30 the next. We had a bit of a later start than normal. We were used to going so early on these. It was 8 a.m. for me. Like for some reason, I was thinking it was 7.
Yeah,
and
I thought it was 7 too.
Showed up an hour earlier. That's the far side of the course. That little kind of left-ish, then right turn. You can see a shot of Raj Panu and Rory Monahan, your current leaders of the men's race. Seems like Rory is just kind of latched onto Raj and
Yeah.
trying to run with the big boys.
I wonder if they are trading pacing a little bit, like, because I see Rory get next to him and then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but at the same time, I also, like, I don't think they know each other or anything like that. And, like,
Okay.
it's kind of like a strategy thing.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I did speak with Rory's crew, and they're like, yeah, he's never met Raj before.
Interesting.
I think that it could be like Rory shooting his shot.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Not knowing someone like that, I don't know if that would tend to bother me. I'm sure Raj is probably used to, someone being that close to
Yeah.
him, at other races. But I wonder if there's anything going on with Raj, like trying to drop him a little bit at times. Like who yeah.
It would
it's
be interesting to see like what Raj's mindset is with the fact that there is somebody like on his heels.
that. I don't know if Raj knows that he's not running the whole. Rory's not running the whole 100 mile or not. Interesting.
Yeah. Rory's kind of got a bit of a back lean. Am I missing something here?
Yeah.
Or like it seems like
It's on the downhill though, so maybe he's just leaning back a little bit.
like Raj has the the kind of stride that you would expect to see. Rory's almost like kind of leaning backwards a little bit, and he does that sometimes. I notice
Yeah.
when he's pushing. I mean, then again, like Rory's not used to running this fast for this long, so I don't know what the PR for his 50K is, but yeah, Rory's got a very upright, like I said, almost like backward lean, because they're on
Yeah.
flat ground right now. And Raj, you see, has that slight forward lean that
Right.
you associate, whereas Rory is just much more upright. I mean, Rory ran, so it's not a 50K, but he ran the 30-mile, so basically one loop at Born to Run, and did a 3:39.
See, and now Rory's pulling ahead a little bit.
I mean, as far as like high-profile, high-competition road races, Rory finished 11th at JFK 50 back in 2021. That always brings a pretty stout field. And he was 4th at the 100K at Haviland 100 last year. With a time of 8:56:32. Of course, this is much less technical than Haviland 100. Not that Haviland 100 is technical for compared to most road race or compared to most ultras, but
Yeah.
that's not exactly what it's known for. It's known for being about 60 degrees warmer than this.
So scrolling through Raj's splits, it looks like he took one maybe bathroom break, about 16 miles. But everything else has been sub 7, around 640 to 645 pace. And it's hard, you know. I know a lot of the faster runners out on the trail, they can do those bathroom mid run, you know, mid stride. But I don't think they can get away with that out here.
Yeah.
Maybe at night, but
Yeah, you were mentioning, and again, we're gonna reserve confirmation on this until we have word that timing is back and straightened out. But like, you know, if Anthony Witt has indeed moved into 4th, he's ahead of Adair Ramirez, Chad Lasser, and Pete Kostelnik, which is
yeah.
that's a podium in a lot of races right there
Yeah.
against against strong fields. So. Of course, as we mentioned, Raj and Rory are on the same lap, so it would pass any stress test as far as, you know, anything regarding pacing. It's not like Rory dropped in or dropped back a lap or
No.
anything. Like, they're
No.
literally on the same lap,
Right.
and they've been step for step with
Yep.
one another the entire time.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see if Rory had briefly stopped as well when same time that Raj stopped. What was it, 19?
Shout out to all of you spending your Friday morning or afternoon with us here on Mountain Outpost. I do like the weekday races because I feel like we do have that captive audience able to hang out with us all day.
So interesting. They did stop at the same mile.
Oh,
So-
interesting. And their crew setups are not next to one another
No.
either.
So one of them, yeah, that's. I wonder if they both took a bathroom break at the same time. Huh. Ashley coming through the start finish area looking strong. Oh, it looks like Ed Hare Ramirez latched onto the lead guys too. Pull him along a little bit.
Yeah,
It's a good strategy. I mean, when you're feeling good and you have somebody coming up behind you that's running a little bit faster, just to latch onto somebody else, pull you for a couple miles or a couple laps.
is it dangerous though to like maybe run someone else's race or?
I think if you're not planning on doing it for multiple miles, you know, just I think it's not too bad.
Like I remember the most notable example I can remember was at Hard Rock a couple years ago, and the lead men coming into Ouray, like all in tandem, and it was Killian Jornet, Dakota Jones, and Francois Dehane. And Dakota looked good, Killian looked good, and Francois looked like he'd rather be anywhere in the world but there at that moment in time. Like, I felt like maybe for a brief moment in time he was running their race in order to make sure he didn't like lose sight of them. I mean, obviously, like, you know, Killian won, Francois finished second, and Dakota finished third, but just for a brief moment in time, you could see that like he was running somebody else's race, and his face told the story, at least from what I saw, that he didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
There's Kaylee Frederick. Kaylee Frederick, one of the, if you're putting together a roster for your fantasy, you know, free trail type stuff for the next 10 years, like that's a name that you're going to want to become very familiar with. Now, next 20 years.
Yeah.
Kaylee Frederick, 21 years of age, 4-time Badwater finisher.
Yeah, 4-time.
4-time Badwater
wild.
finisher. You know, already been represented the United States at Worlds. You know, ran as an alternate at the World Championships. You know, and again, just 21 years old. So, you know, been running ultras for, what do we say, 7 years, 8 years at this point?
Well, she was 14. Was her
Yeah.
first ultra, yeah. And she strikes me as the type of person who is kind of open to doing anything.
Yeah.
You know, I could see her doing Cocodona in 2 years, or you know.
Strong Rachel Endricken vibes from
Yes.
her there.
Yes.
Like, people don't realize, like, before, you know, the Queen of Cocodona, like, was doing stuff. Actually, I believe Rachel might have the 48-hour PR on this course for women.
Quite possible, yeah.
Because a few years ago, she dropped 190 out here. Let's see. I don't know what's going on with the search function on Ultra Sign Up, but it's not listening very well. Okay, so she actually is second all time.
Okay.
She did 190.59 in 48 hours
Wow.
in 2023. And that was only 2 months after doing 188.59 at across the years 48. Of course, that was like at the very start of her winning streak. Rachel Endricken won the Hunter S. Thompson Fear and Loathing 50 miler in December of 2022 and has not been beaten since.
Dang.
Yeah, I
it's-
mean,
it's interesting to look, you know, at somebody who races a lot to see the direction their races go, you know, as they progress in the sport and maybe get a sponsorship and see where their sponsorship, what direction their sponsorship pulls them, you know. It's like she hasn't run many of these flat races. Is that something that she wishes she could do more because now she's a pro athlete?
She
you know?
is. She is a fan. She's really a fan of this discipline.
Okay.
You know, having talked to her about it, I mean, one of her favorite athletes to follow in the sport is Bob Hearn.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, I want to talk about somebody who is very experienced, very well versed in the flatter, fixed time, hundreds and 24-hour type things. Yeah, I think that I would not be surprised whatsoever if we see Rachel take a swing at the 24-hour national team sometime in the next couple of years. Like, it seems that like she finds something appealing in pretty much every way there is to put one foot in front of the other.
Yeah.
We just saw Andy Glaze. Yes, indeed, the only Andy Glaze on your screen. So I know he's got a bit of a rabid fan following in the sport.
Closing in on the 4-hour mark.
Skin right there, that is Bobby Keogh biting down some watermelon. Mentioned Bobby Keogh's run Western States many times. He's approaching, he's not quite in that 80-year age bracket, but he's in the 48-hour this weekend. Guy who's run pretty much everything there is out there. He's run Hard Rock, Western States, and he shows up to quite a bit. The fixed time events, so multi-days. That's his jam. That's in the pink right there. That's Danelle Redinger. She's a regular at a lot of the fixed time ultras as well, Arizona based. There's Kaylee Frederick, 21 years old, grizzled veteran of the sport.
Oh, already, huh?
Yeah. That's the thing, when your kids start early, they become very. I swear I heard my kid dispensing some advice on the across the years course. I was like, you probably need to not. Well, he's been doing it for 10 years.
Yeah, running long distance when I was 21 was not even something that I even knew existed.
When did you get involved in the ultra running scene?
I was late 30s. I mean, I had been chasing marathon times for 4 or 5 years and had
And
friends.
got bored?
Yeah. Well, I think I hit my limit on how fast I was going to get. So it was, if you can't go faster, you go further. And now I don't know if there is a limit. You just keep going and going.
There's our lead men. Raj Panu, Rory Monahan. See Sherm Bia in the chat. Sherm is a Arizona local. Pops in from time to time. Saw him out at Black Canyon last weekend, mentioning that Rory's form makes it look like he found the sweet spot in the saddle. It means like he's at holding on for dear life, or.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem like he's hanging on to Raj at all. They're running right next to each other.
Maybe it's just the fact that their strides are so different looking. Yeah, that it makes, because Raj is always so he's just flow.
Yeah.
Like the dude is entirely flow, whereas Rory is, I've run with Rory a lot as well. I mean, he used to basically lead our track workouts back, several years ago, and served kind of as a de facto speed work coach for some of us here, or some of us in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah, he was a cross country coach, and his form is just so different compared to Raj's, and they could both be completely comfortable. I mean, there are some people whose strides you can just whether it be Camille Herron or Nick Curry, some strides you just know,
Right.
from they might be, or Courtney DeWalter, they might be a mile away, and they could all be wearing the same clothing, but I know who that is, and that is.
Yeah.
And Arlen Glick's another one who has
Yep.
a very distinctive stride. But yeah, the Raj and Rory are showing that they have two like completely different types of approaches in terms of their stride, but they're both moving very quickly.
Yep.
Somebody's asking what the dates are for next year. I don't know. Might have to get through this year first. It is
Yeah,
kind
years past, it always seemed like it fell right around Valentine's Day, and I think one of the years
Yeah.
it actually was on Valentine's
Yep.
Day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know. Like, I know that there was one year that the night before was on Valentine's Day. I think it was 2024. It was on the day after Valentine's Day
Okay.
because, like I talked about earlier, I like to come into Vegas and I don't gamble very much anymore. I don't party very much anymore, but I like a darn good meal.
Yeah.
Trying to get a bite to eat on the Strip on Valentine's Day. I was lucky enough to find a seat at the bar at Peter Luger's,
Yeah.
but
Better
originally,
have a reservation.
yeah, and also a table for one in Vegas on Valentine's Day. People look at you like you did something really wrong in life.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, I've been coming out to this race, I guess this would be my 6th year, and I don't think I've ever gone into Vegas.
Oh, really?
It's
Just go
always
around
straight here. Yeah.
I just love.
I'm not a big gambler anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I mean, at this point, when I go to Vegas, it's about the restaurants. It's
Okay.
about the food. It's
Yeah.
like that experience for me is what makes this town so appealing. At least like Las Vegas. I mean, I haven't been to a show in a long time. What I'll usually do is I'll walk around. Maybe I'll have a beer. I don't drink very often anymore. But it is kind of cool to be able to walk out with a tall boy from
Yeah.
place
Oh,
to
yeah.
place. But people watch live music, and then grab a wholesome or a hearty meal, whether it be something fancy like like Peter Luger or something more casual like Lemongrass at the Aria is one of my favorite restaurants, and that's a traditional Asian fare restaurant. I mean, it's you got options, or I've had a hell of a hot dog on the Strip before
Okay.
too.
There you go.
Burgers, whatever. That's the nice thing is that you have so many options here. One of the best Cajun meals I've ever had was here in Vegas. There's a off the Strip restaurant that's been profiled on by Guy Fieri.
Okay.
But we are in the eastern shadow of the Strip in Henderson, Nevada. Is that I-15 that connects from
Yeah.
where we're at?
Yep. 15 all the way up.
Well, you take it all the way from Cali, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I've done that drive before.
It's a easier drive than driving out to Arizona for me.
Is
Yeah,
it
3.5
the one with like
hours.
the really pretty canyon that you go through, like at least at some point near the state line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is it, Zizix Road? Or
Yep. Yep.
Of course, there is a movie called Zizix Road. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It is the lowest grossing movie of all time. So the story is it starred Tom Sizemore and Katherine Heigl, which is kind of wild, but like they needed some sort of distribution deal in order to qualify for awards.
Uh-huh.
And it was Zizix Road was the name. So they only had like 2 showings, or I think they had, 2 showings, and at one of the showings 4 people showed up, and then 2 people showed up to the second showing.
Oh man.
And the 4 people who went to that first showing got their money refunded because they were like,
Nope.
they were like members of the crew, and they're like, well, that doesn't count. So like the total gross for Zizix Road, the movie, was like $30.
Jeez.
Like it's a weird documented footnote in filmmaking history, and of course it was named after the road, that you go over here. the nice features of this race is that they do have live music at the start-finish line for several hours.
Yeah, you could really see how Raj and Roy are having to navigate through some of the
Interestingly,
crowds.
so in years past, and this is
Oh!
when Raj gets going, if you watch, he will with his right hand when he crosses that bridge tap the rail.
Yeah, I listened to
He didn't do it.
No, I was checking to see if he was going to start doing it this year.
Yeah,
I
he
did
will
notice that too.
kind of like just something that he does to
Yeah.
keep his mind going. He will tap the rail on
Maybe that's something he does later on in the race.
could be. We'll have to keep an eye on
Yeah.
that. But it's like, yeah, he's not using it for support or anything like that. You'll just see him kind of tap it with his right hand as he clicks off miles. Missy says that once you get bored with the distance, it's like, what's
He just
new?
tapped that corner. we saw it.
This is what happens when you follow somebody for 100 miles with like steady camera work. Like, you know.
Yeah, sweetie, that's exactly it. It's that, I have an idea, or what do you think? So were we ever able to get a listing of what shoes everybody is running in this year?
No, I did kind of keep an eye on a few of them.
Okay. I know Kaylee's in the R1, the Mount to Coast R1s. Looked like Ashley was in some Nike.
yeah.
Something fast.
Yeah, I can't keep track of all, I mean, I can look up I know what.
Tim
Colorway
Higgum, he's
she
in the R1s too, I believe. He said he was going to be using.
I know that Ashley's shoes are quite pink. I'm thinking it might be the Alpha Fly 3.
She's notorious for running in the Alpha.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's running in the Alpha Fly 3.
He usually runs in a Clifton or this something.
Yeah.
What's the other road shoe that has.
Clifton's
high
not, I think
stack.
he's running the Clifton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was wearing a. Is that Ashley right there? Yeah, I mean, you can see her shoes. Oh, that's Andrea? Oh, okay. Yeah, shout out for somebody mentioning, so much good food in Vegas. I got to get some sleep tonight at some point, but I don't have to be at the airport till like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
and the pepper mill is open 24 hours, and that's been on my to-do list for years.
What's like the best breakfast kind of buffet to go to?
I mean, well, what is it? I believe that I haven't been there, but Wicked Spoon is the one that's really known at the Cosmopolitan for
Okay.
being like just out of this world. For breakfast, for me, what is it? The Broken Yolk is a really good one here in Vegas. There's a couple of them around around the region, but Broken Yolk is really good. The last time I did breakfast at a buffet on the Strip, though, was the Luxor, and I don't even know if they have a buffet anymore.
Yeah.
There's there's a name of a restaurant on the Strip that I can't even feel like I'd say that would slip past censors. That's pretty well known as well. I think it's actually like just outside of Cosmopolitan or Aria, and that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah.
But like actually, I'm thinking about going to breakfast at the Pepper Mill on like late, well maybe early tomorrow morning, and giving up a couple hours sleep. The only thing is I have to be at an event. There we go with Ashley Paulson. Okay, so we have some detail on Tim Higgum. The entire membership of Beer Advocate is cheering him on.
Okay.
So shout out to Tim. He's moving really well, I think. We saw him inside of the top 10.
Yeah, he's a college professor, I believe at U of R,
Okay.
or UCR, one of those two.
Okay, that is Ashley Paulson right there.
Yeah.
The pink shoes and the very pink hair. She looks like she's been picking up speed the last few laps.
Yeah.
Like she looks like she's...
Moving really well. Yes, hovering right around 7-minute pace for most of the splits.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can see where her timing got a little bit messed up right around the 22 to 24 mile. It has negative splits on
Yeah.
her time. They just need to figure that out. Yeah, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to time trial something this long. It's not easy.
I do know that, I mean, she is aiming to average a 7:30, which would put her right at 12 and a half hours, which would indeed establish a new world record standard.
Well, she's at 7:35 average, but that's depending
Yeah.
upon the timing.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
take that number and until they get that clarified, I said, trust your watch until they were able to figure out the connectivity issue with the presentation of the splits. As I mentioned before, even though the splits look like they're a little bit off,
Still yelling.
she's yelling.
Got lots of fans out there.
Yeah, Ashley is all business as far as her running, but at the same time, she and I saw this at Across the Years when I was on the course with her. She insists on having fun out there.
Oh, yeah.
She
Oh,
really
yeah.
does. her setup is that
Oh,
buzz
the buzz
bomb.
bomb. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
Nice.
is her husband Matt in the hoodie and t-shirt
Yeah.
crewing her.
I have not tried those buzz bomb. I may have to go over there and see if they can give me a couple samples. Oh, she's taking a bathroom break, it looks like. All right.
It's got to be something like you absolutely don't want to do when you're on this kind of crew.
Yeah. Is that Jordan walking down there? Hopefully not.
Yeah. That'd be pretty early for Jordan to start
Yeah.
taking a walk break.
Yeah. Having to decide when to use the restroom, it's always, for me, it's always been kind of tricky. You hold it until you're literally standing there for like 2 minutes to get it all out, or do you just take shorter ones, you know?
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, if you save it up,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to take a little bit longer at the commode.
Yeah. And there's definitely been times, especially late in those 24-hour races, where you start telling yourself you need to go, but you really don't, just because you would like to like lean up against something for a little bit.
I mean, I know of a very prominent ultra runner who you probably shared some miles with, who is adept at bathroom usage to the point of not using the restroom.
Actual physical bathroom.
Yes.
Yes.
No, they're not evacuating on themselves.
I mean, I've looked into diapers, and none of them looked like feasible for doing 24-hour
that
races.
chafing
but-
would be killer.
Yeah. I don't know how they do it, but yeah.
Like, think about the baby powder you have to put on to avoid a child chafing, like for, exhausting a diaper within 2 hours.
Yeah.
What would you, like, you'd be raw by, like,
Yeah.
the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
And it would be such a departure from your Havlin 100 outfit as well.
Yeah. Where would you hide that?
But yeah, we're going to be keeping tabs on Ashley Paulson as the day goes on here, and she is in her pursuit of history. Another individual pursuing history, Stella Springer, going for the world record age group number of 1654. I know that at some point you and I will be able to grab some lunch. I know that the aid station is cooking up some stuff for
Oh,
us.
nice.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Hannah and the crew over at the aid station for making sure we're fed. We just saw
There's Ed
Raj
Hare
and
going
Rory.
by.
There's Raj on the left, Rory on the right. Clicking off another lap.
I noticed Ed Hare's got a buff up around his neck, over his chin.
Rory and
Yes.
Raj averaging a 6:49 pace to this point.
Wow.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah. There's Jordan, back to running.
So for those curious as to the world record, what did we say that was 10:51 for the
Sorokins?
Sorokin's world record. I've got it right here.
Yeah, 10:51:39.
10:51:39. That equates out to
6:31 pace.
It's bonkers.
Yeah, that's like speed work for me.
So, like, think about how fast Raj and Rory are going. They're 30 seconds per mile behind that right
Yeah.
now. I've been trying to lobby Sorokin to come to stateside to run a race now for a couple years.
He's been kind of quiet, I would say, the past
Been a
year.
little bit of injury.
Yeah.
So there's Ashley again. Yeah, I would love to see what Sorokin, like, you've run Worlds, and were you there when he set the 24-hour?
No, not the current one.
Okay.
But I have run with him twice,
Okay.
and
What's it look like when you're like running with him?
it's like I'm walking and he's running. Like he goes by. I mean, really, a lot of the European countries
Mhm.
they've leveled up because of him. They don't focus on so much of the mountainous stuff, but.
Uh-huh.
The year 2019 was the last year that the men and women both won gold for the team.
Mhm.
And it seemed like every year after that, the European teams have gotten much faster. So now, yeah, when they go past you, it feels like they're sprinting the
Yeah.
entire time.
Well, and this might sound like I'm being disrespectful, but Sorokin doesn't look like a long distance runner in the traditional sense. But when you see when you see him out in the course, it's like you're saying, like it makes you feel like you're walking. I mean, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
He spent quite a bit of time in Ethiopia or Kenyan training with them
Mhm.
as part of his training block. He has the current world record for the 24-hour, the 100-mile, and I believe the 100K.
Yeah.
So yeah. And he wasn't a runner.
No.
He smoked and drank and just found running, and yeah, it's been pretty amazing.
There's hope for all of us.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
although, one thing that is true is that the sport is skewing younger and quickly. I remember when I first started running ultras back about 10, 12 years ago at this, and, my friends were like, oh, you're just a baby starting, your ultra journey. I think my first one was 2015, January of 2015, I think was my first ultra. And, I was 38 and, or 30, 37. And now, I mean, people are starting it much sooner, starting their journeys in this sport, even from a non-professional level.
Right.
I'll see people out at Across the Years or out at Black Canyon who are in their 20s. Like, there weren't that many runners that were younger,
Yeah.
10
Well,
years ago.
I think the live streaming has definitely brought people into the sport. Social media, of course, has probably influenced a lot of people.
True.
The marathon is no longer the distance people shoot for. It's
But-
it's 100 miles.
But marathons are booming too. I mean, have
Yeah.
you tried to get into a major lately?
Yeah.
It's like, holy cow.
Yep.
Like, you're talking about, like, what is it? London is like in excess of 500,000 applicants now?
Yeah.
Or like 1 million applicants? It's
Boston keeps upping their qualifying standards to get into that.
pretty soon Boston's qualification standards are going to be like close to like what were one day, Olympic trial
Yeah.
qualifier standards.
Yeah.
Ashley Paulson, looks like got through the bathroom break, no problem. That bright pink hair.
Matches her personality.
Yeah, that is true. And yeah, when she's out on a course, like she insists on like noise and
Oh yeah.
and interaction.
The only time I can say that she was not 100% positive was when we came across each other at Cocodona in 2024.
Mhm.
We were about 30 miles away from the finish, and I came up behind her, and we both had a little bit of a cry hug, like, what are we doing? Could we be done already? But yeah.
Well, Deshaun, ask and ye shall receive. There's your Andy Glaze sighting.
He's got his headphones.
Yeah. I'm sure, like I said, I feel like that is something that that he would insist upon. Yeah, there's a pretty big cross section of runners out here, as we saw. Some people walking and some people running like Raj in between them. Is that John
Swanson,
John
yes.
Swanson?
Yep.
He said hi to me earlier, and I didn't recognize
Yeah.
him. Like, I ran with John at Hennepin for a little while back in October, when only until I realized I shouldn't be running with John because he's much faster than I am. Like, I looked down at my watch. I'm like, John, I'm about 4 minutes faster on this mile than I should be. Like, I was looking to try and average like a, early in the race, like a 13.5, 14. I look down and I see 9:30. I'm like, no,
Uh-oh.
this is inappropriate for me at mile 3. Of course, John and his partner Vanessa have been a part of the scene for a long time on both sides of the country.
Yep. I think Kaylee actually ran a few of their, I think it's Hain Sport 24-hour out there. Yeah, Vanessa lived in Big Bear, so I've known her a
Oh,
long
okay.
time.
That's right, yeah.
Part of the whole Kodiak 100 crew up there.
I went to Big Bear for the first time last year.
Did you?
Spent 4th of July there with my son.
Okay. Did you guys do the 5K that they have up there?
No,
Oh,
we
okay.
were just coming back. We had done we were still coming back from States.
Okay.
We had stayed at Yosemite for a few days, then stayed at Sequoia Kings Canyon for a couple days, and then we made it down to Big Bear for the 4th of July festivities,
Okay.
which apparently it's a I didn't know this, but like it's where everybody from LA goes. Getting a hotel room was not easy
No.
that week. And then we left from there, drove through Joshua Tree,
Yeah.
and then came back home.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Really pretty area.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I have access to San Gorgonio, which is the highest peak in Southern California, so lots of great training up there. And yeah, Palm Springs is an hour away. Joshua Tree is an hour away. So
Okay, you're
Nice
much
little-
closer than I realized
Yeah.
then. Yeah.
nice little area down there.
There's Stella Springer. Stella with the Air Viper Racing Team kit. Again, chasing the 100-mile world record for 55 to 59. Stumpy Chronicle is mentioning, can Jake Jackson verify the presence of carp in that lake?
You want me to go out there and grab,
I
one, or-
assume there was a story
I
the
mean,
way
maybe,
that was
maybe
worded.
I can go out there a little bit later and get some actual iPhone
Pictures.
pictures of it. And
I mean, I don't know like what sort of fish there are in the lake. I mean, I just know that there are fish in the lake, and I've never seen them for myself. Like, I did go out one year. I remember, like, basically hung out in the bridge, just kind of like trying to keep an
Yeah.
eye out. But it's really, those are the shallows over there.
Right.
So I thought they might be, maybe there might be some feeding going on, but it was warm that day, I think. Maybe today, I mean, even though it's bright, it's still fairly chilly out.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, I think the reason why you're not allowed to fish is because the water is contaminated
From it being a
a quarry.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Yeah, you might not want to eat that smallmouth, wouldn't you?
No. Seems like the wind has died down some. Looking at the flags there.
You're
which is
right.
nice.
Yeah, good catch on that. Yeah, because as you mentioned before, the flags were, whipping in
Yeah,
the wind and
almost
there's
horizontal.
a little bit,
Little gusts
here and there.
here, yeah.
But
Should be nice for the runners though.
yeah,
Looks like it's 52 degrees, so it's perfect weather. Exposed being under the sun like this, but
but I think, at, still under 60 degrees, I
Yeah.
think you're probably, like, once it gets above 70, then you really have to.
right.
I just got a text from our friend Ken Rubely. And I guess we'll need to keep an eye out for him here.
Was he doing something on course?
You know Ken.
He doesn't have his ice cream bicycle, does he? That was one of his things. He'd go out and give out big sticks out on the course.
Might be something along those lines.
Okay. That's always nice for the runners.
Of course, I remember my first introduction to Ken at this race was the fact that he was, riding around on a bicycle, like an ice cream, had an ice cream freezer on the bicycle
Yeah,
and handing out.
it.
So
Like a three-wheeler.
yes, and now that he is no longer in charge of the race, I have seen that bike over at Aravaipa headquarters.
Oh,
because
okay.
they are in possession of it, and I have
Okay.
seen Jamil ride it
Oh, goodness.
at events. Looks like Zach Bitter has joined us in the chat. Zach, hope you're doing all right. Wish you were here.
Yeah, Zach, we miss you.
There's Ashley Paulson coming through. Just across the start-finish timing mat, through pit row. Of course, Ashley's also a little bit shorter. Her leg turnover is much quicker than a lot of the runners that you see doing the road 100-milers,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, compared to someone like Devin Yanko or Camille, much
Yeah.
longer stride.
Yeah, much more glide in
Mhm.
their runs versus Ashley's.
Well, when I was starting to get really into marathon training,
Mm-hmm.
one tip that I was told was to run like you're running on hot coals. So you're not spending a whole lot of time on the balls of your feet, and you're just always
You have a
clicking
quick.
them off.
You have a
Yes.
very
I
short
have
step.
yes.
Quick turnover. Now that I think about it, when you mentioned that, yeah, like, oh, that's how you run.
Right.
You and Nick Curry have very similar
Yeah.
strides in that regard, except yours is probably not as loud.
No, I think that's his shoes though. Those carbon plated shoes, they are quite loud.
Yeah. You can hear, it's so funny whenever you see Nick Curry at an event, you can hear him run from like across the track.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And Nick is maybe 145 pounds and just so loud.
Yeah, the year I ran LA Marathon, I think it was 2 years ago. I had not run a marathon since
The
Super
Super Shoes?
Shoes, and boy, hearing every single person in the race have Super Shoes on, it was like horses coming around you. It was wild.
I
It
didn't
was
even think
probably
about that.
a couple $1 million worth of Super Shoes running that day.
Of course, there was a picture at CIM a few years ago. You might remember this
Yeah.
one where there's like literally everybody is in one of two
One of two,
colorways for
yep.
the exact same shoe.
Yep.
Like, if you were that manufacturer, Nike, like you had to like love the fact that
Yeah.
you see all of these people, like 50 people, all in the exact same shoes, just in one of two color schemes.
Yeah, I had bought a couple of the carbon shoes, and my wife refused to run with me because they were just so loud.
Yeah, I've got one pair of road carbon shoes and one pair of trail carbon shoes, and I can run in them. I just, one of the things that I'm always amazed by is people who can run ultras in them because
on
they
trail,
are hard
yeah.
on your feet.
Oh yeah. Like several people ran javelina in those ultra flies. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, last year Riley Brady ran Black Canyon and Alpha Flies, which is just like
Yeah, that's
absolutely
nuts.
mind blowing.
That's
I don't know how they didn't sprain an ankle
Yeah.
like badly.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that when people ask about what I think of the carbon shoes, I think they're a great tool to have in your quiver if you are used to them and you can tolerate them
Yeah.
because they do give you that energy return. But man, like they hurt too.
Yeah.
And I personally I can only wear them for about 10 to 15 miles before I'm just like I'm over it. I had a friend who she actually showed up to the expo, bought a pair of Mafate X's, and wore them the next day for Javelina for her first 100 miler.
Wow.
She ended up finishing like 22:30 or something
Yeah.
like that. First time wearing those shoes and first time wearing carbon plated shoes.
Well,
Like-
that was the controversy with Sorokin because when he broke all the records, he was wearing, the Alpha Flies. and
Oh, makes
yeah,
sense.
a lot of people were judging him for doing that, but
Nowadays,
like-
yeah. And now, pretty much every manufacturer has one too,
Yeah.
There's Ashley Paulson, current women's race leader.
oh, I'm seeing people with
With popsicles?
popsicles out there now. Yeah,
Yeah, looks like
there's Ken handing them out right there.
Ken Rubely handing out popsicles to all the runners. Your current race leaders in the men's race. Rory Monahan, basically, I don't know, about 9 1,000ths of a second ahead of Raj Panu in second. Scott Munson in third. Ed Ramirez has moved up to fourth. Anthony Witt in fifth. And Chad Laster in sixth. Pete Kostelnik in seventh. Tim Higham in eighth. In the women's race, Ashley Paulson is in first. Andrea Pomeranski in second. Janelle Stark in third. Kaylee Frederick in fourth, Stella Springer fifth, Jenny Arns in sixth, Tricia Steidel in seventh, and Amy Buckspan in eighth.
Maybe you can point out Scott to me because I haven't been able to figure out who that is or
Scott,
what they're wearing.
I believe, is wearing like kind of like an off-white
Okay.
short sleeve race shirt. I saw and he's moving real, like you can tell he's moving really
Yeah.
well. But when I point him out, you'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen
Okay.
that guy moving really well.
Yeah.
At least I'm pretty sure that it was 791 when I saw him. Wind starting to whip up on the near side here
Yeah.
a little bit. Ashley coming up on her crew setup right here. Didn't look like she took anything there.
I think she had a popsicle when she went by. So
Yeah, no, that's kind of it's good to hear that too, because for somebody who is chasing a record to I'll partake in a popsicle. Like sometimes people get so dialed into what they're doing that they don't want to mess with anything. I just saw Amy Maurer go by with one in hand. Yeah.
Raj.
Raj coming up. Haven't seen Rory.
Uh-oh. Ashley dropped something? She was looking back. Oh, yep. She wants to go back. Somebody going to get it? Yep. There's some teamwork. There you go.
So is that's the original bridge right there, and the other one is the new bridge, or is it the other way around?
I think it was the other way around, because that one comes, yeah. There was two that are right next to each other.
Wow. Just outside of our studio, whole lot of foul activity. FOWL, foul. Like a lot of ducks, all of a sudden, and are those ducks as well? Just weird looking colorways. Yeah, they look.
Yeah, they got some strange colored feet.
Yeah, they have huge feet.
Yeah.
For our birders out there, they look like almost like a duck, but not quite. Looks like Ashley is pretty aggressively taking the tangents too.
Yeah.
I did notice when Ashley had run across the years a few years ago that she was not. That was.
Was that him? Okay.
David, yeah, she was not particularly concerned with having like people clear the clear the way for her. Like she was totally content to just
Yeah.
zigzag around.
It's
and
much
everything.
easier. I mean, it's nice when people hear that you're coming up behind you and they move out of the way. But
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
One of the things that I find a little bit I guess an interesting topic of conversation is race course etiquette in terms of like on one hand I don't want to be in the way of some fast as hell runner and keep them from accomplishing their goals, but on the other token I don't want to have to like stop what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like if I'm in a rhythm,
Constantly having to move out of the way for other people.
yeah. If I had to move out of the way for every time somebody passed me in a
Yeah.
race, like I would never like get going.
I mean,
so
yeah, that was going on a lot at the Burrito League. I was running most of it, and there was quite a few people that were just out there walking. And
oh yeah,
they picked up on my cadence and knew when I was coming. So a lot of times they would move out of the way, which was super nice of them. I didn't expect them to do that. But yeah, doing something like Desert Solstice, they tell you if you're moving at a pace where you're working, just stay in lane 1 and let everybody else go around you. It's much easier.
exactly. And it gets a little bit more complicated on single track. Like one of the things that I always do is that like I try my best to like give a wide berth.
Yeah.
Like I'll just but I also try not to stop unless there's just no other unavoidable way.
Right.
Like I will walk like right on the very edges of the trail to give somebody else that opportunity to pass. Like the first half of Black Canyon, that's the way it was. Like I had to let people pass me. Now on the second half I actually passed a ton of people, but yeah, I just like I am wanting to give a wide berth, but at the same time I also don't want to stop my own momentum.
Yeah, exactly. It's
hard
hard to
as-
get back going. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
especially the later in the race.
Yeah, and that was always one of the things with like Javelina when it was washing machine style. You could see whoever was coming towards you, so you'd be able to move over. And now that it goes the same directions, the middle and back of the packers are having to deal with the front of the pack people their entire race almost.
Yeah.
Trying to get out of the way. And
That's one of the things I think people have misconceptions about is Javelina and people talking about how difficult it is for runners and for Aravaipa when they do washing machine style. Like once upon a time when you had like 300 runners, maybe you could get away with it.
yeah,
But nowadays when you've got 1,500 runners on single track trail, and the aid station flow is actually like really what seems to be the main reason. Like everybody going in the same direction, everybody like you hit the aid station, then the drop bags are on the other side, medical's on
Right.
this side. Like you have to make sure. And also when I've seen people get turned around and go the wrong direction on that course.
yeah. You get into an aid station, you forget which way you came in and which way you need to go out. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it's happened at Rattlesnake Ranch where one side you literally have to cross the road, but if you're not paying attention,
yeah. You step into a bathroom,
Oh,
porta
God,
potty, and you
yeah.
step out. And you don't know which way you came from. Oh yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, people thought it was because of the super bright,
The headlight,
body lights
yeah.
and everything now, but no, it's not because of that. It's because the
Flow of traffic.
The flow of
needed to go
traffic,
the same
yes.
direction. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, here I have some course intel.
Okay.
Raj took a popsicle.
He did. Wow.
I'm a little bit surprised at that.
Okay.
Raj playing
Good to
fast
hear.
and loose with his nutrition here. Yeah, it looks like Raj has dropped Rory at this point. We'll keep an eye out. They're 40 miles in. That seems like a lot.
Yeah, almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's fast.
I mean, if you're running, sub 1,200 mile, then I
There
guess
he
you've
goes.
got to run 50 miles in 12,
Yeah.
or 50 miles in 6. Raj, a very interesting guy, teacher in the Denver area. I remember when we interviewed him prior to having 100, he was talking about the fact that like his students had no idea that he was like a big time
Oh,
runner.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They said he was just the weird teacher with a big jug of water with him all the time. When you encounter people like in the wild in your daily life, Jake, I think that it's fair to share. I mean, you make it very clear, like what you do for a living and everything. Like you work for UPS,
Yeah.
and are people able to wrap their head around what you do? Like if they start to drill a little bit deeper, like it's like, oh, I run, and it's like, and if you're anything like me, which I believe you are, it's like you just kind of like leave it ambiguous because you don't want to have to try and explain it. But like when somebody does kind of, try and peel the onion back a little bit, and all of a sudden like you're kind of cornered, and it's like, okay, I run 24-hour races, I run 100 miles at a time, like then they're like, what?
Yeah, there was a huge transition. Some of the guys who are in the union, the Teamsters, they knew that I had run because I had gotten some sponsorship money from the Teamsters to help me get to Albi the first year when I ran Worlds.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and so when I ran for Taiwan, they had actually stuck a donations jar out for me
Oh,
to try to
wow,
raise
that's
some
really
money
cool.
because, the USATF, they do what they can to help us with airfare and housing and stuff, but it doesn't cover all of it. And so that was a lot of my coworkers' first introduction that I was an ultra runner and the kind of things that I did. So when they had put the donation jar out, there was a lot of questions of like, do you sleep? Do you, do you take a couple days off in between? Like, how
I
does
don't
this
even
work?
drive that
Yeah,
far.
so I've turned into the weird runner guy, and whenever there's any discussion with nutrition, I'm the healthy guy, and, and I'm not like super strict with my diet or anything, but yeah, I turned into the health and fitness guy for the drivers that I work with. And it's always cool because you have guys that walk up and say, oh, what's your next race? And, oh, I'm doing this weird race in Arizona called Cocodona 250. And they're like, you do all 250 miles in one shot? And it's like, yeah.
A couple of
That's what I
naps,
do.
but-
Yeah. So
That's wild. So I'm gonna hit you up with some. We have some questions in the chat, and we've reached that point in the broadcast where we can. Oh yeah, absolutely. DJ Keen asking Jake, what trauma took place in your life that resulted in you running your first loop race?
yeah, I don't know. That was just something I tried, and I was actually good at it, so I stuck with it, I guess.
My first loop race I ran, we mentioned earlier, the Hotfoot Hamster, where I hit my first ever podium. And my trauma was DNFing Zane Gray the week before and still being fit enough that I felt like I could run. So, Quinn Danger Coons asking, can you guys name your top 5 dream runners you want to see at 2027 Jackpot? I mean, I think Sorokin is the top of a wish list,
Walmsley
period.
would be.
Oh my God, that would be so fun.
Yeah. Who else?
I wouldn't mind. I would love to see Camille out here one more time.
Yeah.
While she's still got the fitness.
See David Goggins out here.
Oh, good.
Might
Well-
not be tough enough though. He'd actually have to carry
He
the
would
log.
he would take the boats across the the water. No, I mean, there's a lot of runners I would love to see out here. And there's 2 types of like runners that I would want to see. Number one, like I want to see the fast people do fast things.
Okay, I got one for you. Taggart. Taggart, I'm calling you out, dude.
I want to see Taggart show up at a race.
Yes.
Period.
Come on, man.
Man. Taggart is one of the more polarizing individuals on socials. Monstrously talented.
Oh yeah.
But man, Taggart, I seen you on so many registration lists. I want to see you at these races.
Yeah.
I know you can do it. I've seen it. I've seen the numbers. Your Strava's wild, but I want to see. Yeah, Taggart Van Atten would be a great one. I'd love to see him out here. Yeah, there's two types of runners I would want to see. Number one, the people who I know would be able to do crazy fast numbers. I like mentioning Camille right there.
David Roach would be great to see too.
That's Well, Roche was potentially going to be at Solstice last year, I believe, but yeah, I mean, and actually Roche, I would say, Roche is kind of like both. The people who Sorokin and Camille, who I'd like to see do this, is because I want to see them in person doing it. And on the other hand, the people like Roche or Rachel Entrikin would be I want to see what you can do on this surface versus what you've done elsewhere.
Yeah.
And now Rachel, it's kind of halfway cheating because I know that she can do it. But yeah, I mean, those people who can run, Will Murray.
True.
Will Murray ran a 12:10 at Javelina.
Yeah.
That's only 10 minutes off of the quote high tide of what we mentioned. Raj's. I mean, could Will run an 11:30 out here? I mean, that would be crazy.
Just the change in surface. Maybe not the elevation, but just the change in surface.
Yeah. I mean, Tara Dower.
Mm-hmm.
Tara Dower ran a 13:30 at Javelina. I mean, yeah, I think that you eliminate the technical nature of it, and there's still some undulating hills out here.
Right.
That those are names that I'd love to see out here.
And I mean, what do you think it is that's keeping them from doing something like this? Is it just
it's not their focus? I think that when and you can speak to this probably, the fact that if you're gonna come out and you're gonna run Jackpot and you're a runner of that profile, there are very few times where I've seen somebody literally come into this to quote just see what they could do at that level.
Yeah.
I mean, Browning was one doing Solstice. Eder Ramirez this weekend, kind of just seeing what he can do. And those guys are excellent runners, but I don't put them quite in terms of the threatening world record level or threatening American record level runners.
It's just interesting to think, how I mean, Camille has had arguments with this for a while. What is more prolific, setting a world record or winning, UTMB?
Yeah, a high profile course that is under assault from, who are those who are considered to be the the greatest in the world. And I guess that's I think it would be a huge boon to the sport to see more people go after this kind of format.
Yeah.
But the question is whether or not they're interested in doing it.
Right. And I mean, I'm sure sponsorship has things to do with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if the prize money was as much as a UTMB or Run Rabbit Run, maybe you get more people coming out here just to try to win some money, and that's their incentive.
Yeah, somebody mentioning Courtney DeWalter.
Yep.
Courtney has run Desert Solstice at one point.
Uh-oh.
I
Got the
can
ice
hear
cream man out here.
Ken Rubely. Passing out popsicles for the runners. Yeah, Courtney's done 150 plus in 24 hours. I mean, she was on the national team at the same time as you, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say, Courtney has never beaten me in a race. Not too many people can say that.
And you've actually raced?
I'm 2-0 against Courtney right now. So, no, I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We raced at Desert Solstice in 2018 and then at Worlds in 2019. So.
Yeah,
And we both DNF Cocodona last year, so
So it's
Still 2-0.
201.
Yeah, 2-0.
Wow. That'd be an interesting one. Connor Mans. No, I need to see more.
Yeah, it's strange that we don't see more marathoners going straight into road ultras.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you want to extrapolate that out. I mean, obviously, we just saw Molly jump to the 100K distance, and now we're going to see her jump into the 100-mile.
Right.
At States.
On trail, though.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, could Molly come out to this race and immediately drop a 13-hour, like, you know, in a debut effort?
Right.
I mean, that would be pretty interesting to see.
Has Desert Solstice seen somebody who's basically done nothing in ultra come out and run on the track? I don't think so.
No, because the qualification, at least in the era since I started watching it, the qualifications like basically started at the 50-mile. So,
but do you think Molly Seidel, minus doing what she's done so far, goes straight from marathon, says, "Hey, I want to run 100 miles at Desert Solstice," that they don't let her in?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they're gonna let her in.
Yeah,
you know.
Good point.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the qualifications are such, but yeah, at the same time, I think that there's probably something in the rules that, you know, reserve right to
Oh yeah.
let somebody in who you know is going to just basically, you know, do work.
Yeah.
Like, do you say no to Des Linden? Like, you know,
No.
because, you know, there are people who have set age group American records and in 50K there. So, you know, like, you know, you're not gonna say no to that. I mean, Christina Pham did it multiple times. I want to say in 2018.
Yeah.
Like, that was my first time watching the race. I didn't realize that, like, the dynamics at play, and all I see is, like, you know, she's going out like blistering, like her hair was on fire for, you know, the first 4 hours. I'm like, oh my, what is she doing? And then she stopped. Right? Why? Because she wanted to run the age group. You know, at the time, I think it was 40 to 44, you know, 50K record, and she did, you know.
Yeah, I'd love to qualify and just run 100 miles to see if I could beat my PR out there at Desert. That's something I still have on my bucket list that I'd love to do.
Is it still 13:30?
It's still 13:33 here, yeah. So we just crossed the 5-hour mark.
Yep. Rory hasn't measured a time in quite a while.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if he might have called it a day. Might have to go and get some track intel under the guise of grabbing lunch.
Yeah, that's 40 miles for him, so maybe he decided 40 miles is all he wanted to do today. And he didn't slow down at all, so maybe he just decided that was it.
Truett Haynes.
Yeah, there's another one. Get that OTQ and then come back and run next year.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to get the OTQ, but I will say it is, like, as far as, like, him doing ultras, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessarily, like, short-selling Truett Haynes to think that I think that this project that he's working on is that last 15 minutes is hard to shave.
Yeah, the faster you get, the harder it is to cut minutes off.
I mean, talking about somebody, Rory Monahan, I watched him fight tooth and nail. His PR for the marathon, I believe, is maybe 221 high, and he was chasing 218 back when that was the OTQ, back a couple cycles ago.
Yeah.
And I can tell you for a fact, he's probably run a half dozen marathons in under 2:26. Like, that's how hard it gets, like, the closer you get. And, you know, like, Rory's PR might be 2:21, but he's probably, if not 2:26, then 2:30, he's busted it at least 5 times.
Yeah.
Like, once you get to that point, I'm going to get Raj to deliver my child. I mean, like, deliver him from, like, one end of the park to the other, or what? Fun fact, Raj Paul Panu is officiating my wedding this summer in Colorado.
Okay.
Well, that's right. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, Truett did run Leadville last year. But, like, as far as, like, diving in with both feet, I mean, I think that it's only a matter of time. But yeah, the current focus that he's got, it's admirable. I mean, it's been a fun story to follow.
Yep.
It's just, you know, like doing it, applying yourself and getting an OTQ period is like hard enough. You know, like there's, you know, I mean, I guess if you're doing it to do something interesting and you know, give people something to follow, like, that's cool. But, you know, I've watched friends just fight and fight and fight for that number, and it's hard. What was your fastest road marathon?
2:42 in Boston.
Okay. That was at Boston?
That was at Boston.
Oh, wow. I would have assumed, like, you know, just knowing you, that it would have been like CIM or something
No,
like that.
I never ran CIM. I did run a 2:41 on one of the downhill courses, but
Okay.
I don't typically say that that's my PR. Yeah.
Well, 2:42 at Boston is pretty stout. I mean, you know, there are people who would not want to use that as the race to go for their PR.
Yeah.
Just between the, you know, the course itself as well as all of the hoopla around it, you know, I mean.
Yeah, I think if I had gotten a coach, I probably could have gone sub 240 at some point, but I just kind of got tired of running, like, on the roads that much, and it was transitioning into ultras and triathlons at the time, and yeah, I was just way more interested in running on trail, going further.
No, I agree with you there. I've only done a couple of road marathons, so yeah, I'm going to try and get confirmation on where we're at with Rory. I'm assuming, as it's been ample time since he last registered, and the fact that he was calling this a training run, I think that he might have called it for the day here at the 40-mile mark. Okay, so there's Raj approaching the bridge again. See if we can see his hand motions here. It looks like he's still arm swinging.
Yeah. I think he tapped one of the tennis balls that's on one of the flags up on the S turn up top.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
It's a drinking game. How many times does Raj test that you got to drink every time?
Oh, good Lord.
A little bit too early, maybe.
Of course, all results are available on the tracker that is pinned to the top of the chat. I know that, like, I did mention that they are working through some timing presentation snafus going on. As we mentioned, Ashley Paulson is leading the women's race rather than Andrea Pomeranski. As far as we can tell, your top three are Ashley Paulson, Andrea Pomeranski, and Janelle Stark. In the men's race, Raj Panu, looks like Scott Munson has moved into second, and it'll be just a couple moments before Adair Ramirez moves into third in the men's race. Of course, Adair, a local here in the Las Vegas area. And if Adair does what we think he's capable of doing, not only will he be able to, or not only was he able to sleep in his own bed last night, but might get a good night's sleep tonight as well.
It's always nice to not have to go very far after
There we
a
go.
race.
Raj making the pass on Ann Trayson right there. I just love the fact that Ann's out here, man.
Yeah.
It's like somebody was asking if they thought, she might be able to buckle, and I thought a buckle might be a pretty tall order for Ann, who's doing the 48-hour. However, I could see maybe back-to-back 50K days and getting 100K. I mean, in order for Ann to... So she has currently, her most recent ping was 9.2 miles, 4 hours into the race. Like, she would literally have to go nonstop. Now, in terms of fortitude and mental toughness, there's nobody on this course
She could
tougher,
do it.
period. It's just a question of whether or not she's going to want to be out here all night, and day and night. So, I mean, frankly, I think it's just awesome that she's back out here. Like,
I'm sure it provides a lot of motivation for the runners out there right now, just her being out here.
yeah.
You know?
How do you drop, or how do you pull the plug in a race when Ann Trayson's out here?
Yeah.
Like, pretty amazing. I got to spend time with her across the years, and just truly a special person. And like, if she is seen fit now to return as an ambassador for the sport, the one that she basically helped, bring to where it is today, I'm here for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, just the sheer buzz before, across the years, when she was on the entrant list. Like, I'm texting everybody. Like, did you see who's going to be at ATY this year? Like, and what's funny is, like, she didn't, when talking about somebody who has no desire for any sort of, like, special privilege, like, she took an Uber to the race, and they offered to put her up in a hotel, and she's like, no, I'll take a tent.
Yeah.
Like, she camped on the course. Yeah. My friend Brian, Brian Ulrich, was fortunate enough that his last name was right next to Trayson, so like he was able to like get the tent right next to her.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was Ann's neighbor for 6 days. Like, are you kidding? Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, I wish I had stopped and got a picture with her, but I felt like everybody was doing that so often.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to be another one bothering her with that, so I didn't.
I got my picture with her at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I dropped her off.
Just having her.
Wait, is that ketchup on your hot dog, Zach? The Chicagoan in me dies. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, the Chicago heritage
you're
in my
mustard guy?
Oh, anything but ketchup.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm definitely
anything.
mustard too.
I'll do mustard and some sort of pepper or like spice agent, like a hot sauce occasionally. Relish, port peppers. I mean, the true Chicago style. Drag it through the garden, celery salt. Full pickle spear. Like, love that. But when I see ketchup on the hot dog, it just. I mean. Then again, I am also like, unfortunately betraying my Midwestern heritage by usually ordering my Italian beef sandwich dry as opposed to like dipped in au jus.
Okay. Yeah.
And people cringe when they hear that. Raj Panu, 5:13 into the race. Let's see if we can get an update on where he's at. Yeah, the tracker is
Still
all over the point at this. Yeah.
Pete Kostelnick coming through, still looking strong.
I know Ellie is working hard to figure out the discrepancy on the timing. It looks like the other distances are registering properly. Just not sure. Like the 48 hour makes sense. It looks like in the women's race it is Maya Detmer, Katie Turner, and Jen Francis. And then on the men's race, Greg Salveson, Ryan Johns, and Matthew Moser.
Yeah, Jen Francis, she's another one that when I first got into running, she was running too. We used to pace races together a bunch,
Okay.
holding the flag. So she's an OG.
Did you do it for like a local
I
local
did it
events,
for
or-
Vanessa Klein owned a company.
Shout out Beast Pacing.
Beast Pacing. Yep.
Yeah. No, I
Did that for years.
totally shout out Vanessa.
Yeah. It's a good way to get a training run in for free.
Absolutely.
Get a free entry and
I haven't, and as we see John
John.
there
Yep.
taking a walk break and on his phone and grabbing a bite to eat. Yeah, no, I have done pacing for Beast in the
Okay.
past. I haven't done it in a while. My favorite race to do was the hot chocolate locally
Yep.
in Phoenix. The only problem is the hot chocolate somehow every year started to coincide with desert solstice. So I couldn't depart from desert solstice to go out and pace the hot chocolate in any condition because I think it started like 30 minutes later. But no, shout out to Vanessa Klein and Beast Pacing for what you do for the sport. Definitely a huge component of the success of a lot of newbie and first time runners.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It got to the point because I was able to pace some of the faster times. It was literally like Vanessa was sending me, I can get you into this race and this. I was like,
No,
can't do them all.
And I get it. Like, this is not a strike against Vanessa.
No,
I think
no.
like it's one of those things where it's like when you find a pacer who can do that faster
Yeah.
stuff, I'm sure that is
It's
in her-
hard.
yeah, her business probably has a harder time finding
Yeah.
1:30 half marathoners than it does 3 hour half marathoners. Like I remember one race I paced in Fountain Hills. It was the Craft Classic half marathon, and that thing for a road race had over 2,000 feet of vert, and I was somehow like corralled into pacing the 10:30 pace. It took no, it's not 10:30 pace. It was whatever the 2:30 whatever that pace ends up being. It took everything I had because when you're pacing a road race like that, you got to stay steady.
Right.
Like you can't cheat the uphills and bomb the downhills. And it was so hard because I'm running up the hills. I mean, you've been out to Fountain Hills. Like I'm running those hills like at the same speed I'm running down them.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it was some of the hardest stuff I've ever done.
Yeah. I mean, some of the pacers, if you do a race, year after year, you can kind of figure out good paces to work the uphills and the downhills. And you'll get people who want that kind of info before the race. They'll come up to you and say, how are we going to run the hills? And I've always just like, we're just going to run at the same pace.
Yeah.
If you fall a little bit behind on the hills, you'll be able to catch back up with us on the downhills.
That's exactly how I think we were supposed to do it because the only problem is that it was like there were times where I just got done with a 500-foot climb. The first thing I want to do is take advantage of that downhill. It's like nope,
No,
got to put
gotta hold back.
put the quads at work.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun doing that. I had actually won outright some races in half marathons because nobody was running that fast. So I'd finish. I usually did the 1:30, and I'd finish 1:29:30 and be first overall, and just be like, oh, okay, I
That's
don't
so
want
funny.
the award or anything, but
Actually, that is really funny. But I didn't. I mean, I guess it stands to reason. It
Yeah.
makes sense.
I paced a all women's half marathon race because they couldn't find somebody to pace the 1:30 spot for. So I was the only male finisher
Oh
for
my!
an all female race. Yeah, Ashley's stride hasn't changed not one bit.
No, it's moving very
She looks
smoothly.
exactly the same. So is she 40 miles in too? Let's see.
It was somewhere in my spreadsheet of stuff.
42. Okay.
I mostly ran a marathon, and now I'm just gonna mostly walk, hopefully 74 more. That's my plan, bro. I'll be watching.
You got Ashley and Raj in the shot right there.
How's she doing? Not dizzy anymore?
Wow, look at that. Asking about other runners. That's awesome.
Saw Rory mining in and he said that Raj is on suicide rate. Rory doesn't want to die.
We just got intel from our broadcast director, Zach Marion, said, Rory said, quote, Raj is on suicide pace and I don't want to die today.
So Rory's done? Okay, good.
Oh,
We're just getting
Maybe-
some food in.
well. Oh, yeah, Stan Barry with a good point about Ann at ATY. If you asked Ann for an autograph, you had to sign her bib before she'd sign yours.
Okay,
She had a lot of signatures on her bib.
that's cool.
Actually, she asked me to sign her bib. I didn't ask her to sign mine. I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh. And you know, even though Ann had not been actively participating in the sport, she was paying attention to it because she knew who I was, and I
Yeah.
was actually really like flattered and honored.
That's
you
nice.
know. Jake, are you doing Run Through Redlands next weekend?
I am pacing my wife. I'm not officially signed up, so don't throw shade at me for abandoning. I will not be accepting a medal, but I am planning on running the course in reverse and then joining my wife for her half marathon.
Nice.
So, and if anybody is in the area this Sunday, we are doing a half marathon at the Holda Crooks up by a park by us in Loma Linda. So you can come out. You can find it on Strava. Look for Holda Crooks Trail Runners, I believe is the Strava club,
Okay.
but we're doing kind of a fat ass half marathon. So it should be a lot of fun.
We just saw Anthony Witt on the camera a couple moments ago at the start finish line. He has that white singlet with
Okay.
blue trim on
Got it.
Here comes Raj again. Still got gloves on.
Yeah.
And then there's Ashley, our F1. Somebody's asking what pace Ash has to keep to beat the record. I'm going to try and we're kind of flying on assumption here.
7:34 is what I figure.
Yeah, like,
So it's just slightly faster.
and we know that she is kind of using 7:30 as a benchmark because it's a nice round number. A 7:30 pace would be a 12:30 100 miler, and the current world record is 12:37. So that gives her 7 minutes of cushion. But yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that very closely as the day goes on, and making sure that our numbers tie out with what is on the tracker and what she has.
And do you remember the course that the world record was set on? Like what if it was a flat trail?
Tunnel Hill?
Oh, it was Tunnel Hill. Okay.
Yeah, it was Tunnel Hill.
Okay.
Prior to that, well, we had the one that wasn't ratified from Camille here. So, I mean, those courses seen, lightning fast times. And Camille also had at Tunnel Hill as well, I believe, was where
Okay.
she previously set the world record. So, do you remember offhand, Jake, like how much elevation gain you got in your 100 milers here?
It was just over 2,000 feet from what I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is some undulation here. I mean, you look at, you run a race like Hennepin. Hennepin only has, I think that Scott Traer, when he ran it, measured like 750 feet of climb for 100 miles.
Yeah.
I think that I got like 950, but I think my steps were probably wayward and going off in different directions. But yeah, I mean, 2,000 feet it's not big by any stretch, but, it's 20 feet per mile. Raj in the lowest point of the course at this moment, going through that wash area that kind of gently slopes uphill from where he's at to the start line, very gently for the first, I would say, 3/4 of that stretch, and then the last few steps does become like an actual real uphill. Jake, what are your learnings or Cocodona advice for this year?
Be prepared for any kind of weather. Yeah, I was definitely not ready for the rain last year.
It was gnarly
Hey.
last year.
Bit me in the butt. Don't get sick the week before the race either. That's a good tip.
That's right, you were sick.
Yeah, my family and I went to Knott's Berry Farm for my daughter's birthday, and we went, and it was kind of a rainy day, and everybody was kind of coughing, and I ended up getting sick the following week, and yeah.
I do remember that now. Yeah, I think that we had interacted the week leading up.
Yeah. Get out on the course if you can, because it's gnarly. You see everything out there: flat stuff, hilly stuff, rocky stuff. Yeah. Comes Raj. Let's go.
5:29. So Loop 41 would be 48.7 miles, so he'd be pacing for low 11s. 6:45 pace. So Zach Bitter's pace on his 100-miler was about a 6:47, 6:48. And Raj is pacing approximately a 6:45. That seems a little bit low. Oh, Missy says, yeah, Jake, you're doing a run through Redlands. Somebody's asking what shoes Raj is running in. I didn't catch it.
I think they're the Rocket X.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know he ran in those 2 years ago, and
yeah, he seems to like them.
Yeah. He likes running the carbon.
I think he ran in them at Javelina even as well. Like, you
Yeah,
know, because
I
he
think
is
so.
one of those runners who can run, you know, of course, like Javelina in a road shoe.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, you know, I guess a lot of people could do that. There's just really only the fronts, like I would say between Rattlesnake, or not Rattlesnake, between Coyote Camp and Jackass, you might have a little bit of difficulty, but like on the, you know, coming back down,
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Oh, yeah.
you know, canal quality.
Yeah. And going back to Zach's American record, he set that at 6 days at the Dome.
Mm-hmm.
Indoor course, pancake flat. So, and he actually, I think he negative split his 100-mile when he did that, because he went on to finish the 12-hour and set the American
That's
record for the
right. I
12-hour
remember
too.
that. Yeah. Well, they were world records at the time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope, you know, Zach's still got a few more years, you know, taking swings at, you know, those
Oh, yeah.
American and world record type numbers. I mean, you know, the next frontier for American men ultra runners would be 11 hours.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in the case of Raj here, you would have to negative split, you know, fairly significantly based on our back of the napkin math.
Right.
But
And not to say anything negative about ultra shoes in general, now that he's free to wear whatever shoes he wants, maybe he'll find a shoe that works for him better and make him run even faster.
sure, yeah. I mean,
know?
you know, he obviously had wild success with his
Yeah.
previous sponsor.
Yeah. Yeah. This mustard's cool. Yeah.
Like we might have a little bit of lag going on, but there we go. The drone is on the case.
Yeah, so Raj just passed the halfway mark. And he's still running under American record pace. It's pretty close, but
Yeah,
he's still under.
He would have to even split basically at this
Yeah.
point to.
And I don't really remember how he ran his race last year, if he was a little bit slower the second half or not. Okay. So wind, I guess, was a factor last year in the end. He's definitely hugging that right-hand side of the course, though, which is good. He can stay as close to the inside as he can, so he's not running extra steps.
Yeah, that's one of those lessons I assume that like if you didn't know it inherently, like you learn it real quick.
Yeah.
Like the first time I got a 100-mile buckle, my watch read 103.5.
Right. That's always a shocker. Some people think, oh, they measure these courses exactly. Why is my watch so much more than what it's supposed to be? And some of it's from the GPS, and some of it's just from having to go around people.
Or like you mentioned earlier with that curve.
Yes, this curve right here.
Your inclination is to hug the inside,
Right.
but you're doing more work.
See, he is missing a little bit by having to go around those people and having to not run the tangent exactly perfectly. Let's see if he touches this corner. Oh, he touched
Nope.
the net.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
So we need his 2024. That's what we need.
So there are two sections where we have timing mats, and he just passed the one on the opposite side. So we get two splits on the results. It looks like they do have the tracking up because they now have Ashley first female, second overall,
Oh, good.
with Andrea in second place, fourth overall. So two females are killing it today.
Of course, Andrea is somebody who we are not as familiar with. So we'll do our best to get to know her over the course of the next few hours.
Yeah, it looks like it is Andrea's first 100-miler, which is pretty awesome. She ran Canyon 100K last year, finished 18th place in 12 hours and 26 minutes. She also finished first female at the 2023 USATF 50K Road Champ in 3:07, which is fast.
Wow. So last year, Raj's 50-mile split looks like it was his 50.3 split was 5:42.15.
Okay, so he's about 25 seconds faster this year. So hopefully if the wind stays down this evening, I'll make up a little time. I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better temperature for the runners right now. 54 degrees. It's chilly sitting here in the
Yeah.
booth, but the runners are probably loving it. They didn't have to deal with the cooling ice bandanas and getting sponged off, so that's going to definitely save some time too.
Exactly.
So I'm looking at Raj's Strava right now. Looks like he did a taper last week of 66 miles, but he had several 120-mile weeks and a 130-mile week. So he's definitely been putting in the work for this. Had a nice build in the months before. A little bit of an off week in between.
All right, I think I have my tools in array. Of course,
Got a
there's
nice on-course shot of Ashley here, first female.
all smiles.
Giving high fives. That's so awesome. Crushing her race and also congratulating people along the way on theirs.
All right, so I think I have my pace tool built properly. We're going to put it to the test here and see if these numbers make sense. So Ashley is at last timing Matt at mile 47.5 in 5:56:20 elapsed. So she needs to average a 7:38 the rest of the way. It's going to be tough.
It'd be close, but
She's averaging a 7:34 to this point, or 7:31.
well, I have 7:29 on the tracker. So
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Estimated pace, average pace. Okay,
7:31, yeah.
I think we need to move those to the other side of the cell. It got a little bit confusing to try and read it from. Okay, so Okay, yeah, no, okay, I've got it. Her current pace at this point, yeah, 7:29, 7:30, and she needs to do a 7:38 the rest of the way. She's basically about halfway.
Yeah.
And I can extend this to Stella as well. The number that Stella is chasing was 16:54. Mile women was 16:54.18. Which is a 10:09 pace.
Oh yeah, she's way ahead of that.
Yeah.
Way ahead.
Feeling good about this one so
Yeah.
far. So Stella is at mile 41.6 at the 5:59:30 mark. Oops. She's currently doing an 8:39 pace. So she needs to maintain an 11:13 pace the rest of the way.
Something major is going to have to happen for her not to get it.
Yeah.
And with her, things don't usually go that terribly bad. Like, she's
Yeah, I have a
so
feeling
strong.
she would know by now whether or
Yeah.
not it was going to, because
She told me she'll know by mile 60, and she's not too far off
Yeah.
of that. So
I do have a tool to help us navigate how far the runners have to go.
Okay.
So that hopefully will be something that we can leverage pretty well. So I just need to. All I need to do is have this one's kind of basic. All I need is 2 inputs, and
that's funny too. Ashley's drinking straight out of a plastic water bottle, like not fancy at all. Just
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab a water bottle and take the top off every time and sip from it. And
so that's just kind of the way. Like, free spirited would be a good way to describe.
Yeah.
So you ran with Ashley. I ran with Ashley actually last year at Black Canyon as well. I was coming out of Hidden Treasure, and she and a couple other runners, one of them who I would later find out was Rondi Zuckerberg, were like all running together in a big pack. And I was like, oh, well, this is as good of a chance as any for me to find a pack and reach and stick with them for the 50 miler. Unfortunately, while I was trying to keep up with them, I tore my groin.
Oh, no.
And that ended up being no bueno. But yeah, she's definitely a vibe runner. You can
Yeah.
tell.
I mean, she's been pretty much talking to the camera person out there right now the whole time.
Oh
just-
yeah, she's probably talking the camera person's
Yeah.
ear off. Some carbon shoes going by. .2. So Ashley is 48.2 miles in 6 hours and 48 minutes, or 6 hours and 48 seconds rather. Currently running a 7:29, needs to keep a 7:39 the rest of the way. Raj Panu, 53.4 miles in, 6:06:46. I'm sorry, 6:01:42. Current pace 6:46. Needs to maintain a 6:49 pace the rest of the way.
Okay.
And these Stella numbers, like, feeling real good about that. I think that, like we said, as long as she stays upright on the course, like, we might see a new world record established for her age group.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the day is young, but this is somebody that we've both watched run a lot, so we know that she is able to tell very early on whether or not it's going to be her day.
Yeah.
That's
And
always
I mean,
been a
you
strength
have
of hers.
4 women who are all within a lap of each other shooting for that 3rd spot right now. So
That could be a
I think,
component of the push too.
yeah, the 2nd and 3rd female podium spots are going to be where the race is, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley's obviously pulled ahead by quite a bit, but hopefully all of them can work together and get the most out of each
Let's
other.
be honest, Jake. Stella's not that far back, and Stella is
Yeah.
probably more experienced than the rest of them put together.
True. Yes.
This
Yeah.
could be, like, I would not be surprised to see Stella potentially push into the top 3, by the 100K mark. Now, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that I think anybody else is going to fall. Like I said, I think Kaylee Frederick is honestly capable of, like I think sub 14
Yeah.
for sure.
And they're only 2 laps behind Andrea too, so yeah, it's kind of wide open still. Looks like Scott has put a lap on Ed here for 2nd place. Chad is 1 lap behind them, so yeah, it's still close. This is kind of the point of the race. You're about halfway. If stomach issues start popping up, cramping starts happening, it's got to stay on top of their nutrition and liquids, and this is kind of the hard part of the race. Once you get past the halfway point, things seem to, you can kind of start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
So, Kaylee it looks like a sub 1400 might be a little bit out of reach, but she's currently trending an 8:34 pace, which at a flat split would be about a low 14s.
Okay.
But at this point, I mean, if she's able to maintain a 9:19 pace the rest of the way, it would be a sub 15 hour. So I think, I think that's entirely reasonable.
Yeah, I was looking at her results from Worlds last year, and she, besides a couple bathroom breaks, she ran pretty much steady splits the entire race. So that's definitely something that she's good at doing.
So I actually just incorporated a tool that would tell us, like, what their paces would be if they're able to keep straight line. Like, at this point, if Ashley were to maintain this pace for the entirety of the race, it would be a 12:28:33.
Wow.
Stella, if she were able to do this, it would be a 14:24:11. Oh my gosh, she's killing it.
Maya on the screen here, doing the 48-hour.
Burrito League Championship
Yep.
caliber right here, Maya Detmer. Also, you want to talk about a joy to be around.
Yeah, she's lots of fun.
She's a hoot.
I met her in 2024 coming out here for Jackpot. And yeah. Looks like her and DeGroff got the same hairstyle. Maybe,
Yeah.
you know.
Sierra will be out here, and I know she'll be joining us in the broadcast later. Actually, I think that's how I met Maya as well, because I think Sierra, that was the year that Sierra either won or placed second.
Right.
And Maya was crewing her, and, you know, sometimes you can't get anything out of a crew member. And I was like, how's Sierra doing? She's fine. She's great. I'm like, really? Because she looks like she's, no, she's great. It was like, Maya wasn't going to sell anything
Nope.
for me. Actually, we had fun. I was hanging out with Sierra's partner Joe last weekend at the at Deep Canyon Ranch during Black Canyon, and we saw Sierra, who's running in the 50 mile tomorrow as well. And of course, Sierra was tasked with the responsibility of pacing Tara Dower.
I know.
and we were like watching, and we could see. I mean, Sierra, like normally she's got long legs. She's a kind of a very long strider. Her leg turnover, like you could tell she was working as hard as she could to give Tara something to chase down. And Joe and I were sitting there at the tent laughing, and Joe's like, yeah, I'll send you that heart rate data here after this is all said and done.
Yeah, I was watching some of the live stream, and I noticed that Sierra was quite a bit ahead of Tara, and whoever was commentating at the time, they were like, I wonder if that's a strategy. Like,
I'm sure it
just
was,
run as
yeah.
hard as you can and pull Tara along to the finish.
Absolutely.
You know?
I would 100% believe, like knowing Tara and knowing Sierra, and I would believe that would have been the strategy all
Yeah.
along.
So are you, I don't know if you've had pacers in some of your races, but are you
Oh,
a
yeah.
pacer in front or pacer behind kind of person?
I am very particular about that. So what I like to do is, and because I'm a back of the packer, if I'm running, I want you behind me.
Okay.
If I'm running, then I'm like, because when your goals are like mine, which is finish, if I'm on the course and still capable of running the race, as long as I'm able to do that, I'm finishing.
Mm-hmm.
The real danger comes when I'm walking or hiking or something
Okay.
like that. So when I'm running, I want my pacer behind me. And when I'm walking or hiking, I want my pacer in front of me to push me.
Okay.
The thing is that I'm, if I'm feeling good, I can hike fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Like I've got a long stride, and, it's not uncommon for me. Like, I'm able to hike, when I'm really moving, 13, 12:45 pace on relatively gentle trail. So I've had times where, and I have to admit, it's one of my favorite things to do. Like when you hit a hill on a trail race, like at Black Canyon, I know for a fact there were a couple people where I was hiking up the hill and they were running, and I was catching them and passing.
Okay,
Like,
yep.
my stride. It's like it makes you feel kind of good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Maya's doing the 48 hour. I think that Maya, she's talented enough to put the course record in jeopardy, which is like, just almost 200 miles
Yeah.
over 48 hours. And she's able to run like this without an ACL in one of her knees.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So Jake, now that the Air Viper racing team has expanded into California, when are you going to join it?
You know what? I was actually looking to try to join, but I think I'd missed the window by a couple weeks. Yeah, maybe next year.
Love to see it.
Yeah. Rabbit has stopped their trail team for the year, so
Mm-hmm.
kind of just in between. We'll see, though. I feel like I do enough Aero Viper races anyways. It'd be nice to not have to pay for every
right?
single one of them. I mean,
Absolutely.
I do get some free entries here and there, but yeah.
No, and you're the kind of person that would represent, the team very well, and not only in terms of what your performances are on the courses, but also in terms of like what you represent to the community and the sport as a whole.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
really
think-
cool that the they've acquired the races out in California, races that I had run prior to them,
Mm-hmm.
you know, being Aero Viper races. But yeah, I got to volunteer last year at That's No Moon, and me and my buddy Justin were the aid station people for one of the aid stations. So it was cool. It was a lot of fun. Get some of those Aero Viper race credits.
Yeah, I wish I had greater intel on what runners were going for, but I can use this calculator that I've got here to see where people are in relation to, you know, like for instance.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me.
For instance, I know that Pete Kostelnik's PR is 14:03, and I'm sure Pete would love nothing more than to PR.
Yeah.
And I can plug in and see where Pete's at currently. In the, oh, that's last year's.
So I know Tim.
He's moving really well.
Tim Hagum, he's shared with me that he's going for a sub 15 hour. I don't know where he's at with that right now, but he's
Okay.
looking strong out there.
Tell you what, I will plug that in next. So, let's see.
His current PR is 16:22 here at Jackpot.
So, for instance, for Pete to hit a PR, which would be 14:03, he's currently on which would be an 8:26 pace. He's currently running an 8:15 pace, so he would need to run an 8:34 pace the rest of the way for 55 miles. So,
Okay.
all right, I'm glad I remembered how I did this before, because this is going to be. And you said Tim,
Yeah, Hagum.
and you said he's shooting for 15 hours.
Yes.
And Tim Higgham currently running 7th. Coming up on 45 miles at 44.6. At 6:16:42. So Tim is currently holding an 8:27 pace. Oh, he's looking real good right
Oh,
now.
good.
He would need to keep a 9:27 pace the rest of the way.
Okay. There you go.
His straight line pace is a 14:04.
All right.
So he's
Good.
if he is able to keep things under control, I think that he is looking like he's in great shape for his goals. If you're in the chat and you happen to have some intel on what some of the specific runners' goals are, I can definitely let you know where they're at in regards to those goals. Be happy to share that. But yeah, I'll be using this to keep tabs on Raj and Stella and Ashley. Now the next frontier would be to have this auto-populate with the information from the...
Yes.
I mean, I don't mind. Like, the nice thing is I only have to hard key 2 numbers in with this one. So Raj at 55.8. Man, he's just moving so fast.
He looks great right now.
At 6:18:03. He's right where his current pace is 6:47. Did he take a short break perhaps? Because he would need to run a 6:49. So basically he's threading the needle right now as we speak.
Okay. Let's see if he did stop for a little break.
Yeah. Ashley Paulson. At
Yeah.
mile 50.5.
Looks like he's trending just a little bit slower than he was earlier, getting closer to that 7 minute per mile.
So Ashley's currently at a 7:29 pace still needs that 7:39 pace. Her straight line, if she were to even split this race, would be 12:28.59. Of course, the current world record is 12:37.04. So Ashley has about 9 minutes of cushion at this point based on what she has been doing.
Okay.
So she's going to need to average a 7:39 in order to break the world record. And she also, like, I can actually plug in her goal as well to see where she's at with regards to that. Because Ashley did say she was shooting for 12:30. She would have to basically even split the race at this point in order to hit the 12:30 that she was originally
Oh, okay.
looking for. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's good.
So I think that, I mean, if she can hold even what she's doing as long as possible, I think that 12:30 would be at this point kind of a stretch goal.
Mhm.
But I'm sure she'll take 12:37.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And of course, our other high-profile world record chase that we were talking about, Stella Springer, member of the U.S. 24-hour national team, going for the 55 to 59 goal here. Let's see. Yeah, so Stella's averaging an 8:40. She just needs to average an 11:18 to, again, just keep the car on the road, Stella.
Yep.
We're rooting for you.
I wonder if hearing something like that matters to her. You know, like, I have this big of a cushion. Do I still push? You know, that's a hard thing to know. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to know that or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting
You
thing,
know?
Jake. Like, do you want to know, like,
Because it gives you the opportunity to lay off the gas and still get the record, you know? I mean, there was a lot of times, especially at Worlds, where I wish somebody would have given me a number, because in the record books for the American 24-hour records, I was only a half mile from Scott Jurek. And had I had known that during the race, I might have went after it, you know, but I don't think anybody knew how close I was at the time. So,
well, it's funny you mention that because, you know, like another one of our colleagues, AJW, it wasn't a fixed time race, but he got to the river the year in 2005 at Western States. And he wasn't sure if he was in third or second. He wasn't really like, and so they get to the river and they're like, "You're in second." He's like, "Okay." And they're like, "Do you want to know?" He's like, "I don't know. Do I want to know?" And apparently he decided he wanted to know, and they said 22 minutes. And so they were like, "Hell with it, send."
yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
and apparently Scott did put 3 more minutes on him or something like that.
Okay.
But like, do you want to know? Like, I mean, it might be different in chasing a person versus chasing a number.
Right.
But at the same time, like, you know, there is that component to it. Somebody was asking about Raj and the course record. Of course, Raj's the course record would be Raj's PR.
Correct.
And I can pull that up quite easily.
Yeah, some people don't want to know at all
Yeah.
how far in front or behind.
Raj ran an 11:52:46 here. Oh yeah, he's well under. Whoops. There's that. Whoops. So Raj, as we mentioned, running a 6:47. He would need to run a 7:34 in order to PR the rest of the way. So he would be able to take significant pressure off the gas. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm still basing Raj against the American record.
Yeah.
And knowing what we know about Raj, I'm assuming Raj is basing himself against the American record still.
Yeah, I think he would be, even if he did break the course record, I think he'd still be disappointed if he didn't set the American record.
Exactly.
Because I think that's what he's come out here for every year.
Yeah. Like when you're a runner like Raj or Zach, like you have very specific goals in mind. As we see Raj go by, looks like he might have slowed down a little
A
bit.
little bit, yeah. Maybe just has a little bit of a low spot right now and taking some calories and get back on the horse,
Yeah.
get moving again.
I will get his most recent splits as soon as it registers on our end. Looks like the last one was far side 48, so it would be loop 48 is what we're looking for. Loop 48 would be at mile 56.9.
Looks like Kaylee had a ice bandana on. Must be getting a little bit warmer out there, maybe.
Come on, Chris, work smarter, not harder. Let's see. So Raj at loop 48, mile 56.9. Any elapsed time 6:26:26. Currently holding 6:47 pace. So no, he didn't. If he did slow down, it was negligible. Still
Okay.
needs a 6:48. Basically, again, needs a 6:48 for the American record, 7:34 for a PR. Yeah, I think that when I get an opportunity, I'm going to head down to pit row and talk to a couple of the crews and some of the other runners to kind of find out what their goals were, so we can, figure out exactly, what they need to do in order to hit those numbers. Ashley Paulson has now hit far side, timing that 44. So at mile 51.7. Let's see what that means for her chase on history. So 51.7, and a elapsed time of 6:27:10. .729 pace. Slight improvement. I mean, might be just holding steady, but she would need to keep a 740. So it was probably like 739 high, 740 low. So again, as long as Ashley stays consistent, she has a genuine shot.
So I just noticed this. Looks like Andrew had dropped back a couple spots, and now we have all five. We have 5 women all on the same lap.
Ooh.
So 2nd through 6th, all on the same lap right now. Interesting.
And with one of those being Stella Springer, if I'm trying to
Yeah.
hold a spot, I'm a little bit terrified. Whoops. As we can hear
Lots of cheers.
they had thunder sticks at her aid station.
No, really. Yeah, so we're looking at Raj first, Scott Munson second, Ed here Ramirez third, Chad Laster in fourth, and Pete Koselnick in fifth.
So Stella, keeping an 8:41 pace, just needs to maintain an 11:19 pace for the second half of the race to, I mean, that's pretty amazing. I'm going to actually plug in Edair's numbers because I know that he was like, I spoke with him and I don't know if he was just kind of like, yeah, whatever, like when I talked to him, but like talking about doing a 16-hour 100 miler, like based on where he's trending. Well, if Tim was pacing for a 15, Edair's definitely in the market
14 range, yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
Wow, that's
Low
actually
14s.
very interesting. And for a guy who simply just never really put much effort into like this kind of race.
Yeah, I mean, I know my PR 13:33 is an 8:08 pace, and Ed here right now, average pace is 7:54. So he's in the 13s right now.
So Ed Hare, let's just set his benchmark at 14. Currently 49.3 in at 632. Or I'm sorry, was it 630, 629?
6:29, yeah, 57.
Yeah, so in order for Ed Hare to break 14, he would have to run an 8:53 pace the rest of the way. He's
Yeah,
cooking.
There he's moving.
Straight line split of 13, 10, 58 if he were to maintain for the second half. With some of these runners, if they were able to even split this race, I mean, I'm not saying that anybody can. It's just quite unusual.
Yeah.
But man, if some of them do, like, there are some discussions that we need to be having about, like, to keep an eye out what they do next.
Yeah, I'm going to say again, the weather right now is perfect. Like,
Yeah.
very small breeze, if anything, and cool. It's nice. It's perfect running weather.
Yeah, it never got hot on them.
No.
Another favorite runner, people who follow the sport, Pete Kostelnik, as we mentioned, 47.5 at 6:32:36. In order for him to hit a PR, he would need to maintain an 8:35 pace. He's been running an 8:16.
Is that here?
Yeah, I mean, the main, runners that we're following at this point would be Raj, Ashley, and Stella. But, I mean, we're going to be keeping eyes on everybody because you know,
Could be PRs for a lot of people.
the depth of the field is pretty impressive. I mean, let's so Stella is currently 12th, 13th overall, 12th overall F5. And she's on pace for, you know, I guess, you know, a straight line pace would be 14:27.
Wow.
We're not used to having this many runners be this fast. Like, I mean, there might have been times where we've had, you know, a couple of runners above and beyond, but like, you know, the depth of the field. I just got word that Shad Burkholz pulled the plug.
Oh no.
Shad, heal up, get better, and we'll definitely look forward to seeing you out there, Shad Burkholz. Part of our Mountain Outpost team. He looked like he was hurting pretty early on. I don't know if something just wasn't
he had
right.
said before the race that he was just hadn't been training specifically for this race, and was just out here to see what happens. So
Well, he'd been carrying gimbals up and down the Black Canyon Trail last weekend. I know that. So saw Chad Laster go by. Something we haven't talked about too much today, but you know, talk about a guy who is
he's like a
you know,
silent assassin. I mean, he
Yeah.
shows up to some of these races and you don't even know he's going to be there a lot of the times, and just crushes them.
his PR at the 24 hours, like 155, 156 miles.
It's quite a lot.
As we see an aerial shot peeking between the trees at the one, the only Ann Trayson. Ann is out here doing the 48-hour race this weekend. Always love seeing Ann out there, and after seeing her, you know, hit 100 plus at across the years this year, to see her out here at Jackpot is just so cool. I mean, she endured a snowstorm to get here, you know, and you know, somebody who's meant so much to this sport still just loves to be out here. I mean, you're talking about, again, you know, I have nothing but love for all the current athletes of this sport, and you know, not to take away from anybody that you know wants to call other athletes the GOAT. I mean, you know, what Ann was doing in this sport 30 years ago, finishing, you know, top 2 overall at Western States, you know, and setting records that just recently finally are under assault.
Yeah.
You know, and she was doing it with, you know, waffle soles and flat Coke, you know. I mean, the fact that it took 30 years for, you know, in a lot of cases for runners to catch up to what she was doing, you know, with much more basic and rudimentary training and everything, you know, that's...
Have all of her records been broken? I think there was...
American River 50 is still hers.
I think, yeah, there was a couple that were still hers.
I mean, Leadville was until last year.
I know.
That's
a wild one. And everybody had talked about David breaking, I forget the guy's name that had their record for so long, but I think Ann's record was even harder to break than the one that David broke.
I want to verify on some of these that the Wikipedia says, but we'll go over some of these. I mean, there's one that I just saw that kind of blew my mind, if it is still indeed hers. She still holds the Miwok 100K race record. That's a lot of runners. Yeah. That race sells out every year. So the current course record still held by Ann Trayson. The Houston Ultramarathon 50 mile, American River 50 mile, Cool Canyon Crawl 50K, Dick Collins Fire Trails 50 mile, and I don't know if all of these are still going.
Think some of those are even
current. Hunter Thompson 50 mile. Of course, as we mentioned, Leadville, she had until last year, that lasted over 30 years. Miwok, which again, that's a quarter century. and Miwok is not exactly an unpopular race.
No. Yeah.
Quicksilver 50 mile and Silver State 50 mile. I'm pretty sure that Silver State is still going. I know American River is. I know Miwok still is. So, these are races. Those are course records that that are still held by Ann Trayson. What was meant by the comment, Andy changed races because of the headphones rule? That's just our speculation.
That's speculation right now.
I mean, to Andy, 100 miles is 100 miles. Like he runs it every week.
Yeah.
But Andy was originally in the USATF 100-mile race, but with the rules and regulations for USATF events, you're not allowed to wear headphones. And we just surmised that Andy wanted to listen to music while he was running.
Or maybe he's not a USATF member and didn't realize it when he registered.
That's actually possible,
I mean,
too.
That
I
could
didn't think
be
about
a
that.
possibility. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. Somebody's asking if we were going to be streaming the 50-miler tomorrow. We won't be streaming the 50-miler tomorrow. We're here to primarily cover the USATF 100-mile championships. We kind of keeping a side eye on some of the other events like the short course 100-miler and the 48-hour, but we just don't have the bandwidth. Jake Jackson and I are basically the crew for the weekend, so I got to tell you, it's going to get cold tonight.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm going to have to walk, like if we take a break, I'm going to head over to the shopping center across the way and grab myself a hoodie so I can throw it on underneath this this coat.
Yeah, I car camped last night, got in about midnight and slept in the parking lot, and it was not too bad when I first lay down, but at about 4 o'clock in the morning, my feet were numb, and I was like, oh gosh. So I turned the car on for about 10 minutes and warmed it up, and
There were
yeah.
at least 3 open beds at the staff
I
house
know,
last
I
night,
know.
Jake.
I know. I don't know. I love my car camp setup. I slept overnight across the years and at Coldwater Rumble, and it's so
I like
comfortable.
doing it.
Yeah.
Like I love, and I'm working on my setup myself, but at the same time, like, when it gets cold, like that's usually what the problem is. Oh, so we were right. Andy said it on his Instagram that he wanted headphones, so he made the change.
There you go.
That doesn't surprise me,
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, and you can answer this, asking about the course itself. Are they running on cement?
Yeah, about, I would say, 85% of it is concrete. There's a small section down, if you're looking at the live stream right now, where the runners are coming from. There's a short section down there that is crushed gravel. That's hard packed, but it's softer than the concrete. So
Yeah. Of course, the
yeah.
concrete, some runners, and if they're trying to put big numbers down, like it because of the energy return on a carbon plate, but man, it just beats you
yeah,
up.
if you're not used to it, it definitely beats you up.
There's Stella Springer right there. Of course, we mentioned Stella chasing the world record for 55 to 59.
What's up, dude? Come and talk. Okay.
We have our first Troy Croxdale sighting of the weekend. And
Punisher.
Knowing those burrito leaguers, we'll probably get plenty more sightings of Troy. Somebody's asking if Jake is doing any fun races this year like Coco.
Well, I'm doing the Bradshaw Brute, but in training for that race, I'm doing Joe Corcione's Desert Peaks double.
Oh.
So I'm going to be 100K on Saturday and 50K on Sunday out in Tucson. So
Yeah.
should be a lot of fun. Joe's a good friend of mine. Got
Good
to
guy.
pace him at Kodiak this past year, and I can't wait to go out there and see what he's put together for us. Be a lot of fun.
Raj has hit mile 50. Or lap 50, rather. It's a loop 50, and that is mile 59.3 in 6:43:12. So Raj is okay. So he's actually fallen off American record pace.
Oh no.
Ever so slightly. His straight line pace would be 11:19:56. He's currently, currently a 6:48 pace. He would need to maintain a 6:47 the rest of the way. So I mean, it's doable, but you would definitely have to basically keep riding the lightning for another 41 miles.
Yeah.
That would be a tall order, but you know, we've seen people do it before. You know, as far as Ashley goes, actually it looks like Ashley's only 3 miles behind Raj at this point.
Okay. Well, hopefully Raj is just battling through a little low right now, and
So Ashley is doing a 7:11 pace. Her straight line pace is 11:57:33. Wait. Okay, if this is right, what was it at before? No, that can't possibly be right. I'm gonna re-enter Ashley's numbers because oh yeah, that's so Ashley is at mile 56.4 with 6:44:42 elapsed. Her straight line pace is now under 11 hours. She's been picking up speed.
awesome.
If she is going to break the record, she needs to keep an 8:05 pace because it was under 8 before, right? I think we were talking like
believe so,
high,
yeah.
yeah. Let's see. Ashley's recent paces 7:11, 7:19, 7:22, 7:16. Oh boy. 7:20, 7:37, 7:28 with her most recent loop, but yeah, her average pace is 7:10.
Okay.
So she is picking up speed. And Stella Springer.
Yeah, she's
There's
still
actually
moving.
going by. Yeah,
really
she's
well.
moving really well. She looks very chill too.
Yeah.
Like I think that's the one thing that is most notable for me is that when Ashley Paulson just went by, she looked like she was so relaxed. So Stella holding an 8:41 pace needs to keep an 11:25 pace going. She's doing so well. Obviously, she's still not even quite halfway through, but a straight line pace of 14:28:06. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Raj's splits very closely because he's going to need to hang on for dear life if things are gonna if he's gonna have a shot at the American record.
Yeah, I'm wondering if something happened with Andrea. She's really fallen back a few spots here.
So yeah, Raj currently on pace now for an 11:20:33. So he's losing a couple seconds each mile. You saw Pete Kostelnik there. There's Andy Glaze, Amy Maurer.
Tim Higgins coming up. Still looking good.
Yeah, as mentioned, Tim Higgins was shooting for 15 hours.
15, yeah.
Let's see how he is in relation to those goals. Tim Higgins at mile 48.2. And 6:47:45. Pacing for a 14:05 even split. Needs to go averaging 8:28. Has to go 9:30 the rest of the way. Easier said than done, but
Yep.
still in great shape. Your top 5 in the men's race at this point: Raj Panu, Scott Munson, Eder Ramirez, Chad Lassiter, and Pete Kostelnik. In the women's race, Ashley Paulson, Janelle Stark, Kaylee Fredericks, Stella Springer, Jenny Arnson. And also we're going to throw Andrea Pomeransky in there because last check she was right behind the rest of the women
Yeah,
too.
They're all within 2 laps.
Yeah, you have a bit of a log jam between F2 and F6. Yeah, in fact, F2 and F6 are far closer to each other than F1 and F2 are.
Yeah. See Ed Hare
Yeah,
Ramirez coming up
Ed
along
Hare.
with Stella.
I was like, why isn't Ed Hare smiling? Oh, he's wearing a buff over
Yeah,
his
he's got
mouth.
his buff up.
Yeah, these temperatures are really favoring these runners right
Yeah.
now. Somebody said that I pronounced Kostelnik properly. I've known Pete a long time.
Kostelnik?
I mean, in the past, I called him like pretty much every
Yeah.
variable of it. But I mean, the easiest way to get somebody's name is to flat out ask them.
Yep.
And Pete told me Kostelnik is fine. Like, all right, cool. Somebody was asking what Scott Munson's pace is. We can play around with that. Scott Munson is currently on loop 45, or just completed loop 45. He's holding an average pace of 7:43. That would be a straight line pace of 12:52:45. How much faster do you, Jake, when you're running these races, how much faster do you find your first half than your second?
For me, quite a bit faster. Yeah, all of my PRs have come from going out faster the first half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking, they're getting their Viv around 4. Are they allowed to shake out on the course during the race? Yeah. It is an open course. There are, some people walking and running, and this is a public use path. You know, I think we saw a moment where Raj might have encountered some people who were, simply out for a walk that he had to navigate. But
Yeah, when we get into the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hours, we'll be seeing more people getting off work and getting their night walk or run in, and the basketball court down at the end will start filling up. Friday night,
Yeah.
you don't have to go to work tomorrow, so go out and have a little fun.
we just saw Ashley Paulson go by again. Ashley's looking very strong, very composed.
It's scary when you see somebody this late in the race and they look almost exactly the same as when they started the race.
Yeah, I might have to go and check with her husband Matt and verify that she is feeling as good as she's looking right now.
Beautiful
Yes.
shot of the surrounding city. Got some volleyball courts down below, basketball courts.
Ashley needs to maintain an 8:06 pace to hit the world record and a 7:56 for her stated, target of 12:30. RW asking Jake, any advice for someone trying to finish the San Diego 100? Have you run that before? or-
2 times, yeah.
That's some gnarly territory out there.
The first half of that course is much harder than the second half. Once you get through about 60 miles, you start to make your way over to the PCT, which is absolutely beautiful.
Mhm.
I actually wish that they would run that race in reverse one year, because I think the most beautiful section is running on the PCT, and you don't get to see any of that because it's in the dark. So it'd be nice if they ran it backwards. And
Well, you're speaking of somebody who's going to get that race done in 19, 20 hours.
yeah,
so.
but both years that I've run it, it's been in the dark in that section. And I actually went out for a training run and did about 30 miles on that section. It is stunning to be up there looking down into the low desert over there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. But yeah, I mean, the hardest thing with that race has always been the weather, because it has been in May, June time frame, I believe, but they actually moved it, so it's in a cooler time of year. So
I was going to say May or June would be a
yeah, it's
rough time
it's
to
hard.
run that.
Yeah, they
I
bumped
mean-
it up, so it's more in the springtime.
I've never run San Diego 100, but I've been out there for Cuyamaca, and I know that it's not the same course, but there's a lot of the same dirt out there.
Yeah.
And
It's actually, I think, the same weekend as Cocodona, and that's why I wasn't going to do
Oh.
it this year. Yeah,
yeah, that would be kind of
So.
tough.
great
yeah,
race though.
Yeah, beautiful area for sure.
And it's actually a better course than it has been. I know they changed the course 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There was quite a few out and backs, and now it's more of one big loop without so many out and backs. So it flows much better.
I'm going to do a quick checkup on Stella Springer, our current F5, and again, or no, current F4.
Should move up.
Looks like Andrea Pomeransky might be dropping back a little bit. But yeah, Stella Springer, it wouldn't surprise me in the least to see her come in second here. Of course, she did win this race last year. So currently at mile 47.5 with 6:54:20 elapsed. So she actually is building cushion at this point. She's maintaining a 10:09 pace, so that means she's got a little bit more cushion on the back end to basically has to keep an 11:26 in order to establish a new world record. Current straight line pace of 14:32:17, so that's slowed down a little bit, but she's maintaining enough
Yeah.
that she's in great shape. Like she's not deteriorating by anything worrisome at all. And that could vary from lap to lap to lap as well.
Yeah, in this day and age, to put that big of a chunk into a American, or age grade, age group
World
record,
record, yeah.
that's phenomenal.
She could absolutely put an hour on that today.
Yeah.
I mean, which is unbelievable. We need to get Tracy Outlaw on the case to hype this machine up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send him a message.
Yeah.
Put it on the 24-hour national team page, Tracy. We know you're watching.
Great shot of Ashley going into that S turn right there. Just perfect. Taking them tangents.
That's how you do it. Oh yeah, nailed that tangent right
Yep.
there. I mean, Stella's pacing more than 2 hours under the record at the halfway point.
I've learned to, whenever she gives me a goal, to like almost blow it off, because she always goes way further than what she thinks she can do. I mean, she had doubts going into AC 100. She was asking me if I could go out and pace her, and then she goes out and wins the dang thing.
Yeah. I'll admit I was shocked. Like when I happened to see the results, I'm
Yeah.
like, wait, Stella won Angela's Crest?
And it was not, they had all the fires out there, so that it was an out and back course, and which was not easy. Had probably, I don't know, 2 or 3, 4,000 feet more gain than the typical point to point. And
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Well, I just shot Tracy Outlaw a message. The biggest fan of fixed time ultra running there is, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much put the 24-hour team on the map, or
Yeah.
helped put him on the map, because 2019 was the first time he took over or created that Facebook page, and he's brought a lot of attention to 24-hour racing in
Yeah,
the US.
and also like track and road 100-milers as well.
Yeah.
If you're a drone pilot and you're tasked with following Ashley Paulson, it's got to be great.
Yeah.
Like you can see her like literally a mile away with how bright her her hair and her kit are. Like, you don't have to search very, very long or
Nope.
to determine where she's at. And she'll be passing us here in just a few moments. And sometimes when she passes by, she's loudly yelling at friends and people who are supporting her. You know, she's enjoying herself out there.
Yeah, definitely some extra motivation to have this many people cheering you on. It's almost like, I told you about running Desert Solstice. You're always visible to everybody, and it's like she's got a whole cheering squad out here keeping her going.
I have used a phrase that you told me one time just in offhand conversation so often, and that is there's no hiding on the track.
Yeah.
And
it
this
really
isn't like your typical school oval, but at the same time, there is no hiding on this course
No.
because if you're standing in, basically just outside our tent, you can see everyone.
Yeah. And I mean, even people on the other side are probably telling her great job. She's passing so many people and she
Yeah.
inspires so many people that there she goes. Yeah.
You can just hear her hooting and hollering, like literally hooting
Yep.
and hollering.
I mean, yes, she's out here trying to break the record for herself, but in some ways, she's doing it for everybody who's cheered her on, this whole
Yeah.
time. When she burst onto the scene winning Badwater 135 years ago, there was a little bit of controversy of who is this person that basically came from, triathlons, and now she's winning Badwater, and she kind of shut everybody up the next year by winning it overall. And
leaving no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and just continued to keep proving people wrong.
Yeah, no, what
There
she
we
did.
go. Nice handoff there. Didn't even stop.
Is that something you worked on, Jake, or is it just something that kind of came with time?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, in the beginning, my wife, she was doing a lot of the handoffs at like Desert Solstice, and she'd crew me at AC 100, and yeah, it's definitely something we try to get dialed in. And she always knows basically. She can tell the way I'm looking, like what I need. So it always helps to have a crew that's, they're ready for every little problem that you might be having. But yeah, those handoffs are key during races like this.
She does not look like she's having a hard time out
No.
there.
It's just a robot.
She looks super strong. See. Raj's most recent loop 53, basically just past the 100K mark at this point, 62.38 or 62.8 miles. 62.8 at 7:08:36. And again, I don't think that Raj stated anywhere that he was going for the American record. That was just kind of our assumption here. So
Yeah.
I want to clarify that. But
I mean, that's what he was going after last year,
Yeah.
from what I remember. And
I can't imagine he would like
for him to
downshift his
say,
goals.
yeah.
Yeah, Raj was before at a 6:48 pace, now currently at a 6:49. Slipping ever so slightly. His straight line pace would be an 11:22. So he's probably falling about 20 to 25 seconds short of where he needs to be
Yeah.
per mile. We'll be keeping an eye on it. I mean, he's still pacing. I mean, it would not be a shock to see Raj run an 11:35 or 11:40 right now,
Yeah.
like just based on what he's doing and what he has ahead of him.
As long as he can keep the pace in the low sevens. I know he's dipped into the 7 on some of these laps here. Don't go too much slower than that.
And Ashley Paulson is approaching the 100K mark, currently at mile 59.3. So Ashley, on the other hand, maintaining a 7:11 pace at this point. The world record pace needed to maintain is a 7:34. Her straight line split is 11:58.50, so she needs to maintain an 8:08 in order to in order to set the world record. We might be onto something here. I mean, and you know this, Jake. I mean, you've been around this sport for so long, and you've been up close and personal to this when some of these records have been falling.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you've seen 24 hours in the men's and the women's, like, right in front of you.
Camille 2 times, yep.
Yeah. And the thing is that, like, as much as you want to get excited about it, the taller you build that Jenga tower, the more it only takes like one little thing to collapse. But but runners are getting really good about maintaining on the course.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about nutrition being so dialed in now that runners are, I don't think that they're smarter, not that like the previous generations weren't smart, but they just had less access to information and detail. I mean, when you got people out there like, Mike McKnight and Zach Bitter out there, like, using themselves as guinea pigs
Right.
for,
Oh, yeah.
trying to optimize their nutrition, or David Roche and Megan Roche. I mean, these people are putting their bodies like out there as test tubes,
Yeah.
really, for for what they see. I'm glad I was able to name people on both sides of the spectrum when it comes to what they how they fuel.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, even listening to back when Nick Curry set the 24-hour American record, just listening to how dialed in he had his nutrition, even to the half hour.
I
It
remember
was
that.
wild.
He had gummy bears, like Ziploc bags
Yeah.
of like 7 gummy bears that he wanted, like, on this lap
Yeah.
or whatever. Like, he was so closely managing that. Meanwhile, one of my favorite runs ever to watch was when Scott Traer had his big number at Desert Solstice back in 2023.
The croissants.
He did that basically, yeah, just eating croissants every lap. I'm like,
Yeah.
and I think I asked at the time, and I said, "Hey, Scott, are you doing this whole like croissant thing because you plan to run Albee in 2025?" He's like, "No, I just like croissants, dude."
Yeah. I have much more of his mindset when it comes to nutrition. Like, if you're hungry, eat. The number stuff, it tends to be a little bit too much for me.
Okay, so I've got another update on Stella Springer. So Stella at mile 49.3, 7:10.42 elapsed, current pace 8:44. So she's only dropped a second off her pace over the last 2 miles. And as a straight line pace is looking at a 14:33.38 with basically 50.7 miles remaining. She needs to just maintain an 11:31.
Jeez.
I think that Stella could be pushing for something really special here.
Oh,
And you
yeah.
can hear people cheering on
Ashley's-
Ashley in the
Yep,
background.
fans. That's awesome.
Of course, Ashley didn't have to travel too far for this race for once either.
No,
Out of, I believe she's out of St. George.
St.
Utah?
George, yeah.
No, there's a couple runners up in St. George. Shout out Turtle Miller. He's a bit of a character.
Stella.
Stella's looking so good. Ashley's looking so good. Raj is still holding strong. But yeah, I think Ashley and Stella are both going to be keeping things going strong as the afternoon turns to evening.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to go over and talk
Well-
to Matt and see exactly if she's right on
Somebody asked.
plan.
Yes, I wonder if the hater who reported Raj's stack height last year is watching the stream again. I mean, let's be honest. USATF was going to know.
I mean,
Like-
I called it out on the live stream too. I think I was one of the first ones. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was like, are those shoes legal? And I was hoping somebody would have caught on and told them,
Yeah.
at one point, like, hey, those shoes are not
Well,
legal out there. but-
And that's something like that they're going, like USATF is going to check, measure, and do all of the things. I mean,
Yeah.
if they were able to wheel out that a course was 700 feet short, then they're sure as heck going to check his shoes.
I talked to the USATF official before the race today, and she basically said that she was not aware of all the stack heights on the shoes, so she wouldn't be able to just look at a pair of shoes and say,
Yeah.
those are illegal.
And
So
they're all coming out with new,
yeah, it was
designs
it
every
was a
year.
little bit of kind of everybody's fault. The race, Raj's, and the USATF. It was a small oversight, but it turned into something that was like kind of
And it was unfortunate.
Yeah,
I mean, we were all
unfortunate, yeah.
rooting for Raj.
right. And I mean, whether or not they had stopped him halfway and said, "Hey, you can't wear those shoes," that
Well-
would have changed anything. He still,
I think that kind of was the thing, was
Yeah.
that, like, what do you do
yeah,
at this
it-
point?
It was
Because-
already too late. Yeah.
because in the interest of full disclosure, I found out before the race was over, but I didn't know how to approach it.
Right.
I mean, it's a situation where you don't want to become a part of the story as somebody covering the race, and also it was part of the reason I knew is because people were mentioning it in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't even know what to say here.
Right. yeah.
Somebody asked, what do you think are the hardest races you've ever done? His ultra sign up is crazy extensive. Like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Is it Cocodona the hardest race you've ever done, or Mammoth?
Well,
or-
Mammoth, just because I did it solo, I think it was the hardest. As far as 100 milers, the race that's actually not on my ultra sign up was the one I did a couple years ago in Quebec, Canada.
Oh.
I had it's Ultra Trail Folion.
Uh-huh.
I had the race director reach out to me on Instagram and offered me a trip to run his race on the east coast of Quebec. And so I went out there by myself, and it was one of the hardest races I've ever run. Trails I'd never been on. Part of it starts along the coast, so you're running on broken shale, and it was impossible to run on. And it was one of my slower 100 milers because it was just so dang difficult. But yeah, that one kicked my butt.
Raj at 64 miles in, 7:16:47. So he's holding at this point basically that 11:22, 11:23 pace if he's able to keep an even split the rest of the way. And the further he goes, the more he might be able to maintain
Right,
that. I
yeah.
mean, he's 36 miles left. I almost said only,
Yeah.
but forget that. That's a lot of miles. And Ashley Paulson, give a quick update on her. I mean, Ashley at mile 60.5, so basically 100K in. 7:14:56. Currently pacing a 7:11. needs to maintain an 8:09 the rest of the way in order to run down the American.
So I'm seeing Raj spray stuff on his legs. It must be some kind of pain management. I've seen him twice. He's on the far end of the course right now spraying stuff. So maybe his legs are just feeling it a little bit.
Stella Springer currently at basically virtually the halfway point, mile 49.9 at 7:15:36.
Wow.
Looking real good. Pacing for a straight line split of 14:32:57. Needs to maintain an 11:33 pace in order to set a new age group world record. And moving up in the overall standings too.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying it was fun. I don't.
And as far as I know, Stella got into running later in life, so
Yeah.
maybe it's just the wear and tear of not running earlier on in life that she's able to do this later on, and
That's a good
it's
point.
impressive.
Jordan
Jordan.
Camastro right there.
Giving a thumbs up, just grinding.
There's Ed Hare. Yeah, Jordan looks like he's having a bit of a complicated day out there.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but it felt like the temperature just dropped about 10 degrees.
Yes, it did. As we see Ashley Paulson looking like she's still running comfortably. Yeah, it did get suddenly chilly. I don't know if we just went behind the
sun
the
or
clouds
something, yeah.
or what. And I was actually, the wall behind us, I was using it as kind of warmth. Like I could feel the sun behind it. I don't
Yeah.
feel it right
No.
now. At some point, we might have to put the wall in front of us back up and steal a heat lamp
Yeah.
from and hotbox ourselves. I see some love for Ashley Paulson in the chat. I know that she's got a pretty impressive and a vocal fan base that has followed her career much longer than I have. I know that she originally came from the tri scene.
Yep.
So
I first learned about her from the iFit videos that she does for Nordic Track.
okay. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else on the course is looking at some sort of American standard or world record or anything of that nature. There's Stella right there. Of course, one of the people that we're following very closely. Can we take like a All right, we're going to take a quick pause here on the commentary. We'll be keeping our cameras out there. I know that Connor is here in the studio and having fun playing the video game or flying a drone or whatever it is that he's doing. But Jake and I are going to be joining you here shortly. We're going to go grab ourselves something to drink. And thanks for tuning in to the 2026 Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada, the USATF 100-mile national championship on Mountain Outpost.
I look out across the water, I smell the salt and feel the breeze, but in my heart I hear the calling of my old home, Tennessee. We don't know where these rivers flow, or why the wind chooses when and where to blow. The sun is gonna rise each and every time, but I've still got Tennessee on my mind. From Reaper's Fork to Watertown, and maybe Johnson City or Memphis bound. No matter where I go, no matter what I see, I still hear the calling of Tennessee. And who we to know where these rivers flow, or why the wind chooses when and where to blow. The sun is gonna rise each and every time, and I've still got Tennessee on my mind. I miss the smoke on the Cumberland and the fireflies at midnight, and the color of the leaves in the fall. Who are we to know where these rivers flow, or why the wind chooses when and where to blow? The sun is gonna rise each and every time, and I've still got Tennessee on. Yeah, I've still got Tennessee on my mind. Yeah.
baby, would you like that?
to the mountaineers. Home to the mountaineers. you feel right. Yeah, yeah. Hello. What is it that you think that you achieve? Please forgive me, but your attitude, it really makes it hard for me to leave. Oh, hello. I am the fever that is pulsing in your veins. Can you feel me? I've been here before, and didn't you guess my name? When reason is asleep and satisfaction's what you see, I come again and round and round and round to make you feel right. To make you feel right. Yeah. I'll make you feel right. I'll make you feel right. I'll make you feel right. If that didn't do it for you, I've got other cards I can play. You know it, baby. You know it. I care for you, baby. Oh, I love you, baby. You know it, baby, baby. Make me feel right.
And we're back here at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running here in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. I'm Chris Warden,
I'm Jake Jackson.
and we are getting to that point where the pie in the sky starts to descend a little bit. And, I guess as long as the sun is setting as well, some of the numbers that we were kind of thinking about, the what ifs, the what could be's, they're getting closer to reality.
Yeah, quite possible.
And I feel like there are two numbers that we need to be very acutely aware of, and they're both in the women's race. And we'll start with the big number, and the magic number is 12:37:04, and that is the current women's world record held by Katrina Jennings, I believe from Scotland, and that is under full-fledged assault right now by Ashley Paulson.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see how well she has run so far in this race. Literally, the way she looked at the beginning of the race is pretty much the way she looks now, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashley Paulson currently has just under 30 miles to go, and has been running at a 7:14 pace. If she's able to hold that number, not only will she break the world record, she will break it in half. She's currently pacing for about a 12:05, maybe 12:06 100-mile, which the current record 12:37. For that to be the delta between what she's doing versus what could happen is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, we were able to talk to Matt, her husband, who's been crewing, and he was saying that she had a little bit of a stomach thing going on a little bit earlier, but has completely bounced back from that, and now it's just mind over matter. She just got to stay focused, stay, pacing the way she's been doing this whole race the whole day, and yeah, she's going to absolutely crush it.
Yeah, as long as she is able to keep moving, I can actually do the updated math here on this point. So at mile 71.1, with 8:34:45 elapsed, we're looking at her needing to run. She's currently running a 7:14 pace. It's been maintaining that 7:12 to 7:14 pace for a long time. Has 29 miles to run, and if she can do it in under 4:02, she is going to establish a new world record. Basically needs to keep an 8:23 pace, which, based on the way she's moving, is entirely possible.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Her husband, as Matt, as you mentioned, had stated their goal was to hopefully see her go 12:30. She would need to keep an 8:08. But in all reality, the way that she's running, I think that it could genuinely come into play where she's going to run about a 12:15, 12:20, even with some slowing down. But who knows? Maybe she picks up the pace as she gets a little bit closer and starts to feel and smell the barn a little bit.
Yeah, the sun, we've got about, 45 minutes before the sun goes down. The temperatures are going to drop. Hopefully that doesn't really affect the runners too much. Throw on an extra layer, get in a little bit more nutrition, and just try to power through this last little bit of the race.
The other major story in the women's race is we're, I think, totally in love with this story at this point. And that's Stella Springer. And coming into this race, I'll be honest, Jake, I had a feeling that it was going to happen. Stella Springer, when we interviewed her at Desert Solstice last year, told us her stated goal was to break the women's age group world record. And that is currently in the 55 to 59 women's age group is 16:54:18. And Stella's PR heading into this race was actually run at Jackpot last year at the age of 54. She ran a 15:29 rather. And currently she's pacing for about a 14:35. She could legitimately take, even slowing down a little bit, she could take 2 hours off the world record, which is unheard of.
Yeah, there would have to be some catastrophe to happen for her not to get the record at this point.
Yeah, she needs to average a 12:10 at this point in order to, which a 12:10, I can run that. For a few miles. I don't know if I could do it for as long as Stella needs to, because she is a ways off. She still has 40 miles to go, but this is somebody who knows how to do this.
Yeah.
Stella Springer, as we mentioned, won the women's race here last year at a time of 15:29. Also, a member of the 24-hour national team. A very established, experienced runner. But it's not just those two. I mean, Raj Panu, has been moving very well. Raj Panu is now basically less than a marathon to go at this point. He has fallen off of the American standard pace that he was setting earlier, but still pacing for what would amount to basically be one of the top 2 or 3 times in American history.
Right.
Raj also didn't look like he was having a ton of fun. Like he was having a ton of fun out there. You want to talk about what you saw when you were seeing him come through the?
Yeah, we were kind of out on course, talking to some of the crew, and it just seemed like he was just struggling when he'd come by, head down, kind of looking at the ground. Hopefully, it's just a low patch, and he'll be able to bounce back. I mean, it's always for me the closer you get to that finish, you kind of can dig a little bit deeper, and hopefully, over the next couple loops, hour or so, he'll bounce back. You can't stay in a low forever. So,
yeah, Raj basically at this point he's averaged a 6:52 to this point. So of course, when we say struggle, we have to consider the perspective here. Yeah. He's struggling, and his most recent mile was a 7:14 pace. But
okay.
That's true. Yeah. He basically would need a 6:35 to establish a new American standard. I'm not saying that it's out of the realm of possibility, but he would have to basically do an about phase.
Right.
I still think 11:30 is in play, which means he would need to average a 7:02 pace. Raj having a heck of a race. His current PR is 11:52, so he is way under that. But the depth of the field all the way across is pretty fantastic to witness this year. We've got,
the race for second and third is very tight.
Absolutely.
Some of those last podium spots. Yeah.
Raj Paul Panu is in first in the men's race. Scott Munson in second, about 9 loops back, so basically 10 miles back. Edher Ramirez has moved into third. Edher is a Vegas local. If you've watched, he placed on the podium at Cocodona last year and in third place. A truly talented runner, wins at Mogollon Monster. His PR prior to this was at Angeles Crest for a 100-miler. He's going to absolutely obliterate that. A runner you're familiar with, Jake Chad Lassiter, currently in fourth place. And another runner that you're quite familiar with, Pete Kostelnik, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, all of them, going in and out of low points, I think, but we're closing in on the latter quarter of the race, and yeah, it's just that time of the race where you just got to dig deep and, get yourself to the finish.
Yeah, Pete's pacing for a sub 14-hour finish, and he's in 5th place.
Yeah.
Like this is quite the fast field.
Yeah.
In the women's race, as we mentioned, Ashley Paulson. I don't like to call a race before it's done, but it's kind of a fait accompli. As long as she finishes, she's going to win the USATF championship. The only question is by how much and whether or not there's a record involved. Kaylee Frederick, the 21-year-old, is currently in 2nd place. Janelle Stark, another member of the U.S. national team, in 3rd place. The aforementioned Stella Springer in 4th. And having moved into 5th is Jenny Arnson, moving into the top 5 here. But yeah, we've only had a couple of drops. Apparently, Anthony Witt, who was moving really well.
Yeah, he was moving up.
He'd actually moved himself into the top 4 at one point. Unfortunately, had to pull out about 44 loops in, so basically about the halfway point. And I don't know if this is a drop, but Andrea Pomeransky, who was early on in 2nd place in the women's race, has not registered a loop in quite some time. So we'll keep eyes on that. But for competitive purposes, usually if somebody doesn't register a lap like in an hour or so, it's usually because their day is
Right.
not gone their way, and they're going to possibly call it at that point. But we'll see. There's Raj right there in the center of your screen. moving very well.
And looking back at some of the female splits, I noticed that Kaylee's splits have been like almost dead on every loop. So she hasn't faded at all. She's running her own race, and if she just holds on, she may be able to get up into that podium spot.
It's pretty amazing to see Kaylee Frederick be so disciplined with her splits. I mean, you would think that, maybe being younger, not being, able to adhere to such strict management when it comes to her effort. But, as she is hitting the basically the 100K distance at this point, as she's at mile 60.5, be just such a steady presence on the course, and again makes me excited for the future of women's ultra running with somebody like that. You look at names like her and Shea Aquilano, and like the talent at in their early to mid 20s in this sport is something to behold.
See Raj here going through the pit alley, getting some more nutrition. He's still moving quite well. Got good form still.
Yeah, for Kaylee, Kaylee has kept an 8:39 pace to this point. In order for her to break 15 hours, she would need to maintain a 9:32. It's getting to the point now where I want to start to look at some of the historical bests for Jackpot, as well as American numbers over the years. I think that Kaylee's numbers have to be among the best that like an under 30 woman has run.
For sure, yeah.
As far as so last year the fastest 100 miler by a woman 20 to 29 was Angela Smith with a 15:51. So prior to that, Riley Brady 19:01, running in the women's division at Haviland 100. Yeah, I mean, it could be a pretty special number depending on where she ends up here, but could end up being the fastest run by an under 30 woman. And well, my records are going back to 2018, and I couldn't find anything that improved upon it. So.
And what was she pacing for right now?
Her current pace, if she were to maintain what she's doing, is a 14:25.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, obviously that would require her to split even out from
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But again, like, if you figure, if she were to slow down, like, 10 seconds per mile, 15 seconds per mile, you're still looking at a 15:40 or 14:45. Like, yeah, currently she's doing an 8:39. Like, if she does, whoops. In order for her to maintain a 14:45, she would have to maintain a 9:09. So basically 30 seconds slower per mile and still have the latitude. And that would be, one of the fastest runs by an under 30 woman in American history.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the American records for 100 mile for women, Ann Trayson, of course, has the lowest 30-year-old at
What's that number?
13:47.
Oh my goodness.
So, and then
I think that might be a little bit safe. But then again, Kaylee's only 21.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Kaylee has maybe the 20 and under record.
Right.
A great shot of Raj on the far side. He looks the same, except when you get up close and you see his face.
Yeah.
The face can definitely tell a different story than his body lean is.
And looking at the men's American records, Raj is second, just behind Zach Bitter. So Raj's PR is 11:52, so he has a chance to better on that by quite a bit if he can just hold on. And I don't know all of Zach's 100-mile records. I know he chipped away at some before he hit that 100-mile world record back in the day when he did that at the Dome. So he's definitely in the top 5, maybe fastest 100-mile times ever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You know, I think that Raj and Zach, I mean, the two fastest Americans in a 100-miler. You know, I would love to see. I saw a name on your list right there. I'd love to see take a crack at this race, and I'm sure he's watching. Phil Young, get your butt out west here and run some of these.
There you go. Yeah.
These fast courses. He runs an aid station and helps set up out at Hennepin 100 each year.
Yeah.
As part of his work with Fleet Feet Davenport, Iowa, and yeah, I've gotten to the point now where I just basically openly ask him, like, dude, when are you coming to Solstice? When are you coming to Solstice? You know what? Come to Jackpot.
Yeah.
Like, come to, make a Vegas weekend of it if
Right.
you want,
Yeah.
But, you want to talk about a guy, like, that's one person I think, when somebody was asking earlier who I'd love to see at Jackpot. Have you ever met Phil?
I have not, no.
He's a big dude.
Is
Like,
he?
he doesn't,
Okay.
like, you think of runners being maybe like a little bit wiry or something like that. No, Phil's built
Got
like,
some muscle, huh?
he's got a little bit of muscle, and he's probably about 6'3", 6'4".
Okay.
Like, he's a big dude. Like I could see, like, maybe, like, kind of like True Heart Brown, kind of like could be a football tight end or something
Okay.
like that, like at a college level. Like, definitely a strong-looking physical specimen. But, yeah, those are, and he's also, I think his PR is like 12:03 or something like that. So
amazing.
close
Yep.
to joining that club.
Yeah. We're looking at the back half of the course right here.
Of course, you can see they have to go in a couple different directions out there. The long course, which is all 48-hour runners at this point, going from right to left on your screen. Those runners are all doing the 48-hour. They'll kind of loop back around. I would say, there are some notable runners doing the 48-hour. We mentioned former 6-day American record holder Amy Maurer is out there. Ed the Jester Eddinghausen, the one, the only Ann Trayson. There's some recognizable names in the 48-hour. Maya Detmer with the Air Viper Racing team. And the conditions, we were raving about them a little bit ago, but, we talked about what the ideal was, and this might put Ken Rubley's hypothesis to the test. Like, it never got, like, warmer than, like, 52 or 53
No.
degrees today.
Yeah.
It stayed very steady and cold.
As long as you're running, I think you're staying warm enough. It's just when the walking out there, it starts to eat away at you a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think I was talking to Tim Higgins' wife, and he was running really well at the 24-hour World Championships last year until he started to walk a little bit. And then he got cold, and then he couldn't get warm again. So, yeah, it's one of those things you have to keep in the back of your mind when you're out there running. Like, you may want to walk, but even for a little bit, that might be more detrimental than just shuffling and keeping the body and the blood flowing.
Question for Jake: is Solstice or Jackpot harder? Both looped, but track versus concrete.
I'd say Solstice is definitely harder.
You think?
I think so. Just the short loop, there's less to look at. I don't know.
What do you mean, the Dutch brother, like across the street, and the backside of Central High School don't do it for you?
Both definitely mentally hard to do, but yeah, I think Solstice takes the win on that one.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna give a quick update on Ashley's splits here. Gonna see where she's at and what we think she needs to do. Yep. Ashley Paulson, mile 78.1. Wow, she's moving fast.
Yeah, talking to a lot of the crews out there, they started to notice the temperature drop too. It's yeah, it's going to be chilly one here in a couple hours. Hope everybody brought some extra clothes, a beanie, some
Oh.
hand warmers.
Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely chilly. I may have commandeered a sleeping bag from the aid station. I know it's Aravipes. It's not. I didn't take it from a runner. That would be just harsh. So Ashley Paulson has just under a marathon to go, and she is at 8:57:04. She, in order to break the world record, basically needs to run about a 3:40 marathon.
Okay.
Definitely doable.
That's doable for her.
I mean, that would be an 8:28 pace the rest of the way. She's been running a 7:15, so she did slow down about a second over the last 3 miles. But, you know, if you slow down a second every 5K, like per mile, you're still
Yeah.
moving very well. Like she looks so fast out there right now. What she's doing is really impressive.
And running through, you know, the crew area, people are cheering her on, and she's, you know, giving things back. I mean, she's not like head down, just powering through it. She's very coherent of what's going on, and yeah, she's fully into this right now.
Oh yeah, like, you know, we were talking about, you know, talking about Stella in like the exact opposite terms. Like Ashley knows exactly where she's at.
Yeah.
She knows her husband Matt is definitely giving her the intel that she wants to know. I mean, you know, he was wanting to get clarification on the paces before when we were having some timing
Right.
quirks going on. And, you know, on one hand, you've got Ashley knows down to the second where she's at, what she needs to be doing and everything like that. On the other hand, Stella Springer's approach, who she's actually catching up to right there,
Right.
completely different. And Stella has such a cushion on what her goals are.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
I spoke to Stella's crew person there and asked if Stella knew how far ahead of the world record she was, and she said no. And I said, well, don't tell her. Just let her do her thing right now, because, you know, when you realize how much of a cushion you have mentally, you might want to slow down a little bit because you got it in the bag. But just don't tell her. Tell her, you know, she's right where she needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, and if Stella really wants to know, she would probably be keeping her eye on.
I mean, I'm sure she has it in her head where she's at.
Mm-hmm.
She's very calculated.
So Stella is under 39 miles away. She's basically at the 100K mark. The number that she needs to break for the world record is 16:54:18. She is currently pacing for a 14:37:31.
Wow.
Her PR is 15:29. So, you know, I think that she's probably going to have a strong chance at establishing another PR. And yeah, she needs to maintain a 12:17 pace the rest of the way in order to set a new age group world record. So we could have two world records come under duress here.
We just got a pot of coffee hand delivered to Chris and I. We may not need all that caffeine, though, as fast as everybody's moving right now, though, Chris.
Well, I mean, that's true. but like I said, I might go and have a late dinner at the Peppermill tonight.
There you
so.
go.
Ashley Paulson there, you know, I don't want to say making it look
Yeah,
easy.
she
but
does, though.
She's just so smooth and gliding. You know, I mean, it's obviously not effortless. I mean, you know, you see her running, you see her doing work, but you know, just her gait, her stride has been pretty impressive. And I'll admit, when I first heard that she was shooting her shot at going for the world record, I didn't know what to think.
Yeah, me neither.
Because you know her PR prior to that was here at Jackpot, and it was about a 14 low, like a 1404, 1405. I mean, to say you're going for the world record at the age of 44, which would involve, you know, a 90-minute improvement, you know, that's pretty gutsy.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes putting your goals out there to the public, to the world,
Yeah.
is that motivation that you need to actually do it, you know?
And she's been all smiles. I mean, we hear more from her than any other runner as they're going by.
Right, yeah.
With the exception of Ken Rubley,
Yeah.
perhaps. I would say that the voices that we've heard the most in terms of runners have been Ken's and Ashley's.
Ashley's, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I want to get a temperature check. Like this is absurd. I got to talk to the people in charge of the climate here. I'm getting 53. I'll take the under on that.
Yeah.
Like I'd say it's more like 51 and a hook. You want to jump in? Yeah, sure. You want to?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna give Jake a chance to go and warm up. Maybe fill a pot of coffee if he wants. And in the interim, we are going to be joined by
Ken and Shelly.
Ken and Shelly.
Yeah.
So welcome back. In your case, Ken. Shelly, welcome.
Hi.
How you doing?
Really good today.
Good.
I'm going to take your under on the temperature for this one.
Yeah, it's super chilly out right now. You can see there's the drone. You can see looking at us inside the Mountain Outpost tent here. So how you doing, Ken?
Good. My friend Shelly here, she's vice president of Team Hoyt Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And since we have that coming up on Sunday, and I would talk to you earlier about 10 minutes before the main race starts, we get to start. So you've got the rider athletes who get pushed and everything. But I thought Shelly could give us a couple seconds about
Absolutely.
what makes Team Hoyt Las Vegas so freaking cool.
Yeah, tell us about Team Hoyt.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having us here today. So, Team Hoyt is part of a national nonprofit organization where we take riders of all kinds of different abilities on endurance races. So, in one of the most special times a year is the Las Vegas Rock and Roll. Because
They close the strip.
Yeah, they close
I've
the
run
strip.
it before. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's a great race in itself. And then for us to be able to take these athletes on this race and then take it down the strip with everyone screaming and cheering, and then to be in the lights of Vegas, it's super special. And it's really grown, you know, with the championing of a lot of people here, and with Eden Capsuda, who started it. But we now we've got Team Hoyt teams that come from Utah, Arizona, Texas, California to join us to do what? Like run the strip at night, which
Yeah.
is...
I mean, again, I was fortunate enough to do it. I guess it's been probably about 13, 14 years ago. One of my favorite aspects of that race entirely was the fact that I could pose for a photo face down in the middle of the strip, like lying down on the ground. Like, you don't get the opportunity to do that any other time other than running that race.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it is a really magical kind of evening because you're on the strip at night, but going with these athletes that we get to take through it. You know, did you ever do it when we had the marathon?
No, I never did the full. I did the half marathon. So like basically just, you know, up and back down. So we didn't do the full, like, I guess, circuit at the time. So
I actually love the fact that we are now at the half marathon for this particular race because so you want to picture that we've got these racing chairs, wheelchairs, and they don't have swivel wheels. So when you get you on the course for that whole marathon,
$7,000 and they don't even swivel.
they don't even
Oh my
swivel.
goodness.
Like they don't even come with somebody to push them. Like we've got to push them. Come on. So that price, you'd think we'd get somebody.
Yeah. No,
they'd
I think
come with
that-
somebody.
It's wonderful. I've actually done some fundraising and some running with Team Best Buddies down in Phoenix, Arizona, which does a lot of running, riding duels on some of the races. And I never did push. I didn't, frankly, want the responsibility, and I had a hard enough time getting myself to the finish line. I felt like if I brought somebody else, it might be a miserable experience for them. But I truly value, the ability to make this kind of athletic endeavor inclusive. I think that allowing it. I guess whether you look at it as adaptive or just, inclusive, I think that it's a truly great thing. And the fact that you're able to do so in conjunction with the event on the Las Vegas Strip, the rock and roll, that's a pretty big deal.
It is, and it's really hard to put into words what it feels like to be able to, be the one to be there with that athlete crossing the finish line. And there's all kinds of different teams we have. So I personally started this because I was pushing my own daughter in these races. And so for her, I wanted to start this tradition where we would pull the wheelchair off to the side, get her out, and run her across the finish line.
Nice.
Right? And so I can't describe, I honestly don't want to race without her. Like
That's
you say you
wonderful.
didn't want the responsibility of being with somebody. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
I can't imagine going through that process, without being together for it. For that particular race, it was something I was telling Ken earlier that running wasn't something that I naturally did. But I have twin daughters. One wanted to start running, and her twin sister said, me too. And I'm like, how are we going to do this? So I found Team Hoyt, and they take the cost of all the fundraising that we do, pays for entries, pays for the wheelchairs, pays for all the equipment, the trailering, everything we need. And all the athletes need to do is show up, right? So we found a way, and we got to be able to do something incredible. Even if it's the half marathon, great. If it's a 5K, great. It's an experience that these athletes might not necessarily get any other way.
Yeah.
So I feel blessed, to be here in Vegas, to be part of Team Hoyt, and keep doing what we're doing because of the generosity of a lot of people.
How many athletes are going to be participating and pushing individuals on the course this year?
Yeah, so this year, I think we are 13 teams total.
Okay.
And for most of the teams, you've got, your rider athlete, and then you've got probably 2 to 3 support. Because we might have athletes out there that need, a feeding tube or need to be pulled over at times or, might need, them getting through that 2 hours, 2.5 hours, whatever it takes to get to the finish line. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And a challenging situation. But last year we did have a new runner and rider athlete that completed it just singularly together in around 1:30.
Okay. Wow. That's,
Shit, man, 130.
yeah. So I actually, and this reminds me of an event. So I went to go run a race in Ibiza in November of 2024. It was a 10K. It was basically a series of 10Ks in various areas on the island. And I was doing the very first race, which was basically primarily through town. And it was, they had a team with a wheelchair that they were pushing through, not only on the streets, but like on the trails. And like you had to go upstairs and they were like carrying, but like they were going through some of the tunnels, these 800-year-old pathways in Ibiza town, and they were singing the entire way. Like I'll show you off the air, like what it was like. It like I was so moved because I've witnessed it before with Team Best Buddies, and to hear Team Hoyt doing the same thing, I think that's absolutely wonderful. I think that it's it's an important experience to help share with people.
Yeah.
There's Raj.
Yep.
So real quick, you got to give us up to date with the crowd here. So where is he now? Is he gonna get it done or what?
I mean,
I
as far
gotta
as,
know.
So with Raj, I believe that he's not quite going to hit a new American standard. I mean, I've got my little.
What's your over under on his number? What's the
I think about 11:30 is about a reasonable expectation. I mean, He's faster than when you were in charge around here.
Well, a lot of things. The course actually counts now. Other people are in charge now.
So he is about 20 miles out, and
So what's his PR? Without his shoes being like
his
a
PR was
sliver too
11:52.
Okay.
And he's currently pacing. If he's to maintain his exact pace right now, it would be 11:28. I mean, that might be a tall ask.
What's
I'm sorry. No, wait a minute. No, that would be. Let me take a look. Okay, so his pace is actually his straight line pace would be 11:28. So he's currently running a 6:53 with less than 20 miles to go, and I think that a 6:57, 6:58. So I could see him 11:30 to 11:35 is probably what we're looking at.
That's
But
a pretty wide two-way. So
yeah,
if I was running the trading floor at Enron, I wouldn't have you work for me. If you're 11:30 to 11:35 when we're already 80 miles in almost. So we'll call it 11:32 and a half.
that's fair.
That's my market. Now remind me again, what is Zach's American record and what's the world record?
Zach's American record is 11:19:13, and Sorokin's record. I don't remember the exact seconds, but it's 10 hours 51 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Let's talk about Zach again.
Well, actually, what I want to talk about now is Ashley Paulson.
Killing it with
because
that horn. If she took her, if she didn't have that 5 pounds of hair that she's running in, dude, she'd be like 3 minutes quicker, I think.
So Ashley Paulson is currently at mile 75.8 at the last runner tracker, and at a 9 hour 9 minute 50 second or 53. Whoops. 9:09.
The ducks are talking too, right?
53.
Now.
Impressed with these numbers.
So I built this earlier today. I couldn't find it before, so I had to rebuild this little spreadsheet. But this tool tells me how fast I have to go the rest of the way. So she's been running a 7:15 pace the entire day. The current world record for the women's 100 mile is 12 hours 37 minutes and 4 seconds. She's pacing for a 12:05. She's
What's the record?
12:37.
She's pacing 12:05.
Yes.
Did I tell you my name's Ken Rubley and I started the race? This world record is going to be set and it's going to count because somebody else measured the course.
She has to maintain an 8:34 pace the rest of the way, and she's running about a 7:30 pace
Dude,
still.
you and I could do an 8:34 pace for 1 mile right now.
For one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Wow. So she literally dropped it down ahead of time. I am going to set a new world record.
That's what she said.
And I'm going to improve my PR by 90 minutes. And now she's on pace to beat it by over 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And Springer's not
Oh.
far behind.
well, the thing about Stella Springer is that she came into this race, and her PR was last year at Jackpot. She won the race with a time of 15:29, and the world record for her age group, she just turned 55. And so the age group record was 16:54:18, which she obviously, doing the math, was already ahead of by 85 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, it's easier said than done to go out and run, even with, that kind of, buffer versus her, what she's done. But she is currently running extremely, extremely well. And in order for her to establish a new world record for her age group, she needs to maintain a 12:26 pace. Like, that is
What?
So it's done.
That's a
She's got
shuffle.
it.
That's
Yeah.
a shuffle for her.
They don't even look. I mean, looking at and Bennett. I mean, you guys have such amazing coverage out there, but just nobody. They don't look in pain. Like,
No.
Ashley doesn't look in pain. Raj, well, he looks the same as he always does.
He looks worked, yeah.
Wow.
But Ashley's, I mean, like I said, I wasn't joking when I said Ashley's voice is the one that I've heard most on the course out here, because she is like yelling and hooting and hollering and having fun out there. I mean, she's
Well, I tell
obviously.
you what, Ashley sets. So we think she's going to set a world record, right?
I think that at this point the odds are extremely good.
So she sets a world record.
Mm-hmm.
On behalf of my family, we'll donate a separate bike alone just to Team Hoyt.
That's a $7,000 bike
Well, no, it's $6,039.88.
plus tax.
It's Vegas, dude. I don't pay. Come on.
Go.
Come on. No, we literally, you know what we'll do? Not only will we do an extra bike specifically and other things that we're working with them on, but we'll have it where it says Jackpot Ultra on the side of it, and then she can autograph it with her name as the world record chair. How about that?
Oh, that would be so cool.
What do you think? Hold on. What do you think?
Go,
Shelley,
Ashley.
Is that good? You're
Keep going.
Wait, hold
Go,
on.
Ashley.
Right now, we have to ask the vice president of Team Hoyt Las Vegas. Would that be okay if we put Jackpot Ultra and that it's the Ashley Paulson bike that gets donated? And we'll do it.
Approved.
There
Done.
we go, dude.
Go, Ashley, go.
All right, let's get the professionals back on the mic here, though, Sue. But
I think
importantly-
you're definitely a professional.
Nah, dude. You know what's crazy? I had responsibility for people, like their lives when they were running out here. That scares me because I'm not the most responsible guy.
Oh my God, you sell yourself. So I know
No,
you're
I don't,
joking,
dude, no,
but
it's not. No. Oh, I know what I want to talk about.
dude,
real quick.
didn't you like
Coconut.
run casinos and stuff like that? Like,
What's your point?
yeah, like
No, I
you
worked-
have to have a certain level of response. Well,
I worked at Enron too, so I mean, let's.
I thought you were joking.
No, dude, Enron was my main career before casinos.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was a Bear Stearns guy, and then I was an Enron energy derivatives trader. I helped create weather derivatives. I traded weather derivatives.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't know? You thought that was a joke?
Yeah, when you like,
Dude,
joke
I am
about-
who I am. Yeah, no.
I can never tell when you're joking.
No, I was a finance geek.
I knew that.
Yeah, no, I went to New York City when I was 22, lived in Manhattan all through my 20s, got into energy trading, went to Houston, was there, got deposed, didn't go to jail. It's good stuff. But any event, importantly, two things. One, if you're in town for this race, anyone, at 4:20, line up anywhere between Tropicana and Russell, and you'll get to see Team Hoyt start all by themselves. Number one.
Awesome.
Number two, it'll be fun next year because they're gonna. Sure looks to me like we're gonna have the Jackpot Ultra Ashley Paulson racing chair, which I gotta tell you, I think she's gonna be honored as heck to have a chair in her honor like that. I mean, you're saying yes on her behalf, I hope. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I mean, I would think that I don't know Ashley very well, but I think
I
that
don't
she
know her
would
at all. How could you not? She's got pink hair on. I mean, come on, dude. The chair. She could pick the color scheme of the chair. We'll even
Oh, I
let
think
that-
we know what the color scheme will be on that
good,
chair.
Good. It could be hot pink. But let's talk Cocodona real quick. Let's talk important things, not just this little teeny race here. So Cocodona. I am
Yes.
going to do mile 11 water station again.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to be professionally done for once this year.
It's always professional.
No. It's going to be grape theme only. So the tent is, I've had a custom grape tent designed.
Okay.
And we're going to have grapes hanging down. So there's going to be 2 vintages of frozen grapes that you'll be able to get at the water station.
Did you just literally the runners going to pick them off of the vine or what?
I hadn't thought of that.
Like hanging the grapes on the.
Holy, dude, that is brilliant. You know what, Chris? Yes. So for those who don't know, at Cocodona, I have the privilege of doing the water-only aid station at mile 11 per Jamil because I have a Jeep like Jamil's. I'm like, dude, I just can't just do water. So last year we had snow out there instead, but this year, I do frozen grapes. That's kind of the only thing I'm known to be good at is creating frozen grapes for runners. But we're gonna actually you're gonna run through. It's a 10 by 20 foot tent. It's grape themed, and it was gonna have fake grapes hanging down, and then you're gonna have 2 vintages of grapes that you get to pick for your frozen grapes. Because you go out, this is a 250-mile race in the middle of the desert, by the way, Shelley, just to give you a perspective. And normally, in the old days, after mile 11, you'd have to go over 20 miles before you got water again. So it was legitimately hard. But because of you, I'm going to figure out a way to have real grapes hanging down. So thank you. Let's get Jake back in here, man. He's way more important, and he knows what he's doing. But thank you to Shelley for talking to us about Team Hoyt, Las Vegas. And
Ken, always a pleasure.
yeah, and if you're in town, 420 along the strip, come watch some amazing athletes cruise by, and I'll hang out the rest of the weekend, and we'll have a lot of fun.
Awesome.
All right, thanks, man.
So
Thanks,
much.
Jake, for
Thank
letting
you,
us
Shelley.
sit in for a second. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Ken Rubley, the founder and originator of the Jackpot Ultras, sharing some news with us that on one hand going to be helping Team Hoyt get underway at the Las Vegas Half Marathon tomorrow. Also stating and putting it on the record that if Ashley Paulson breaks the world record here today, Ken will donate a wheelchair for the Team Hoyt efforts, which would be in excess of $6,000. It's pretty impressive.
It's not if, it's when. she
That's
breaks it.
true. Like, she's looking really good.
Yeah.
But we're not going to tell Ashley. We're gonna we'll let her know afterwards that if she does indeed break the world record, that she has in effect purchased a new wheelchair for Team Hoyt, which allows kids to experience being at these huge races and the Las Vegas rock and roll. Have you ever run that before, Jake?
I have twice.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of fun, isn't
It's
it?
fun. Yeah.
You get to they shut down the strip for a few
They
hours.
do. Yeah.
And like I said, one of my favorite race photos was of me laying face down on the strip for
Oh, really?
a photo.
The
yeah.
hardest thing about that race is once you do finish, if you have to walk through any of the casinos where they're smoking,
Yeah.
yeah, just put a cover over your mouth or something because that urge to want to throw up afterwards is not very fun. All right, we have about a half an hour here before sun is set. A couple more minutes here. The runners will hopefully not have to use any headlamps because we will have some lights set up down at the end that we're looking at right now. That's the only section that does not have lights set up on the course. So the race is going to put out some portable lights out there for everybody. It's a well-lit course, though. And the temperature is dropping quickly. Start seeing everybody layering up, which we're already seeing here. Some beanies going on, some nice light jackets going on. Kylie Frederick just came through. Kaylee, excuse me. Hopefully the 48-hour runners tonight are brought all the clothes because it's going to definitely be chilly for them. And they have a whole day of doing this again tomorrow.
Did you answer Golden Hour Greg's question?
I did not see it. What was it?
Hey guys, I still can't walk after Black Canyon last week. Is that normal?
It depends, I guess.
I mean, Black Canyon, one of the things about that race last weekend that I noticed, dude, so many people took tumbles and spills on that course.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of people leaving skin out there from the front to the back of the pack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can hear the geese in the background making their presence known. Yeah, Raj is under 20 miles to go. You can see it is it's the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour, about 9.5 hours in. You can see Ashley coming into your screen here, still moving very well, still running quite strong. That's race director John Bullock right there.
Still smiling.
Yep.
It's a good sign.
There's Natu Natraj runner out of California, personal friend of mine. So we'll do what we can to keep track of. So Raj Panu currently 82.3 miles in, so a little over 17 miles to go.
Now 15 laps to go, and I think once he gets down to that single digit, he'll start to see the end there. Hopefully, start kicking it in.
Yeah, has been running a 6:53 pace to this point. As I mentioned, I think that the American standard of 11, 19, 13 is out of reach at this point, but I think as long as he's able to stay strong, 11:30, 11:35 is definitely within play here. Kind of adjusting my records here in order for him to run an 11:35, which would still, be one of the top 2 or 3 American times of all time.
20-minute PR for him.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be looking at a 7:14 pace the rest of the way, which, if he's running a 6:53 now, that is actually a downshift.
Yeah.
So I think that, at this point he's running about looks like somewhere between a 7 and a 7:05 pace at this moment. So that's where Raj stands. So he's looking very strong to have an outstanding finish here. Maybe not the race he wanted or expected to have, but still seeing it through to a PR. I know I did talk to his crew, and they said that he wanted to PR, but
Yeah.
I also think that it was a fair assumption that he was. He had some other goals in mind as well.
And he didn't get the 100-mile road championship label attached to his name last year because of
That's
the
a good
shoe
point,
thing. So
yeah.
to be able to finally get that award, yeah, it's going to be gratifying. May not get the American record, but to be
So-
named the USATF 100-mile road champion is pretty awesome.
But I think that the bigger story in this race has to be Ashley Paulson at this point.
Yeah.
Ashley is just under 22 miles remaining in this race at her last ping on the tracker, 9:27.41, a 7:16 pace, a straight line finisher's pace at this point of 12:06.52.
Nice.
If she runs an 8:39 pace the rest of the way, 8:39, she will establish a new world record.
Yep.
Not only ahead of the world record, but by a substantial margin. Her buffer is,
And is not showing any signs of
No.
having any trouble right now, which is great.
I think that it's reasonable. It's more reasonable. I'm thinking like maybe along the lines of 12 to 12:15. A 12:15 would require her to run a 7:38 the rest of the way. And if she is tracking a 7:16 total and she's running about a 7:32 pace at this moment, I think a 7:38 or thereabouts, able to maintain, some semblance of what she's got going on here, she is going to not only set a new world record, but gonna crush it, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
just looking at her splits, they have
No, it's really something to behold to see how steady she's been throughout the entirety of this race. Yeah. There we go. Apologies for the lag there. Looks like we just saw Raj Panu go by. See, we've got audio and video now.
Okay, all 6 p.m. race starters. Come on to pick up the